morning, everybody. Whatever time of day it is for you at the moment, good, whatever. For me, it's morning. It's May 15th. We're on day 12 of this trial. I can't see the light at the end of this trial's proverbial tunnel yet, but welcome. Come in, get comfy. We're just getting started. For those of you that may have stumbled in here bleary eyed, shaking off whatever you may have ingested last night, or purposely showed up here expecting Baker, he's not here. I mean, he's here actually in the country, but not here on the tubes with us today. I'm Marissa. Jamie is coming in shortly. You may have seen me around in chat or on Stabby Day, randomly popping in, covering for Baker, just trying to keep this gavel to gavel. For whatever reason, I got this harebrained idea I'd help cover for him so he could go on vacation and have fun. And months later, here we are. You stuck with me. But I'll be joined by Jamie shortly. We'll have some guests along the way. Hopefully, Baker will pop in at some point. And maybe I'll be able to provide even a modicum of entertainment that Baker provides. So thank you for joining me. Hit the light for Baker and let's go. And pulling up everything here. And I think last night we had Nicola Maxwell. Thank you for becoming a member. And Jesse, good morning. Oh, DUI guy got a spot. That's good. Crazy Grammy. Good morning, reindeer. Carla. Hey, Bottle Town. Peter A. Danny T. Oh, hello again. Snivels. Jess. Volpe Fox. Good morning, Fed.
Hey, Fed.
Helen. Becca Lynn. Wicked Wookie. Do we have Cheesecake Baker today? I think he may be waiting on that. Sebastian?
Hopefully David will be bringing him some.
Jamie should be on her way to Tennessee.
I know, he's like, I could have picked you up. Because he's driving right now.
Oh.
Like, it wasn't that issue. It was more or less I couldn't get the time off work.
Right. It's a long time. I think I said hi to everybody. Hi, Christine. Valhalla. We are dual streaming with Valhalla. I cannot pin from here. So make sure to go give them a like. And subscribe. Baker's waiting till Friday for the cheesecake.
Yep. Oh, yeah, because he wants to do it on.
Baker has landed. He is in Tennessee.
Yep.
Hopefully he's sleeping. But who knows? It's like the afternoon for him right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be. I'm wondering how that jet lag is hitting him.
Yeah, I think I don't
remember.
It's a
big jump to go back like 6 hours.
Yeah, I can't remember like if it's worse going there or worse coming here. I don't remember. Got in last night at 10. Val left at 1. Hopefully he's sleeping. Yeah. He was dealing out hearts to comments on his YouTube post earlier. I mean, it's always hard to sleep in a new place too, so.
Well, especially when you're on vacation, you like don't want to sleep.
Right.
You want to just do all the things.
Baker was just on Shizzy a few minutes ago. He's not even
Oh, geez. He's going to be dead when he gets home.
Oh, nice. I'm just gonna pull Court up because we're on fan watch. So when they get started and Bev ultimately goes to sidebar right away, we'll be ready.
So did he enjoy his Baconator, Val? Was it everything he'd hoped it would be? I hope he doesn't get here and have one and then he's super disappointed. That's like not how I remember it, he says. That'd be sad.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Late night Baconators. Don't you get like the B squad at fast food like later at night?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe they're all
I haven't had one
smoking
in a
devil's
really
lettuce and
long
making a good
time.
one.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said I haven't had one in a really long time, but I remember it being really good.
He said it tasted like America, which I can only imagine means it was phenomenal.
This means like it just says everything America. We're all fat in America because we just love fatty food.
Jim, thank you for the 10 memberships. I do not have the stream pulled up. I'm only assuming everybody can hear me, but otherwise I would read who got it. Okay.
We have Lolita Smiles, Robin J. I am Dave, Amanda Dawn Hankins, Val got one. Imagine that. Legendary Lefty, Mom of 10, Ralph, Unbreaded Beer Chicken. That's all I see.
Nice. Thank you.
Danny, Five Guys is so good.
Did he lick the grease from his fingers after?
Yeah.
Probably.
I hope so.
Oh my gosh, Five Guys. The best part about Five Guys is that they put it in a paper bag, and the paper bag is basically transparent when you're done.
Yeah, you have to watch it. It'll whip right through because the grease.
Yeah, your burger could end up on the floor or the ground, depending on where
fries.
you are.
Oh my god, the Cajun fries. Num, num, num.
I know. Now I want that.
Well, you always think like I'm gonna get a regular, and then it's like a bag of fries, and you're like, well, I'm so confused on the sizes still to get like, okay, now I need to remember to get a small fry because like I think we got like large ones or something, and it was like 2 bags of fries, and I was like, really? They're crazy with it.
Yeah, poor Sweet Baker. He had a terrible, terrible burger last night.
Yeah, I know.
Val, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Baker is definitely taller than 5'10". You know, I've kind of thought maybe he had American measurements.
We were discussing that because over in Dave's stream earlier, because Baker always says he's like 5'10", right? 5'9", 5'10", and I'm like, okay, I don't think so. I mean, I know Dave's my height, so I call him fun size.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's only like 5'8".
That's funny. I would have pictured him like a lot taller.
I thought so too, and then when I met him in person, I was like, "Aw."
That's funny. Like because I meet so many people with my job through Zoom, sometimes I get to meet them like in person, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you have legs and you're tall. Like, it's it can be a little confusing. Let's see. You see the 3D person.
Oh yeah.
90 more minutes, Whiskey.
90 more. Oh, before he's done.
Yeah.
Well, hurry up, Whiskey. Let's go.
I wonder how tall Valhalla is.
Isn't Val? I thought he said he was like 6'2", maybe.
Really?
I could be wrong, but I thought I heard him say that.
Huh.
Hi, Miami.
Hi, Miami. Yeah, I'm like, my driver's license says I'm 5'5", but I'm not. I'm 5'4".
I know. I float around. I mean, it depends. Because if I put shoes on, I'm like 5'8". But they always say I'm like 5. Yeah, I'm like almost 5'8".
Yeah, the Young Jerks, I didn't get to watch them last night. I had to rewatch some of it just because I wanted to like catch some things that I may not have caught. But I couldn't watch myself. It's so weird. So I ended up watching I actually watched Emily D. Baker just out of curiosity of what she said at things.
Yeah, usually I'm not a huge fan, but she's pretty on point sometimes with the stuff going on.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it, like, I wanted to know a lot about, like, the objections and things like that. Like, I kind of wanted, like, in a different perspective. So,
Oh yeah,
Val is
because
right
she
at
definitely
60.
has that like state perspective. So I like to see what she's thinking, and she's thinking exactly what we're thinking. That what case are you putting on here, dude?
Yeah, I
How are you
think,
connecting the dots? You're not.
yeah, I think she is at the same spot as we are. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, I think she's like, what? We don't know anything.
Well, when you have people like that saying where are we going with this? Like it's pretty apparent that this is not a great case.
Yeah. I don't know if Doink I literally woke up late, rushed my son out the door, and then came on here. My hair is still wet from the rain, so I didn't even check on Doink today. Hopefully, somebody can give us an update, or we'll see him.
Yeah.
I don't know. Wow, Fed is tall, 6'3", almost
Wow.
6'4".
I know my dad's like 6'4", so that's a big boy.
I come from a family of tall people. Like, my mom is like 5'10", 5'11". My dad was like probably close to 6 feet, if not over. And I'm 5'4". So
That's funny. That's just like my family too. Like everyone, all the men are like literally 6'5" and lower. Like nobody's under 6 foot. And then my sister and me are pretty tall. And then here's my mom. She's like 5'3". She just looks so funny around all of us.
Doink was number 5 in the press line. But then
Uh-oh.
somebody said he wasn't allowed in for a week.
Well, he shouldn't be. He is just as bad. If everybody's hating on Turtle Boy, then they should be hating on Grant too, because if you think Turtle Boy is doing something bad to the witnesses, like Grant is just as bad to the defendant. And it should be fair, in my opinion.
Yeah, I
Like
agree.
just because she's sitting there on trial doesn't mean you're allowed to just harass her. And again, honestly, I don't believe Turtle Boy harassed anybody, but he harasses her. And that shouldn't be fair. He should be treated just the same.
Yeah. Grant ate right. Yeah, I mean, he's different. I did hear that Turtle Boy's YouTube got yeeted. We were talking about that in Discord last night. It's down for a week because of bullying the Alberts, apparently.
What?
I don't know. They must have complained
I
to
didn't see
YouTube.
all of it, so I didn't really know what was going on. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I agree here. I'm reading Peter A's chat here. Doink is getting a summons for assaulting a woman. Aiden isn't anywhere near Doink level of harassment. Aiden
No,
asks
he's
legit
not.
questions.
Oh, he does. That's why I feel when they talk about this bullying that he does, it's like not nowhere near what Grant and the other person, whoever was there that one time, like says to people. It's like, come on.
I know he's constantly accusing Karen of like sharing a hotel room with Alan Jackson, like, and even if she was, who cares?
Mm-hmm. But also, you're also screaming you're a murderer at her, and like this hasn't been proven by any means.
Yeah. Grant should be. I mean, he caused like all of that drama.
Yeah, completely.
Aiden got suspended for asking who's the bigger piece of poop, and they said that is bullying.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Yeah, I agree with this one. Grant is like Turtle Boy does bring receipts. Grant just
Well,
makes stuff up.
he every time we see him, he's screaming about her unaliving him and then telling people telling what is it, Aiden, he's a rapist. Like you're just saying these things like all over the place.
Yeah.
Not even funny.
Good morning, Iris. I did not. I'll have to look at that. Was that on Dave? Was that on last night?
Yeah, was that on last night?
Oh, he said not Grant, Turtle Boy.
Oh.
Hi, Pernilla. I was wondering where you were yesterday. Yeah. Well, I think
when he yelled, "I'm disabled," I'm like, with what? Nothing made me laugh harder though.
I like how he's like,
as he's having a tantrum, and then he goes, "Is that a rope holding your pants up?" I almost
it looked
died.
like a shoelace or like
I know
the string of his hoodie.
Exactly. And it was tied in a little bow. I was like, is he serious right now?
I guess. Thank you.
And then what is with his pants? He's got like the saggy diaper butt like in all of his pants.
Those were sweatpants, right? Like, was that real pants or sweatpants that he was holding up?
I can't
I mean,
tell.
they had belt loops, so
yeah.
Maybe. I have no idea.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I agree. The disabled card does not give you an excuse to act completely poorly.
Well, what is it? I want to know now. Those are the questions I want asked. What is he? How is he disabled?
Yeah.
Does
I
anyone
mean,
know what his disability is?
I don't know that he's ever said.
That he's got the brain of a 5-year-old.
But I don't know. I mean, he seems like he's together enough to know better. Let's put it there.
Well, Danny, would you do it if you were going into court? Like, I mean, maybe you would. I don't know. But if you're going to court, maybe like try to get a real help.
I mean, technically,
colitis, like my brother suffers from that stuff, and he is far from disabled. He still works a full-time job like a normal human being. I should tell him that you can get disability for that. He might want to.
Yeah, people who bring their service dogs up, that drives me nuts, because then there's people that actually need service dogs and like because they can't see or maybe they have like a legit like concern that they need that support and they ruin it. I don't like that. And then people get it. I know a lot of people get service dog they sign up for that so they can bring their dog on a plane. And while I don't like that they put dogs in cargo, some dogs are not trained enough to be on a plane. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I don't like the way they store them either.
But I also know people, actually one of the partners I've worked with, he drives all the way across the country with his dog in the car because he doesn't want to put his dog in cargo, but he doesn't believe in like lying and saying it's a service dog. It's a German Shepherd too, by the way, but it's very nice.
That's so sweet.
Yeah. Moral of the story, don't do drugs. Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, I'm not one to judge anybody for doing whatever they do in their free time, but that man does it like on camera and in public. So he's on that podcast all the time, lighting up. So
he's just a trash person. That's there's no way around it.
He's just not a nice person. Like, I don't know. I know. I agree. This is a very good point. If he can cover this trial, he can work.
Well, yeah. He's getting up every day at the crack of dawn, getting in line, getting this stuff all together. Like, come on.
Exactly. I do believe that there is like you don't necessarily have to have a physical disability to have a support animal. Sometimes people legit need them, like for things like bipolar and anxiety. It helps them get through their day. I mean, my dogs help me get through my day, but I don't think it's a legit I don't think it's a legit disability that I could use it. But yeah, people like that need to be able to do it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously for me, it's just a massive comfort.
Yeah. I have an what is the word I'm looking for? Probably an unhealthy attachment to my dogs, but especially considering their lifespan is not that long.
Yeah, I feel that way too. People are like, sometimes I'd rather just stay home with my animals and do things, and they're like, and I'm like, don't judge, mind your business.
I know. I see my dog's face getting whiter and whiter as the days go by, and I'm like, no.
I know. Like, working from home has been just so much fun with, like being able to spend more time with them.
Miami Spice, I'm my pup's emotional support human. I think that's true of my lab. He's definitely a people dog. The corgi, she could probably live without us as long as we fed her twice a day. She's very self-sufficient. We just had like the zoom in on the fan thing, so I don't know if that means anything's happening.
Hopefully. God, it's 9:14.
Oh gosh, yeah, it is.
Chip, chop, chip.
Search and rescue and therapy. Search and rescue dogs, that's some pretty crazy stuff. They have to like walk on like mountains and stuff. I saw some of that. I don't know. I saw like a documentary on like training them. Some crazy stuff they have to like pass tests for. Oh, we've got noise. We've got a flag. And we've got bed.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel, could you come to sidebar, please?
Oh,
God. Why couldn't you do that 10 minutes ago?
Let's review. What witnesses provided evidence or support evidence of Ms. Reed is guilty? No one.
Not yet. I haven't heard a thing.
We have a blob on the yard.
But
maybe.
I don't even believe her.
And she was impaired, and the only one to admit she was impaired so far.
Yeah. Very unreliable lady in my eyes.
But I mean, was she even at the same party? This was a White Claw party, and she was drunk on Michelob Ultra.
I know.
Like,
Also,
maybe she was somewhere else.
did they say they were the last people to leave? Because then that
Before
doesn't mean,
Caitlin, yeah.
yeah, before Caitlin. So I
Oh.
think that was one thing Emily said yesterday too, was like, you don't, was it Emily or somebody? I don't remember who I was watching. But it's like, you don't need to bring in every single person, because now you're just flooding the timeline, because everybody has a different timeline of what happened, what they saw, what time. Like, bring in the
Yeah.
core people and flush it out. Because the
Yeah,
more people you
definitely.
bring in and say, I didn't see a thing, that's not a good look in my eyes. I don't know how anybody else feels, but I'm like, okay, well, to me, that means nobody saw anything.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look good when nobody sees anything.
Yeah. Funny how others in the vehicle didn't testify that she saw a black blob. Well, then they'd complain that it was hearsay, so maybe that's why. But I would like to know if they heard her say that and what she actually said, because what she said is not something a normal human would say.
Mm-mm.
Just like we were talking in Discord yesterday, and I think it was Sue that brought it up. Like, nobody says, can you rephrase the question? Like, they definitely, Lally definitely, or somebody, probably like an advocate or something, told them what to say when they don't understand the question.
Yeah.
They're definitely coached there, which is fine. I think that amount of coaching is okay.
Yeah, because I mean, they're allowed to do that. But yeah, you can tell that's not a normal response. Because I'd be like, what do you mean? Wait, say that again? That would be me.
Yeah. Can you repeat? Yeah, it was definitely Lally that asked for the sidebar. Sidebar.
Oh yeah, they got to finish her though. That was stupid to me too. Like, I'm so sick of Bev cutting it off. Like, how do you know? Ask Lally how many questions he has on redirect, because now we're gonna redirect on this chick, and she's gonna come all the way back for who knows what he's gonna do. He could have just had a few questions, and he could have spent 10 minutes.
Oh, Erin, I'm glad you're on the road. Hopefully you're. She had some car trouble. She's on her way to Dollywood. I hope you are back up and running.
It's really cold this morning, so I haven't opened the windows yet. So you might not hear birds today.
My cat, he's sleeping on the bed behind me, but he heard birds yesterday. There's like birds in the window behind me, or like in a tree there. And have you ever heard a cat like click?
Yes, the clicky stuff they do. Yeah,
He does that at them.
that are so funny.
It's the weirdest thing. I was like sitting here like, what the heck is that noise?
I love that noise.
And then, yeah, he's a strange cat. He can't hear yours because I have the earphone in, thankfully. Otherwise, he'd probably be up here clicking at the computer.
It's just so funny how these headphones pick up stuff, because like I can barely hear them, and then you guys will be like, "Oh my god,
it's pretty loud.
So many birds," and I'm like, "What? I can't even see birds."
Yeah, it's like Snow White's cottage there.
I know. There are some cute ones I saw the other day, though. They're like these little tiny black and yellow birds. I don't know what they are, but my god, they're cute. They're like sitting on my fence, just like chirping.
Yeah.
And I was like,
oh,
there's
Larry DUI guy.
Oh,
sitting behind Karen's side.
But
let's go. Hear ye, hear ye.
That number again that you cited, Ms. McLaughlin?
3.5
3.4A.
Thank you.
I'm sure Larry buddied up with them or talked. He was friends with Turtle Boy. He probably got him in. Because he doesn't have a press pass, I don't think. Oh my gosh. What are we waiting for? Hey, Doink. There he is. All of his stickers.
There he is with his little fro. His little fro hair. He shouldn't be allowed in there.
I can just imagine, like, everybody says that he smells. I'm like, whoa.
Well, he does what he does, and then he uses a shoestring to pull his pants up. I don't think he's very fluent in showers.
Yes, it is DUI guy in the courtroom. Apparently, he walked in with Karen's.
You are
team.
unmuted.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank
Come
you.
on.
You are muted. You are unmuted.
Oh my God.
Board, all rise for the jury.
Lots of new clients for Larry. Huh. Well, that makes sense. Yes. I think I saw her.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated. Morning.
Morning.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We appreciate you being ready and willing to go forward. We did spend a little time this morning with the lawyers moving things forward, so our time was well spent. We appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and
Yes.
refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did you also follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
You know they
in
didn't.
this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, thank you.
Thank
May
you
we
for
have
the
Ms.
reminder,
Nagel,
Peter.
please?
Oh, hang up.
Okay, just make sure you watch your step. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
This is going to be hard at regular speed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you had 2 questions, I'm going
Morning,
to
Ms.
assume
Nagel.
it.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. In regard to the interview or the conversation that you had with Trooper Proctor, were there any other troopers present during the course of that conversation?
Yes.
Do you recall who that trooper was?
I can't recall his name, no.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to January 29th in the early morning when you were leaving the house on 3rd. You indicated that you saw a dark object in an area of the front lawn, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had been to the house at 34 Fairview on several different occasions prior to this date, correct?
Yes.
Ever been over in that area of that front lawn? Was that an area that was used, that you observed by the homeowners or anyone there?
Not really. No.
And what, if anything, do you recall about the lighting in that particular area of the yard?
I mean, it was dark out, but with the snow, it was kind of, you could see a little bit of a glare.
Do you recall any sort of streetlights or anything like that in that area?
I can't recall, no.
Now you see this object, which you described as approximately 5 to 6 feet long, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And in the area of the flagpole, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you saw it, were you expecting or anticipating something over in that area of the yard?
No.
And when you were driving past it, is that the first time that you saw it?
Yes.
Now, if you had realized or had recognized that dark object, 5 to 6 feet long, in that area near the flagpole, had you realized that was a body, what would you have done?
I'll allow it.
I would have, called 911 if I thought it was an actual body,
Okay.
and told everybody else in the car as well.
You said you did, though.
And your testimony again was that you put sort of 2 and 2 together the following day, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
You see? Why? Why couldn't he have asked that
So if you
yesterday?
realized it was a body, you would have called 911, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
If you realized it was a body, you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you realized it was a body the very next day, correct?
The next day after I had a conversation, yes.
You didn't call 911 at that point, correct?
I did not know.
You called the police business line.
I did not know.
Did you speak to any police?
Nope.
Nope.
Right. And you would agree with me, Ms. Nagel, that object became 5 to 6 feet long yesterday for the first time.
Objection.
Yeah.
Not
Ask
necessarily.
ask the question differently, Ms. Giannetti.
The first time you've mentioned to anybody that that object was 5 to 6 feet long was yesterday to this jury 2.5 years after you supposedly saw it, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
It's her breathing into the mic.
All right, Ms. Nagel.
Yeah,
You
it's
are
her.
all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My God, we really had to stop court yesterday for that.
Next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Ms. Terry Kuhn to the stand.
Terry
Who?
Coon.
Who's that?
Who is
While
Terry
she's coming
Coon?
in, can I see counsel just about this witness for a second?
I need a
please?
banner.
Mr. Jack-
Oh my gosh, my cat is groaning. Like he's snoring and groaning. If anybody heard that, it was not me. Terry Coon.
Yeah, who's Terry Coon
I-
supposed to be?
I have no idea. Let me look at the witness list. I mean, is it a cop?
Her name doesn't sound familiar at all.
Terry Coon, UC Davis
Witness
Vet
testifies. I
Lab.
just want to tell you that sometimes we call witnesses out of order. Sometimes
Oh.
witnesses have to be called in a certain time frame because of their schedules or some other instance. And the lawyers were kind enough to work this out among themselves, so we appreciate it. All right.
Oh, so it's an out of order witness.
Yeah. Well, she's from California.
I know. Like, what has she got to say? I'm so curious.
So the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
She looks like she's some kind of expert.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Is this the DNA lady?
Morning, ma'am.
No, the
Morning.
vet lab.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Terry Kuhn. It's Terikun.
And Ms. Kuhn, what is it? What do you do for work?
I work for UC Davis at the Veterinary Genetics Lab in the Forensics Unit.
And what is your job title there?
My job title is Forensic Scientist, DNA Technical Lead. My UC classification is SRA4.
And that UC classification as far as SRA4, what does that mean?
Oh, Staff Research Associate.
And how
It's
long
in the
have you
banner.
worked there?
Almost 25 years now.
And
Terry
I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background, starting with undergraduate. Where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive?
So I went to Sacramento State, or California State University, Sacramento. I received a minor in chemistry and a biological science degree in molecular biology.
And following receiving those degrees, where did you go educationally?
I went to UC Davis and I received a Master of Science degree in Forensic Science DNA.
And was that prior to you joining the lab there, or what, if any, relationship to that?
I actually started my job at the lab after my undergraduate degree in 1999, and I started my postgraduate degree, I believe, in 2009 and finished in 2011. So I was actually already working at the lab at that time.
With regard to the
That's a good one,
forensic
Julie.
program at UC
That's a good
Davis,
one.
What, if any, role did you have in sort of the creation of that lab?
I was actually one of the people who helped establish our forensics program in our lab, and I currently help with all the training, and any future forensic scientists that we employ, I do their training as well.
Now, have you been invited to speak at any sort of conferences or things of that nature in regard to your work in forensic science?
Yes, I've spoken at the California Association of Criminalists, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Northwestern Forensic Sciences, and rural livestock in the Western states.
Have you been published in this particular area?
Yes, I've published 7 times, most of them in Forensic Science International Genetics.
And when it comes to those publications, are you familiar with a process called peer review?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and how that implicates things that are published?
Oh, brother.
So anytime we go to publish, we put out an article to whatever publication we would like to, and it goes through a peer review process, which that article is sent out to peers in our industry, and they review our work to see that it is solid. And if they approve it, then the article does get published.
Now, over the course of your years with the lab at UC Davis, how many forensic samples of DNA have you tested?
Oh, in the thousands.
Now, if you could describe to the jury the type of work that your lab performs.
So we have 2 sides of our lab. We have a service side, which provides diagnostic testing, parent verification testing, and then we have our forensic side. We do animal parent verification as well. We also do match comparison, which we compare samples to see if they're coming from the same source, and we do species identification.
Now, what kind of cases do you typically see like in the lab?
We can do anything from homicides to helping people see if remains are their lost pet to provide closure for them.
And what are the sort of
Oh,
different
that's
types
kinda
of
sweet.
agencies that you've done work for over the years?
Don't fall for the fifis.
We've worked for police agencies, humane agencies, animal control agencies, and even private individuals, anybody who believes they can use our services.
And the lab that you work for at UC Davis, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is. It's accredited. Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Nothing.
Answer my next question. As far as the lab
This is
accreditation, can you
a
explain
vet
to the jury
lady,
sort of what that process
David.
is and what's entailed in accreditation?
So our lab is accredited by a group called ANAB, and that's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation. They accredit labs to ensure that the policies and the procedures that we're following, they set a standard for those, and they come and check our standards. Are we meeting those standards? And it's also the same standards that most crime labs are associated with.
Now, in reference to that, labs that do DNA testing specifically and only in regard to humans, the accreditation that your lab has versus the accreditation that those types of labs have, what any difference is there between them?
There's no difference. The accreditation is the same.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what exactly is DNA?
So DNA is the blueprint of your life. It's what makes your eye color what it is. It's makes your hair color, how tall you're going to be. And you get 1/2 of that from your mom and 1/2 from your dad.
And where is DNA found?
So DNA is found in most cells. It's in the nucleus of the cell. You get one copy of DNA per cell. There's also another kind of DNA called mitochondrial DNA. And in a cell, that is found in the plasma of a cell, and there'll be thousands of copies of mitochondrial.
And if you could explain sort of the difference between mitochondrial DNA versus what would you classify the other type of DNA?
So nuclear DNA is, again, that individual type of DNA. It's the DNA that where we could say that that's you or that's a particular animal, and it would be a statistic of, 1 in 3,000 or 1 in 350 million type thing. Mitochondrial DNA actually runs along the maternal line. So if, you're a mom and you have a couple kids and a grandma there, they would all share the same maternal type.
And how is DNA used in forensic science?
For what we do in forensic science for animal DNA, we use it for parent verification. We use it for determining if two samples come from the same source, and we use it for species identification.
And is DNA testing just generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain for the jury sort of DNA typing, that process? How does that work? What is it sort of specifically that you do?
So the main steps are when we get a sample, we need to lyse open those cells. That DNA is in the center of the cell, and those mitochondria are there, but they're protected by a cell wall. So our first step is to lyse that cell wall and release the DNA. Once that is done, we want to see how much DNA that we have. And so we have something called qPCR, or quantitative PCR, that allows us to tell how much of that nuclear DNA is in a sample. From there, we would go to a DNA typing. As you can imagine, if you only have one copy of DNA in a cell, it would take a lot of cells to be able to visualize that DNA. So we have to go through a process of making multiple copies. We use something called pointers. It tells us what parts of the DNA that we're looking for. That can vary from species to species or from test to test of what we're trying to do. And we amplify that in a process called PCR. And that can be you could think of it like a photocopier. Every time it goes through a cycle, it makes a copy. So if we start off with one copy, we get 2. From 2, we get 4. 4, we get 8. And by the end of this cycling, we have millions of copies that actually allow us to be able to visualize that DNA. And then the last step is actually visualizing it. The DNA actually has to run through a matrix. It's kind of like a sponge with all the little holes. Small pieces of DNA go out first, and we can see those first, and the larger pieces of DNA come out last. So it's allowing us to both see the DNA, and it separates it by size.
And did you do the forensic testing with regard to samples that were submitted to your lab in this case?
Yes, I did.
And as far as those steps that you just described, are those the steps that you followed in regard to this case?
Yes, they were.
And do you have sort of standard procedures for what you do in the lab?
Yes, we have standard procedures or SOPs that we follow for all of our work that we do.
And so fair to say in this case, you followed those same sort of standard procedures and protocols?
Yes, I did.
Now, what, if any, efforts are taken in your lab to preserve the evidence or prevent contamination?
So what we do to preserve evidence, prevent contamination, one of the things we use is a bleach product. So anytime we're using a surface, be it for sample collection, doing PCR, doing the extraction, we're wiping down everything with this bleach product, doing our work, and then wiping it down again. Samples are stored according to what we have. So dry evidence is stored in a locked cabinet. Wet evidence, such as blood, is stored in a fridge. Tissue is stored in a locked freezer. The fridge is also locked as well. So they're also kept in their original packaging, and they're sealed, and they're only unsealed and used when they're being actually manipulated for sample collection.
Riveting.
And
Oh my God, I know.
samples did you receive in this case?
In this case, we received 2 swabs.
And,
From?
Governor, may I have just a moment?
Yes.
Oh. You're close.
Governor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs. I just asked you to look at those and then a couple.
Okay.
And just in general terms, you recognize what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes, this is the evidence that we received.
And those photographs that you would have taken as you were unpackaging the samples in this case?
Yes, and they contain a sticker on there that has our case number, the date we received it, and my initials.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Thank you.
Oh gosh,
Thank you.
the time it takes to put stickers on things.
Oh, I know.
Maybe I have bad posture because I feel like she's sitting normal.
What did they examine? His clothes?
I don't know. I think so. I don't remember ever hearing that they tested the body.
They never did. Not for dog DNA.
But the clothes were in the back of a car for
Your Honor, may I return these to the
Weeks.
witness and with the court's permission, may I publish them to the jury?
Yes.
yeah.
Ms. Kuhn, now placing before you, what I placed before you has now been marked as Exhibit 74 to 80. With regard to the first exhibit that you have before you, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 74?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe to the jury what we're looking at in this?
Thank you.
So this is the evidence that we received. The little sticker on the bottom is the one that we applied at our lab. It includes the case number, the date, and my initials. And we do this to ensure that we can show that this is how the evidence arrived. It arrived in a sealed and packaged manner.
Is that a Stop and Shop bag?
I don't know.
Basically
We'll
used
find
as a
out.
book cover with duct tape.
Good Lord.
I hope so. A sealed bag, yeah.
And the following exhibit number 75, that's essentially another photograph of the same packaging.
Yeah, I don't know.
So it's the same packaging, but it's the back of the packaging, because in this instance, that actually shows where the evidence was sealed as well and the date as well.
And who, if anyone, or what entity did you receive this package from?
Can I look at my notes? I don't recall the exact entity.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Thanks. So the client in this case was the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Adam Lilly.
And so, but as far as these samples from whom you received, was that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
They were the people I was in contact with about sending them. We consider the client is the one who submitted the sample on our submission form.
But the person who physically sent the sample from one lab to the other was the MSPCL, is that correct?
Let me look at their form here. There was a form that came with it as well. I need to find it. So yes, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police Forensic Services Division Crime Lab was the one who submitted the samples to our lab.
And are you familiar with, or did you have any conversations with a forensic scientist at the State Police Lab in Massachusetts named Maureen Hartnett?
Yes, I did.
Is that someone that you had worked with on prior cases in the past?
Yes, I have.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, number 6.
Morning, Baker.
Hey, Baker.
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
So that brown packaging you saw before, this was actually what was inside of that brown packaging.
What is that?
And the next exhibit.
And this is that same item that was inside, but the back side of the packaging.
Yeah, what is it? What is it already?
It shows the 2 swabs that were contained inside that packaging. And that was the first swab that we selected for testing.
Is that motor oil?
Yeah, what did they swab?
What's contained in
Already.
those photographs is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you received and sort of how you delineated those items as far as labeling them by your case number?
Yes, it was.
And for the case number, as far as the FCD and the number, sort of how was that determined or what does that mean?
So FC always refers to forensic case. In this case, D is for dog because they were asking for dog DNA testing. If it was C, it would be for cattle. F would be for feline, but the FC is always the beginning part. The third letter always kind of denotes what species we're looking for.
Now, pursuant to receiving those particular items, are you also given any sort of identifier as far as from the outside lab or the external vendor, as far as what label they have for the sample or where the sample came from the outside lab?
We did receive a piece of paper that with the submission saying it was taken from a shirt.
And do you recall specifically what the item number was or where it was swabbed on that shirt?
Lally will.
Moderators.
No, do you remember that?
I do not. It would be on that piece of paper, I believe.
Would that also be delineated somewhere within your report and your findings?
The case number would be in our findings.
And I'm sorry, not specifically in your findings, but within the context of your report with that.
In the
Charlie.
report, the case number that they gave us is listed in the
Where are we
report.
going?
Your Honor, do you have your report with you, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to refer to a report to that information.
Yes.
So for the Mo Raiders and people just coming in, we're talking to this vet lab person from California. They're saying she's out of order, I'm guessing, because she's probably coming in the middle of all the actual witnesses. But she's apparently going to tell us that the bites were not from a dog, or the clothing didn't have dog DNA on it. I have no idea. We'll
I don't know
see.
either. We'll see.
And Brandon, thank you. C, do I want to say this out loud? C stands for Men of the Sea, also known as... I didn't get it.
Read it again.
Oh, got it. Thank you,
Yeah.
Brandon.
I got that one, guys. High five to me.
I'm not awake yet. All right. Let's get back to it.
Usually it takes me 5 hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, what is that?
Did you want the case number there?
The case number and the item number.
So the case number was listed as MSCLP number 22-02184, item 7-18.16.
Now, with reference to these samples, did the samples arrive as you expected as far as their packaging and things of that nature?
Yes, everything was arrived sealed, and as you saw, that was documented in our with our photos, and it's also documented in my notes.
Did you test all of the samples that were submitted now?
Yes, we did.
And what is it that you were asked to test?
We were asked to determine species via canine qPCR. qPCR is that quantitative PCR that tells us how much DNA is in a sample, and it is specific for canine, because the next goal they asked is if we could develop a DNA profile to possibly use for a comparison with a reference sample to be submitted later. If we weren't able to see anything with canine DNA there, we were asked to do our species tests called meat ID.
Now, first, with reference to the
Okay.
sort of nuclear DNA testing that you did,
Oh my Lord.
what were the results of that initial testing?
For the canine qPCR testing, we did not see any canine DNA.
And when you
I
say,
don't feel like there would be any on the
Could you
clothes
explain
anyway.
the
There was no
jury
rip
what was
marks or
found upon that?
anything.
What are you looking at and what are you seeing or not seeing?
What if it was a
that
mountain lion?
leads you to that?
So the canine DNA we're looking for in that is that nuclear DNA, that DNA that's used for an individual, because the idea was if we see canine DNA in the quantitative qPCR, then we know we have canine DNA on that swab, and we can try and use that to develop the DNA profile for a later comparison.
I think it's, I don't
For
know.
the questions that you were asked or what you were asked to test, upon not finding any canine DNA
God.
in the PCR testing, the qPCR testing, what, if any, steps did you take next? What further testing was done?
The next test we performed was our meat ID test. It's a general species test, a test for 12 species altogether. They would include dog, cat, bison, cattle, horse, sheep, goat, mouse, rat, pig, and
It
rabbit.
was a goat.
I'm pretty sure I got them all, but I can't guarantee.
Boy.
Now,
I agree.
and I'm sorry to jump around here a little bit, but when going back to sort of the qPCR testing, can you explain to the jury sort of what is it, what type of instruments are you using and what exactly goes
She said
into
goat.
that process?
I want to know where they
So we're
swap.
taking the sample
What is
and we're
people
using
swap?
primers
Lally
that
doesn't even say.
concentrate, that point to a small piece of DNA for canine, and it's supposed to amplify it. And every time it's amplifying, it's actually releasing a color, fluorescent color that it's measuring. So if there's canine DNA, this fluorescent color keeps popping up, and it gives it a measurement in which it will tell us how much of the canine DNA we have. But in this case, the test did not see any fluorescence for canine DNA. So it was a negative result.
And then as far as when you say canine DNA, is that dogs specifically, or what, if anything, else would be included within canine?
In this qPCR test, other canines will work, or canids will work, like wolves, coyotes, and we are now doing some further testing on foxes, but we have not concluded those tests.
Now, as far as the meat ID test that you're talking about, that sort of second, can you explain again to the jury sort of what is involved in that and what are you doing with regard to that?
So the meat ID test actually targets the mitochondrial DNA, which makes it a little bit better. There's, like I said, there's 1,000 mitochondrial in a cell versus that one nuclear DNA. So it's a lot more there. It's also a circular piece of DNA, so it's a little bit more hardy. It sticks around. And we have regions of the mitochondria that are specific to each of those species that I listed. And if we have, let me see this here. We have pointers that actually will give us two different peaks. If we get two peaks that are both for pig, we have a pig result. If we get the two peaks for dog, we have a dog result, or the same can go for any of the species that we have. If we only get one peak, then we don't quantify that as being a positive result for that species.
And so you would need more than one peak in order to make that sort of opinion or qualification as far as species goes?
Right. We always have to have the two peaks for the species that we're getting results for.
And so with regard to the meat ID testing that you did with these swabs, these two swabs, what, if any, results did you receive, or what, if anything, did you observe upon completion of the testing?
So for both the swabs, we did see pig. And we also actually I did a little bit of a test where we only concentrated on the dog portion of the meat ID. You can think of it as when we have all 12 species there, there's a lot of competition going on. By just concentrating on the dog meat ID, it eliminates all the competition. It gives us a better chance of getting a result if there is canine DNA there, and that result was negative. So the only result we got for both those swabs was for the pig.
Pig?
What?
And so again, just to be clear, as far as
You had a
the,
Baconator.
canine was concerned, was not even one peak from what you.
There was absolutely no canine DNA.
So it was a pig?
Now, as far
Okay.
as the pig is concerned, what, if anything, could that be from?
I don't know where that could come from. That would be speculation on my part.
I think so.
It's a sensitive test, I can tell you. So, yeah, it would depend on where that shirt had been and what.
Wait.
I love
This is a
that
good
Brandon
point.
is screaming from the rooftops. This is adorable.
Cop haters will love this.
Oh,
I just put that together. Oh my god.
oh my god. I did too. Good one. Oh, that's kind
This
of
is funny.
funny.
Anyway,
Well,
that was a bad cop joke, but we needed something here. This is so boring.
oh my
And
god.
did they say where it came from, like the samples, or is Lally purposefully not?
I didn't hear it. So I feel like we just wait till the defense will clear it up. It's fine.
Yeah.
But the
I
person
hope
had
they
been
make
dealing
a
with
cop
it.
joke too. That would be great.
My question, I guess, is if it, as far as the source, could that be from beyond just an animal? Could it be from some other source, such as food or something like that?
Yes, it could be from food. We have tested the meat ID test. In fact, that's what it was developed for, was for testing food products. And so we've seen it come from cooked pork, cooked bacon, in terms of the pig.
You're saying it
I do
did.
remember
So do you
those were
like
tested
rub bacon all over a shirt?
specifically.
Is that what you were testing? This is so stupid.
I imagine being behind
How-
reading this chat. That's funny.
How can anyone take this seriously right now?
Norma, I have just one
Maybe
moment.
Chloe ate the Baconator. She practiced on a wild boar.
Oh my God.
It's Lally's buckle swab. Oh, that's mean, but it's
Lastly,
funny.
just to be crystal clear, from your testing in regard to both qPCR and the meat ID testing, there was absolutely no canine DNA that you observed on the two samples that were submitted to you from the State Police Lab, Massachusetts.
That's correct. We observed no canine DNA.
Thank you.
But somehow there
Right,
was pig
Mr. Jackson?
DNA. That's fine. All right. Come on, Jackson. Axon Jackson, let's go.
Oh man.
Good morning, Ms. Coon.
Hi.
Just to finish that thought, and start off, there was no canine DNA detected in your testing, correct?
Correct.
So when you say there was no canine DNA, that's a little bit of an overstatement, correct?
There was no canine DNA in the swabs that we tested.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. So
The end.
Pretty much.
the Massachusetts State Police did not send you any actual items of clothing or cuttings or source material, did they?
No, they did not.
As a matter of fact, the only thing to be tested were the swabs that you received, those two swabs that we saw very nicely photographed.
Yes.
You'd agree that your analysis of those swabs is only as good as the starting material with which you have to work, correct?
That would be correct. I only have the swabs to test. That's the only thing I can talk about.
So the integrity of any DNA testing has to start foundationally with the proper recovery techniques for what's being tested, what goes on the swab.
I have no idea how the agency collected the swabs.
So you're left, I guess the next question would be, you're left to assume that proper techniques were used to swab the source material.
Yes.
And for a forensic scientist, that assumption may not always be valid.
Well, in cases cases can vary for us. Sometimes we get the actual source material. Sometimes we do get the swabs. It's dependent upon the agency sending it in. It depends on their policies and procedures, which I cannot dictate.
Right. So that because if the swab is not collected properly, where the source material is not swabbed properly, then you're left with sort of a garbage in, garbage out analysis, right?
But I wasn't there to see the swabs being collected, so I have no idea.
It
I
was the
couldn't
shirt.
comment on that.
So that answers my next question. You were not present when the swabs were taken, correct?
No,
You couldn't oversee the collection of those swabs.
no,
You didn't take the swabs yourself.
no,
And you never did receive any of the source material from which those swabs were taken.
no, only the 2 swabs.
You do understand very clearly from your testimony and the UC Davis, University of California Davis lab, and the impressive work that y'all do, you do understand proper protocols for evidence collection, correct?
Right, when we do collection at our lab.
For one thing, you keep proper logs, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in your report, there's a log, a couple of pages of logs that literally detail down to the minute when somebody touched those swabs, correct?
Correct.
That's because it's important to maintain those types of logs.
They, somebody earlier, I think Danny T said that they mentioned a shirt, probably very briefly, very quickly, and did not want to talk about where the shirt was stored.
Oh, yeah. Because it was bad.
As who said it? Totally not a Russian bot said trunk trousers,
Mhm.
which I like. I like that term. It's a good one.
To avoid contamination on the one hand, right?
I don't know if keeping the logs maintained
Mouth
prevents
breathing.
contamination.
That's a fair correction. The logs would give you an idea of who touched something when, and if there was some contamination, you might be able to work backward to figure out how that contamination occurred.
Correct.
That's why the logs are in place, correct?
It's to be able to see step by step where everything was going.
It maintains a very, very specific chain of custody.
Correct.
So everybody that touches those swabs or that item, it's going into an evidence locker or coming out of an evidence locker or being tested. That's highly, highly regulated, and it's marked on a log.
It's documented in my case notes and it's documented on our internal chain of custody.
So there's literally multiple documents that that memorialize the movement of that evidence, right?
As it goes through our lab, yes.
Right. And your lab, that those criteria include the time that something was touched,
Yes.
the place where it was touched,
We don't document the place.
meaning it was taken out of this particular locker and put on this
Oh,
particular-
yes.
The person that manipulated those items or that item?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about the processes that your lab undertakes to avoid or reduce contamination.
Correct.
You were asked that by Mr. Lally on direct examination. You recall that?
Yes.
You went through what your lab and the accreditation process, the protocols that you employ to make sure that contamination is reduced, hopefully to a minimum.
Yes.
But you don't know what any other lab might employ in terms of their reduction of contamination processes.
No, I don't know this.
And you specifically don't know what the Massachusetts Crime Lab did or didn't do with this subject material before you got the swabs.
Correct.
You don't know if they took any steps, as a matter of fact, to reduce contamination of the source material before the swabs were taken.
I don't know anything about how they took those swabs.
You would agree that, for instance, if the source material had been tossed on the bottom of an ambulance floor, that could encourage contamination of that source material.
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I don't know because we haven't tested that sort of thing.
Well,
It's an interesting question. I do agree, but we have not done any validation, which would be able to prove that sort of thing.
well, I guess what I'm asking is if the item is supposed to be not contaminated, right? It's supposed to be relatively pristine, and it drops on the floor, that might encourage contamination of that particular item that's supposed to be left as pristine as possible, correct?
Yep.
Again, I don't know the history of the item, so I couldn't speak to it.
All right, so I think you have to move along from that.
If in fact the source material was not packaged properly, could that encourage contamination?
But I didn't see how the items were packaged.
I'm not asking that, Ms. Gill. I'm asking you hypothetically, if an item, a source item that's going to be tested, is not packaged and handled properly, that could encourage contamination, correct?
I have not seen that. What I have seen when something's been packaged incorrectly is I've seen the induction of mold growth, which has prevented bacteria, which causes bacteria, which eats away at DNA. So it doesn't give me contamination, but it does mean that I don't see DNA.
There might be, if something is handled inappropriately, for instance, if something is handled sloppily before it's tested, it might reduce the validity of the ultimate test that's undertaken, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that.
Why?
There are certain proper swabbing techniques involved in the preparation of a swab, correct?
Yes,
That includes wearing gloves, using clean tools, correct?
correct,
It includes proper documentation of the swabbing.
correct.
The documentation might include the location or the description of exactly where the item was swabbed. Is that right?
Correct.
That would be helpful in your analysis to know exactly where something was swabbed.
No,
What about any visible markings to show where swabbing was taken? Is that normally done?
it varies from lab to lab what we get. I unfortunately can't dictate what every other lab does. They all have their own policies and procedures, and we work with labs across the United States and the world.
If you were swabbing something in your lab, which is an accredited lab, would you encourage marking exactly where something was swabbed so it could later be documented?
When I swab things in my lab, I actually circle on the item. There's a note with the case number, my initials, the date, and also a ruler present in the photo.
So if we have to go back in your circumstance that you just described, if we have to go back and try to replicate exactly where that swab was taken, you could do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you think that's obviously an important protocol?
That's the protocol in our lab.
So the swabs that are used are sterile swabs, obviously.
Yes.
In fact, isn't it true that crime labs discourage, for purposes of DNA swabbing, discourage the use of swabs with wooden sticks because they can encourage contamination as opposed to plastic sticks?
I have not heard that.
The swab is supposed to be moistened, right?
I do suggest that people moisten with water in order to make a better transfer.
And that needs to be distilled water, sterile water. Right?
Sterile water.
And you swab over an area of interest. And then generally you would photograph the area that's being swabbed, correct?
I do.
You would want to air dry that swab completely
Yes.
before you package it. Is that right?
When I do my collection, I don't need to air dry my swabs because their next step is actually the extraction process. So I'm not doing collection and then pausing. I'm doing collection and starting my extraction.
As a matter of fact, when you're collecting biomaterial, tissue samples, for instance, blood, other biomaterials, you would not want to package those in plastic because that would encourage some sort of mold growth.
Mold and bacteria, yes.
So it's discouraged putting blood, for instance, in plastic containers.
Correct.
You certainly wouldn't put blood material that you're working with in non-sterile containers, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you put biological material in non-sterile containers?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We don't have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and
Didn't do it.
they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You wouldn't use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Use a solo cup.
Objections.
Oh, stop.
You
know
would
it's
maintain
stupid.
a strict chain of custody over that item to ensure the integrity and the admissibility of that DNA evidence.
I did, yes.
And I think we've covered this. You may have answered this already, that your personal protocol is that you actually photograph where everything is being swabbed from, correct?
Correct.
If there was DNA present on a source item, and it wasn't sampled properly or swabbed properly in the right spot, then that DNA would likely not be detected, correct?
I don't know why, I don't know the circumstances or why you would swab things, in a specific spot. I know in my lab how we do things.
What I'm asking is, if you have a source material and there's DNA over here and it's swabbed over here, you wouldn't expect this swab to detect that DNA.
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll let it stand. I'll let him have it.
So I
strike.
promise. And she's letting them have it. Oh,
Yeah.
how generous of you, Bev. I
Thank you.
I think some people are mentioning the police department collecting this evidence. I think what we heard before was that Lally did this.
Well, Lally sent it in, I believe she said, but like it was collected by
Oh, okay.
state police, which probably Proctor and all them,
Okay. Still,
doinks.
why didn't they send it directly? Well, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's best not to ask.
Yeah, because she
questions
said
here.
that, and then he like, but who, da da da, and she had to look at the paperwork. I remember.
Okay. Oh my. Well, it's a disaster either way.
Right. Yep.
What information were you provided about these two particular samples?
I wasn't really provided any information. I had to work with
True.
the person from the crime lab asking about what they wanted to test and try and narrow down the testing in terms of species, simply because it helps us make sure that we're directing the testing in the correct way for the answer that they're or for the question that they're answering.
Oh, for the
So knowing the
answer that they're
species in this
looking
case
for?
was
You were gonna
important.
say it.
It also made it so that we made sure that the testing was affordable as possible.
Understood. Would it be important for you to understand the condition of the material that was being swabbed as you engage your analysis?
I'm not.
Condition meaning, was it clean? Was it dirty? Did it have blood on it? Did it not have blood on it? Things of that nature.
No, since we don't get to choose how evidence is given to us, nice and clean with nice and clean DNA would be perfect, but that's not our perfect world we get samples from. So
Hardly ever happens, does it?
no, it hardly ever happens.
It would be important, however, to know whether or not there were obvious inhibitors on the source item when it was swabbed.
Knowing that there's dirt would be helpful, or possibly blood, because those can inhibit, but not necessarily. We don't necessarily have to know that ahead of time.
Were you told in this instance that the swabs were taken from a garment that had blood on it?
No.
Is blood an inhibitor?
It can be, yes.
Is garment dye an inhibitor?
Yes.
Were you told that there was blood on a dyed garment when you received the swabs?
No.
Your report indicates that the swabs that you did test, these two swabs, quote, did not indicate the presence of canine nuclear DNA, but did indicate the presence of inhibitors, end quote, correct?
That was in our qPCR.
Right. You explained that, quote, this result is obtained when either, number one, the canine nuclear DNA is degraded, is that right?
Correct.
Number two, it's, quote, obscured by inhibition, end quote.
Quote.
Or number three, there is no canine nuclear DNA present, correct?
Correct.
So in your report, you indicated that there are three reasons that you list for the possibility of not finding or not detecting the canine nuclear DNA in that sample.
Correct.
All right. Two of those three reasons allow for the idea that the DNA is actually present, but it's either obscured by inhibitors or it's so degraded that it can't be detected.
The nuclear DNA.
Right, but it still could exist.
It could, yes.
It's just not, you can't see it if it's obscured, and you can't see it if it's degraded.
Correct.
Explain how an inhibitor works in your testing.
Excuse me, an inhibitor just actually stops the PCR process from happening. And so therefore you would see no results.
So did you find inhibitors in this sample?
In the nuclear DNA testing, yes.
And was that the qualitative polymerase chain reaction test, qPCR test?
Yes.
And in fact, an inhibitor is pretty much any chemical that's literally going to inhibit the enzyme from helping make the copies.
Correct.
Certain dyes inhibit,
Yes.
and certainly blood inhibits.
Heme from blood, yes.
Except
And because of that, at least in that sample, the nuclear DNA sample, you're not saying that there was no canine DNA there. You're saying that the testing did not detect it.
In the qPCR nuclear test, correct.
And you've heard, obviously, there's a famous quote in science that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right?
Correct.
Can you describe for the jurors what that phrase means?
Objection. Sustain.
It means just because you don't find something means it's not there.
Objection.
Sustained.
Really?
Come on.
You were able to detect the presence of pig DNA, right?
Correct.
And I think you said on direct examination that that could come from a number of sources, including food sources, right?
Correct.
Could come from dog treats.
Pardon me? Yes.
Could come from dog treats. Matter of fact, there are dog treats that are pig ears, literally. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe so.
Or it could be that the shirt that was the source material was contaminated and not properly preserved.
I can't say where that DNA came from.
You're not aware of any feral pig populations in Massachusetts, are you?
I'm not.
Dog saliva would obviously be a good and a rich source of DNA, correct? You agree?
It depends on the context. We have cases where, I can refer to 2 cases that we did recently where there were small bites and we were able to get nuclear DNA from those sources.
Because there's probably saliva.
Yes.
Right. So saliva contains active, living, growing cells that slough off in the salivating process, right?
Correct.
That's why oftentimes for 23andMe or other companies, they want you to swab the inside of your cheek.
Right.
With DNA, right?
Yes.
So that's a relatively rich source of DNA, you would agree.
It depends on the amount of contact in the attack.
However, dog claws, the claws, would not be a good source of DNA, would they?
No.
And the reason for that is because the claws are
question.
like human fingernails. They're made of keratin.
Correct.
Keratin is dead, hardened cells,
Correct.
and not a good source for DNA.
Not in terms of scratching. We can do something where we pulverize them and we can get DNA from them then.
But you have to have the claw.
Yeah.
Generally, yes, we have to have the claw
You gotta
material.
have the
I
dog.
spoke over you a little bit, but I want to make sure we're clear about that. You're talking about you can possibly get DNA in a mitochondrial test if you have the claw and pulverize the claw.
Correct.
Possible to find some DNA. But in terms of touch DNA,
We don't.
difficult to find it from a claw.
I really can't speak about touch DNA because it's not something we've tested or validated in our lab.
So you didn't have any claws that you tested here.
No.
As a matter of fact, you were just testing swabs from a shirt.
Correct.
And you've already agreed that keratin is not a good DNA source because it's dead cells. Not
Correct.
live. Okay. Would you agree that one of the reasons that it's difficult to detect canine DNA, it was difficult to detect canine DNA in this case is because it was potentially degraded, right?
Objection.
Ask the question differently.
Sure. In your report, you indicated that there were 2 obvious possibilities of not detecting the DNA. One was obscuring because of inhibitors, and one was degradation. The DNA would be too degraded.
Again, that was for the nuclear canine DNA.
Understand. So to be clear, in your conclusion, you're not testifying today that there was no dog DNA on that source shirt that was swabbed. You're saying that the 2 swabs that you got did not detect the DNA, correct?
In our meat ID test, we also have a test for an inhibitor. It's also called an IPC. It's the same internal positive control.
Lies.
And that's what did not work in the nuclear testing. It did work, and it worked very well in the test on the meat ID. So there wasn't any inhibition that we were seeing on the meat ID test.
But that's the ID test that you found.
Right, but it also was testing for dog at the same time.
But when you tested for dog for nuclear DNA, that test was either inhibited or so degraded that you couldn't tell.
For the nuclear test, yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Ms. Kuhn, on that last point, it was, when pertains to the nuclear DNA testing, was either inhibited, degraded, or wasn't there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as samples in your line of work, are you typically going like outside of the lab or going out to like a scene or anything like and collecting samples in that regard?
No, everything is sent to us.
So when you're collecting from a sample, it's done in the lab setting, is that correct?
And if we get the item, we're collecting it. But we have times in this case where the samples are sampled at the other crime lab, and then we just get those samples. So it happens both ways.
Now, if you recall, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Hartnett or anybody from the Massachusetts State Lab in regard to the swabbing or the collection process?
It's who you think it is.
So I'm going to allow it.
I gave her our basic swabbing practice. Even though they are a crime lab, I would assume that they would know what they were doing, which would be to swab with a sterile swab, using sterile water, allowing the swab to dry completely, and then packaging in paper and storing at room temperature before sending it to us.
And when you received it, and those 7 photographs before you, was the packaging that you received, was that appropriate? Was that what you expected?
Yes, it was what I expected.
And you described on direct, as far as the mitochondrial DNA testing and the meat ID as being hardier DNA, is that correct?
So yes, the mitochondrial DNA is a hardier DNA. There's a lot more of it when we're testing for nuclear DNA. Like I explained before, there's only one copy of DNA in a cell, which is for the mitochondrial in one cell. There's thousands. So you can have a lot more there. It makes for a better test, at least in terms of species. It's just a more sensitive test.
And there were no inhibitors or anything like that in the mitochondrial, the meat ID testing that you did?
No, the IPC worked very well.
My mouse just died.
Thank you. May I approach just to retrieve these?
Yes. Did you have anything further, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly.
Okay.
You indicated that you gave Ms. Maureen Hartnett
I can't even
certain protocols to follow
mute.
in terms of her swabbing and recovery. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Hartnett had also failed certain of her proficiency exams?
Objection, Your Honor.
A couple months earlier?
I am going to strike that, and the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Well, she did.
All right, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. Could I see counsel just briefly, please?
Oh, boy.
Well, you were pointless, so be on your merry way.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my goodness. So what'd y'all think of that? Is that enlightening? Like, you don't even know where they swabbed for all of this big DNA?
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, call Mr. Ryan Nagel to the stand.
Okay.
Ryan Nagel! I don't know why I screamed that, sorry.
And Mr. Jackson and Ms. Giannetti, you're prepared to go forward
I
with
don't
Ms. Little's
think,
absence with
Steve
Mr.
Swifty's
Nagel?
there with him.
Okay.
It's just Larry. Ryan Bagel.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Oh, look at him with his little suit. All right, hopefully he just tells the truth.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your
I know, Farrell.
name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Nagel, Nagel.
And Mr. Nagel, where do you live?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton?
30 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my girlfriend now and her son.
And prior to that, who, if anyone, did you live with?
My parents, my brother and sister.
And you have 2 siblings, a brother and a sister?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your sister's name is what?
Julie.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
Yes, she
I'm a
is.
union tin knocker, which is HVAC.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 12 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a weekend.
And at some point,
Exactly, Patty B.
you recall going out on that evening.
Yes, I do.
And where did you go and who, if anyone, did you go out?
I went to CF McCarthy's to begin the night with 2 of my friends, well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
And so your girlfriend at the
Now
time
my
was-
ex-girlfriend.
Heather, Maxim,
And your friend Ricky, what's his last name?
Dantano.
And you and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, how long had the 2 of you been dating?
Probably about a year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long had the 2 of you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to C.F. McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
Been there plenty of times before.
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the 3 of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table. To my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
Do you recall sort of what side of the bar?
I was on the, I believe I was on the left side, near the bathrooms.
So if you're walking in on the left side towards the back.
Correct.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Jeez, I don't know, probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe.
And do you recall how it was that you got there? Like what mode of transport did you take?
Oh, Ricky drove.
And Ricky drove his own vehicle, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
What kind of vehicle did Ricky have?
I believe it was a 2018 F-150 pickup truck.
Recall the color or anything like that?
Gray, dark gray.
And he picked you up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And was Miss Maxon with you when he picked you up?
Yes.
Now, as far as C.F. McCarthy's was concerned, you're at a bar, you were drinking, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Recall what you were drinking?
Probably beer. It's usually what I drink.
Do you have a particular brand or anything?
Coors Light.
Why does it
And,
matter
as
what
far
brand
as
of
your
beer he
girlfriend at the
drinks?
time, Miss Maxon, do you
What's
recall
that?
what, if anything, she was
Relevant
drinking?
question.
I would probably say beer as well. I'm probably either Bud Light or Mick Ultra.
And your friend Ricky, was he drinking?
Oh,
as
the
well?
Mick Ultra.
Yeah, he had a few.
And if you know about how long were you at C.F. McCarthy?
Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Now, following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text and we went to the Hillside, which is on the other side of town.
And you're familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes, sir.
And when you say it's on the other side of town, about how long is the drive sort of between C.F. McCarthy's and Hillside?
Probably 10 minutes.
And when you arrive there, how many friends are we talking about that you're meeting up with?
It was just one other gentleman.
And fair to say when you get there, you have some more drinks?
Yes, sir.
Same thing?
Yep.
And if you know, in total, sort of over the course of the evening, as you're going from one place to the other, how many beers did you have?
Oh, probably between, I don't know, 5 to 8 maybe, give or take. I'm not sure.
And is that a large amount or a normal amount? How would you?
I guess for the weekend, it'd probably be like a normal, maybe.
He
I
wasn't
guess.
driving.
And you weren't driving that night?
No, sir. No, I was not.
And about how long was it that you were at the hillside?
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it that you went?
I went to pick up my sister Julie because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
And so you were at the hillside when you received the text from your sister, correct?
Correct, sir.
And did she,
He is
anything
Cindy.
she indicate as far as where she was or where you were going to pick her up?
She said she was at her friend Brian's house.
And is that friend Brian, is that someone
funny, I
you're
don't know.
familiar with?
Yes, sir.
And who do you know that person?
Just my sister's best friend since they were kids.
What were you drinking? What was everyone
You know
else
what his
drinking?
last
How
name
many
is?
drinks did you have?
And his house, had you been there before?
I've driven by it a few times, yes.
What he
That's someone
drank
you
and
would
who
sister up
he was
on
with?
part?
is
Yes, sir.
And again, as far as when you leave from the hillside and you're going to this address, did you know what the address was, or did you have to ask your sister for it, or
No, I already knew where the house was.
did you know specifically what the address was, or you just knew generally where?
I didn't know the address. I know the street name, but I didn't know the number.
What did you know the street name?
Fairview.
And as you're, so you exit the hillside, get in the truck, and who's in the truck at this point?
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather is in the back seat.
And the back seat, as far as Ricky's truck is concerned, can you describe sort of what that is?
It was like a jump seat. It's a crew cab, so it's got like the suicide doors on the back.
And by suicide doors, you mean they sort of open up in like sort of a triangle? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Stop saying that word.
Now, about how long was it after you received the text from your sister to the time that you sort of jump in the truck and start to go over there?
Probably 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she wasn't say come now. She just said, when you get a second, you come pick me up and bring me home.
And if you know about how long a drive is it from the hillside to there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes, maybe.
And as you're driving
So we
along,
waited
as far
like
as the
40
address
to
is
leave.
concerned, is that-
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
No, he's not law enforcement. He does HVAC something.
Yeah. He's the brother of Julie, the chick that was on the stand this morning. And
Yeah. The one that she
said
sent
saw the
packing.
blob. Yeah.
something that you gave to Ricky as far as the GPS, or were you giving him sort of verbal directions?
Verbal directions.
And do you recall what you sort of said as far as where to go?
Yes, sir.
And what was that, sir?
Like the direction we went, you mean? Like the
I
street?
think we can move beyond that, Mr. Lally.
Thank
What
you.
I'm trying to ask,
Jesus.
sir, is, as you're approaching
real.
Fairview, do you recall which side of Fairview or how you approached Fairview?
I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left.
And as you're coming down Cedar Crest with Fairview on your left, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of in front of the truck?
I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
And can you describe the other car that you saw coming up?
It was a black SUV.
And was that a black SUV that you were familiar with or anything like that?
No, no.
I didn't get the end of the question, please.
I'm sorry.
Sir, if you could just, and I know it's difficult, but if you could just wait till I finish the
Yep,
question.
sorry, sir.
So the stenographer.
And it takes 10 years to finish the question, Ryan.
So
just
I'm sorry. So as you were
relax.
coming up and you see this black SUV, did you recognize it as something you had seen before?
No, sir.
And when it's, so you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
And with regard to Fairview being on the left, what, if anything, had Ricky done with respect to the vehicle to signal the left?
He put his left blinker on.
And that other vehicle that was coming in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their direction?
They had their right directional on.
And so as a result of that, what, if anything, did Ricky?
He flashed his headlights to let the person go
What?
because they were going to beat us, obviously, to the turn. So.
And when they were coming in, so they went first, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ricky's truck then proceeds behind that black SUV onto Fairview.
Yes, sir.
And as you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house.
No, he's
where
supposed
did
to be
that
a good
black
witness,
SUV
so we'll got to see what he
Probably
says.
about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
came up to the same house that you were going to? Is that
Correct, sir. Yes.
What did I skip?
And as far as the vehicles being the black SUV and Ricky's truck, are they facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
I was having mouse issues.
And which side of the truck
And a
that you're in
yogurt.
is facing towards the house, Brian's house?
Say that again. Sorry.
Very poorly put question. So with regard
Yeah.
to the truck that
A lot
you're
of them are,
Yes.
Lally.
in,
Let's
is
move
it the
along.
driver's side, the passenger side, or something else that's facing the house?
Oh, passenger side. So my side.
So your side and the passenger side facing the house.
Yes, sir.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you stop in front of the driveway, about how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Probably a car or a car length in front of me. A car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck?
Do you
Ricky's
see
truck
it hit
and the
a
black SUV in front?
6'2"
There's
man?
nothing, sir.
And
'Cause-
at any point in time that you were there in front of the house, would you observe anybody get out of that truck? I mean, get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. You know, get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes.
And do you recall seeing her exit from the house?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit and how did she come up to the truck?
Like what you mean?
So he
So
is kind of. Go ahead.
No, I'm just kind of like confused, right? Because if he says they pulled up together
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't see anybody get out,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't done yet to say they left because I believe he saw them leave because from what we read in the documents. So then I'm so confused. Now I'm so confused.
I'm confused too. And he keeps speaking as if he was driving, like this car was in front of me. I mean, that's not how I really speak when I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I would say us, probably.
Mm-hmm.
If I wasn't driving. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't really care.
now that doesn't really make sense at all. Because I mean, I can understand if like you were there, they were there like ahead of you, and you may not have seen him get out of the car. But from his statement, he saw Karen only in the car. But then he never saw anybody get out of the car. So then,
Yeah.
what? I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
But
Jeez.
he noticed his sister coming out of the house and he's going to give us every detail about that. So,
Jeez, oh Pete, yeah.
Like what door or?
What door and how did she?
I would say the side door next to the garage.
And how was it that did she come across the lawn, down the driveway? How did she come up?
Guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house on Fairview, what was the weather doing at that point?
It just started to snow, sir.
what was the weather
And as
doing?
far as accumulation on the road or the grass or anything, did you see anything like that?
Very little. Wasn't too much on the ground yet.
And as far as when your sister was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really looking for that.
So not anything you noticed?
No, sir.
So she comes to the truck. How was it that you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window, open the door? How did that?
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, oh, would you guys like to come inside? I looked over at Ricky and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Because obviously we were out for a long time. So she goes, no, I'm gonna stay a little longer. And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
And from the time that your sister came out and the time that she went back in the house, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
A relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Now, as far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle at any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, I'd say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that occur?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about car and a half.
Further away from us.
Facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up, or did it move up again?
No, that was the only time I saw her move.
And when you say the brake lights, what part of the brake lights were you looking at?
The only reason I noticed that it was the brake lights and not the regular parking lights because the third light above was on.
And so above, sort of in the center of the back of the vehicle?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Brake
As
lights
far
are on.
as
You
any
didn't
of
see
the
anything
other lights or any other
busted.
part of the vehicle, what, if any, damage did you observe on the vehicle at that time?
I did not observe. It was dark out.
Boom.
And as far as when the vehicle moved up from one position to the next position, what, if anything, did you observe in the roadway as far as tire marks in the snow or anything like that?
I didn't really observe any other tracks in the snow besides the car in front of us.
So you did observe tire marks from the car in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, but no other tire marks that you saw?
No, sir.
And as far as around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
And did you see any footprints in the snow or anything like that?
Doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No, mainly because obviously it was late at night and I wasn't really looking for any of that.
Who left first?
I was gonna say, come on, Lally.
Tip,
Does she
top,
think
tip.
she
As far
sat there?
as,
Yeah.
your sister, when she comes out to the truck
Can you
outside, how would you describe, did she seem overly intoxicated to you?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it seemed like she had a few.
Was she slurring the words or stumbling as she was walking?
No, sir.
Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Let me ask, from the time that you
She
came
already
down,
said she was wasted.
Mm-hmm.
you came down from Cedar Crest, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, the black SUV is in front of your vehicle sort of the entire time, correct?
From like the point I turned onto Seacrest, you mean?
Yes.
No, the only time I saw the vehicle was when we probably got up 100 feet from Fairview.
And I'm sorry, it's a poorly put question. What I'm asking is, after you turn from Cedar Crest on the Fairview, that vehicle is in front of you the entire time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
And so you watch your sister Julie go back up to the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
So to make sure she got inside okay?
Yes,
And did you observe her go inside the house?
I did. Yes.
And after she gets inside the house, what, if anything, did Ricky do with the truck?
He pulled out to go around the SUV in front of us and then to go home.
And as far as pulling out, as far as sort of the distance between the truck that you're in and the SUV that's in front of you, did Ricky put it in reverse and then have to like maneuver around, or could he just sort of pull away from the curb?
He just pulled away.
So they
And
left
as
first.
he's going by,
Okay, so they left by,
the
went around her.
dark SUV, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to?
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
And that would be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Could you see where the dome light was, as far as in the left, right, or center of the vehicle?
I was in the center.
And can you describe the person that you saw? Where were they? First of all, where were they in the car?
No.
They were in the driver's seat.
And can you describe what the person looked like?
It was a woman.
And how do you know that it was a woman?
Had long hair.
And do you know what color the hair was?
No, I didn't. I wasn't really paying attention to it. I was kind of just watching Julie go in as we were pulling away.
Your direction was to the house as you were watching Julie go in and Ricky's pulling away sort of simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
So that's why you're looking over in that area of the house?
Correct.
And the woman that you see in the driver's seat of the vehicle, Could you see her lips moving as if she was talking or anything like that?
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that.
And as far
Hold line
as
on, it just doesn't make sense to me at all.
what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing, or how was she seeing?
Seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Now, as far as the
I like
other,
10 and
what,
2.
if anything else, did you see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person at the time. I wasn't really looking. It just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
And so your head's already turned in that direction, looking to see your sister get inside the house, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And so as you're going by and you make these observations of this woman in the front seat of the vehicle, what, if any, movement did you do of your body or your head to look into the vehicle?
I just turned my head as we were driving by to watch Julie go in and then turn straight, look forward.
Okay. So it's not as if you were peeking forward or going back to get a better view inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
Now, during the time that you were outside of the house, did you hear any noises or see or hear anything coming from that vehicle in front of you?
No, sir, I did not.
And as far as within your own vehicle, when Julie comes out, what, if anything, did you or Ricky do with regard to sort of the radio within?
Turn the music down. We had music playing.
You had music playing as you pull up, turn it down when Julie comes out to talk.
Correct, sir, yes.
And at the time that you're pulling away from the curb, had you or anybody sort of, turn the radio back up?
Not that I remember, sir, no.
Now, with reference to when Julie comes out and you open the doors so that you can talk to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir, yes.
And did you open just the front passenger door or the back door or both?
I opened my passenger door, that was it.
And you were expecting her to essentially get in at that point, is that fair?
Correct, sir, yes, I was.
Now, when you opened the door to the pickup truck, the passenger side door, what, if anything, happened with the dome light inside the truck?
It went on.
What are these questions?
Now, after you go past the dark SUV, where did you go from there?
To my house, sir.
And as far as your house, who, if anyone, gets dropped off there in addition to yourself?
Just me and Heather.
And Ricky then leaves from there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that road on Fairview to your house, about how long a ride is that?
5 minutes.
And when you left the roadway on Fairview, the vehicle that you had seen after it initially pulls up an additional car and a half or so, when you left, was it in the same position after its movement that you observed?
Yes.
Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. Marissa, relax. These are all YouTube approved. And then something I'm not repeating. Thank you. I wasn't going to pretend it wasn't on screen. I was waiting for a good time to pause.
Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, they were clearly blinded by the dome light. I'm not. I don't know. I mean,
because she wasn't there very long.
Yeah.
Where was John? You didn't see John anywhere?
Maybe he was puking in his pants next to the car.
He opened his pants up and just
barfed
in there. Like,
I mean, he's tall. You would think you would see him.
I don't think I've ever had a moment where it's just, I don't know. I've never peed in my pants, so I don't know what that's like.
Me either. Were you mad at your sister for making you come out there for nothing? Yeah, I want to know this question too. These are the important questions, Lally. Like, how mad were you?
But I mean, like, I feel like you'd see the guy standing somewhere. He's 6'2". He's not like hidden. He's not like a little 5 foot. Like, man.
That's a lot of.
And it's not like there's a ditch or anything, so he could be like standing in the ditch taking a pee or something. It's just flat ground. So
And he would be raised up like probably a few inches from the curb, like if he was
Yeah.
actually sitting there or standing on it.
And you drove right by, so you're gonna see a head peeking out from over the car or something like. And because they were in the driveway, right? And then she was parked on the side of the road,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, your viewpoint is you're gonna see that side of the car. I don't know.
Yeah. Whatever.
But he didn't see any damage.
Yeah, that's
It was
big.
okay. Yeah, Brandon's right. It was snowing, so maybe.
I mean, maybe she didn't hit him yet. I don't know.
I know, but she's just waiting. All right, they passed. All right, punch it.
Right. And he's just standing there like, oh, I'm going to hide and then you can hit me.
Yeah. And from all of this so far, because everybody's like, well, what if he was really wasted or whatever, and he had no clue. I don't believe he was wasted at all. And I don't think she was wasted at all either, according to what they've shown us so far.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to publish a couple of photos for use with this witness.
Okay.
What photos could you
Ms. Gilman,
possibly
if I could
have? It's the house, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yep. Show me where she came out of.
So, sir, right before you on the table here is a laser pointer.
Okay.
You guys hear it?
Thank you.
He's away from the mic
So,
now.
Mr. Nagle, up on the screen, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize it to be?
Say that again.
What do you recognize it to be?
That it's the Albert's house.
And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like at the
You got that?
you were there in the early morning of the 29th?
Looks like there was more snow than what I came to.
Thank you. Someone said that.
Yes, sir.
Now, with reference to Ricky and the truck, if you could, using that laser pointer, do you see that area of the street in front of the house where Ricky parked the truck?
I do, sir. Right about there.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 72. Now, the area that you were describing when you first pull up to the house and the dark SUV is in front of you, do you see that area within this photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, next exhibit, excuse me, number 73. Again, what's up on the screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And within this photograph, you see that sort of secondary position where the vehicle moves up and where you see it in that secondary position.
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph you're looking at. Thanks. And from that side of the yard, is there any sort of landmarks or anything else that you observed sort of in the area where that vehicle pulled up to in that secondary position?
I know there's a flagpole there, and there, I believe it's an electrical box along with bushes.
And it's the flagpole, you observed that in this picture as well?
Yes, sir.
If you could just briefly direct the jury's attention to that as well. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that.
Brandon.
Oh my God.
Now, can you describe the exhibit I just handed you? You handed me a snow globe for some reason. Stay away from my kids.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That would actually be really awesome if Lally just melted down and left. Oh, man. Well, I'm glad we got to see that picture again. I forgot what it looked like.
I like that he said, well, there's a lot more snow than when I was there. So,
Yeah. And did he say she came out of a different door than she said? I mean, she was drunk, so she might not have known.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, I didn't either. Alrighty.
I might have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And there's a curve in the road there. So
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Your Honor.
I thought so.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
She may have been
A
confused.
couple of questions for you. Since
Probably
January
nothing.
29th, have you been contacted by anybody from either the Albert family or the McCabe family about the circumstances of January 29th, 2022?
No, I have not, sir.
Have you been contacted by any other person other than the Albert family or the McCabe family since January 29th, 2022 about your testimony or your statements?
About my statements, no, but I mean, me and Ricky are best friends, and obviously it's things that we've brought up in the past.
So-
Yes.
I didn't mean to speak over you. So you and Ricky, and how do I pronounce his last name?
Dantano?
Dantano. You and Mr. Dantano have obviously discussed the circumstances of that night
Yes, sir.
and what happened.
Yes.
Did that change your testimony in any way?
No, sir. No, it did not.
You were interviewed by a Massachusetts state trooper on or about February 7th, 2022, correct?
Sounds about right. Yes.
Do you remember which state trooper that was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
So I see, oh, sorry, Larry. That was a bad pause game as well. But yeah, I don't see Chandler there. It looks like that border tape is right there. They may have only been able to get one seat for them.
Yeah.
And Gunnar, thank you for the super chat. She did say front and he said the side one. Yeah, I thought maybe somebody had said it before and I was like, that's weird, but I know it probably doesn't really mean much. Oh, that makes sense. Chandler's streaming the trial on Larry's channel. It is Larry, and with his eyes closed. Sorry.
Name Michael Proctor sound right?
No, sir. I don't think so.
You don't believe it was Michael Proctor?
I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm not sure.
Do you remember the state trooper that did interview you had a
Poor
partner
guy.
named Yuri Buchnick?
Tired.
Yes. That sounds familiar. Yes.
During that interview, you told and I'm just going to call him the trooper since you don't remember his name, the trooper and Yuri Buchnick, that there were two other people in the car when you approached 34th Fair.
Say that again.
You told those two troopers that there were two other people in the car with you, Ricky D'Antono.
Yes. In my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were well aware of the identity of Ricky D'Antuno and Heather Maxon. D'Antano and Heather Maxon at the time.
Correct.
As early as February 7th, 2022.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about your approach to Fairview Road. You were coming along Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
You would have been going west-ish. I know it's a curved road, sort of west. If Fairview goes north and south,
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
you would have been going west and then turning south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You indicated that the SUV, the dark SUV, beat your car to the intersection. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And because the car was ahead of you, Ricky flashed his lights as a courtesy to say, you got the turn.
Correct, sir.
Because both of you were approaching the intersection, but the SUV was closer.
Correct, sir.
You pulled up to Fairview and stopped relatively close to the driveway, as you've indicated to the jury, correct?
Correct, sir.
And your car was as much as 3 car lengths behind that SUV. Do you recall that?
When we arrived,
Yes.
I would say car length and a half at the time.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023 by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection? Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know. 2023 may have been the feds.
Oh,
let's.
I'm trying to.
Just listen to my question.
No, I understand.
Were you talking to
He
by
said it.
anybody? Don't say who. Just tell me if you were talking, yes or no?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection as to when that interview took place if you saw a report?
Yes, sure.
Okay. May I approach you on it?
Yes.
They've said it a few times. And it's still
And then a
not in.
highlighted portion at the bottom. If you wouldn't mind taking a glance at that and look up to me when you're finished reviewing that.
They're not allowed to bring up the federal investigation. That was
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
a motion.
Can you show Mr. Lally what you showed the witness?
Does this refresh your recollection, sir, that you indicated in that interview?
Just two parts. Does it refresh your recollection?
Understood.
Or
Does that refresh your
they're
recollection?
not allowed to say
What
it's
you may
a
have said?
federal investigation.
Yes.
So there was an interview in May of 2023,
Yes.
and you did indicate some distance that you were behind the SUV in that interview.
Yes. Well, at the beginning, it was only a car length and a half. And then probably at the end, by the time we left, it was about 3 car lengths.
Okay, fair enough. So at the end, it was as much as 20 to 50 feet ahead of you.
Give or take, yes.
Okay, so 50 feet, obviously further than the length of this courtroom.
Correct.
All right. So at a time when you were in the truck, still stationary, that SUV had pulled ahead of you at least 3 car lengths, correct?
By the end, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I meant, sorry.
You've already indicated, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snow plow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
All right, fair enough. When you got to the location, you indicated that you had texted your sister that you were arriving. Is that
Correct,
right?
sir, yes.
How long before she came out the door to meet you at the car?
Since I like the text, you mean?
Correct.
2 minutes, because we were coming down Cedar Crest and I texted saying we're almost there.
And then once you got on Cedar Crest, it's just a few seconds to drive up to the driveway at Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did she text you back?
I don't remember.
You had your phone out.
Yes,
It was in, I'm guessing it was in your lap or in your hand.
I would assume yes.
Okay. So for a period of time, while you were inside the cab of the truck, as you were pulling up, you were monitoring your phone to determine whether or not she was going to text you back, step out of the house, whatever.
Yes.
Finally, your sister did come out the front door. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And when she came out the front door, you were looking toward the right.
No, when you say front door, like there's 2 doors to the house.
That's a good point. There's let's call it a front door, which is the classic front door, and then a side door.
Correct, sir, yes.
Which door did she come out?
The side door next to the garage.
Okay, so that would have been close to 90 degrees from where you were seated. You would have been looking to your right,
Yeah,
not
Yes.
necessarily looking straight ahead.
correct.
All right, so for that period of time, as you're looking to your right, you see her come out the side door,
Yes, sir.
and you watch her approach down the driveway.
Correct.
So at this point, you don't know what's happening with the truck in front of you in those moments.
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time.
Okay. You indicated that you said on direct examination that you believe that once she was out and at the truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time that I was there, probably between 2 to 3.
Do you remember being asked how long, if you know, were you talking with Julie out in front of the house, and you indicating under oath a little over 5 minutes, I would say?
I mean, if you got it, sure.
Mayor,
I mean,
Yes.
whatever you guys have.
I'm sorry.
Can you tell
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
do it
Lally what
again.
page it is or something?
May I have that back for 2
Yes, sir.
seconds?
Yep.
It's a little snippy.
Thank you.
Just take a look at that highlighted portion and look up when you finish.
For real.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Nagel, does that refresh your recollection?
Seems that yes.
Okay. And is it, in fact, was it your testimony that back in May of 2022, much closer to the event in question, that you indicated under oath that y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes?
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
Okay. You indicated that you opened up the truck door, is that right?
I opened up my passenger door, correct?
So that does that, in a F-150, does that automatically open up the suicide door as well?
No, it does not. There's a handle
Okay.
on the inside of the door to open.
So it was just the passenger door that was open?
Correct, sir.
Got it. And your sister Julie would have been standing in the crook of that door, correct?
Yes.
So the door would sort of obstruct something to her right or toward the front of the truck.
Correct. That would be the door.
Right. How tall is the truck? Is it lifted?
It was, yes.
Okay. So that door is probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high, no.
Okay. You indicated that while she was out there, you turned the music down so you could have a conversation with her.
Correct.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to come in the truck and leave, correct?
Say it again.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She asked that, yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about either you staying at 34 Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left, if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe. 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth, during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right, she's engaged with you, looking straight ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes.
At some point, she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And then Ricky figured out, okay, we're gonna get out of here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all wait long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watched her walk in the house.
Okay. And that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir, yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point, after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here.
I mean, may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night. Obviously, I had a few drinks. I'm out looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on. So.
Right. But the point is, as you sat there and you testified about this before, you noticed no damage on any of the taillights.
Not to my acknowledgement, no.
Okay. There's 3 taillights, one to the left, one to the right, and one center top.
Correct, sir.
And you didn't notice or note anything out of the ordinary with regard to the rear of that truck.
No, like I said, it was dark out.
Okay. At any point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward?
No.
Okay. At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
It's a big deal. Why would you object to that? Did
At
you
no
see
point
it?
did you see a person laying on the lawn?
No, but I also wasn't looking.
He said his friend was
But
driving.
you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
The SUV in front of you.
Correct.
All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying on the ground anywhere around that SUV, did you?
No.
And it's not just that you didn't see that SUV hit a pedestrian. That did not happen while you were sitting there, did it?
Objection.
No worries.
You can go ahead and answer that.
No, I did not.
After you drove away or drove up slowly in order to drive away, you were the passenger, or as you drove away, I should say, you were the passenger closest to the SUV as you would be passing it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
You looked out the right window of that F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you could actually see inside the SUV as it sat there idling, correct?
Correct.
That's because the dome light was on. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
And you noticed that the dome light was on inside because you could clearly see what was happening inside the SUV at that time as you passed by.
And I wasn't directly looking inside. I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Right, but you did look inside that SUV.
As I passed by, yes.
And you saw one person.
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
Female with long hair, is that
Correct.
right? And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV?
No, not to my acknowledgement.
As a matter of fact, you were asked that in prior testimony, and you indicated in response to that basic question, no, she was alone, correct?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay.
Just to be clear, sir, she was alone as far as you could see, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
All right.
why do all these
So
witnesses?
this is a great time to take our morning.
Court, all rise. You're following, please.
That was a lot of nothing.
I mean, really though, he again. I didn't see anything, but I wasn't looking. Like, still, I just don't. I've never been in this situation, but I feel like I would have saw something, even just passing by. They weren't like speeding off; they're just driving by casually,
Yeah.
casually enough that he saw her sitting there by herself.
And
And you wouldn't see some big old guy laying sprawled out on the lawn. You're like, what the heck's going on there?
yeah, exactly. So he didn't see anybody. He didn't see a broken taillight. He just saw Karen sitting there
You
in the
never saw
car
anybody get out of the car and go in the house.
with the dome light on, though. That's weird. Maybe she was trying to figure out where the heck she was to get home.
Well, I know from what we've read, she's sitting in the car. Obviously, she was sitting in the car a minute, and I believe she was texting him. I don't remember for sure, but I think she was texting him to like, because I don't know if he was planning on, if the whole point was he was supposed to run in for a few minutes,
Well, that was
or
the
if he was
original
staying.
plan, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So this guy kind of, I think, just destroyed Lally's entire case, if he can be believed.
Yeah, if you, I didn't think he was fighting or anything. I think
he was actually
mean-
probably one of the most truthful witnesses thus far, actually.
yeah, he wasn't
he-
seemingly.
And he basically just said that he didn't notice a completely shattered taillight, which he probably would have. He noticed the mid light, the top light, and brake lights are red, right? Any dude that knows anything about a car knows that brake lights are red. And if they're white, something's wrong. This dude said that his buddy's truck was lifted, right? So they clearly know things about cars. It's no longer lifted. He's clearly a car guy of some sort, right? He probably would have noticed. And he's also just said that John O'Keefe wasn't in that car. Said there was only one person in the SUV. John O'Keefe was not, which kind of destroys Lally's entire hypothesis, in my opinion, because if they're claiming that he was never once in the house ever, where the hell was he? Was he laying outside the car and nobody noticed? Like, they would have noticed that too. Oh.
That's what I mean. That's what I was saying earlier. Like he's like 6'1", 6'2", right?
6'2".
So yeah, where was he? If he was standing on the other side of the car, I feel like you'd see a head, you'd see somebody. Was he crouching down? Was he like, I don't.
But they would have seen it. They would have seen it because it was that side of the car that was facing the house, right?
Exactly.
So John O'Keefe's door would have been facing the house, and it would have been right there. Like, they would have seen it. They would have seen John O'Keefe get out of the car. The dome light was on, so they could see pretty much everything. Like,
But isn't it confuse you? Because it's like he says, "Oh, they saw the car pull up. Obviously, they pulled up at the same time," is what he was making it sound like. And then he never saw anybody get out and go anywhere. Then where exactly? Like, where did he go then? Then what are you talking about? I don't know.
I'm just wondering, like, if the door opened and that's why the dome light was on. Like, maybe he was like bent over trying to get something out of the back seat. Maybe that big puffy coat. I don't know.
Can we take a second and acknowledge the fact that they found pig DNA?
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
right. That joke was just, oh my God. Somebody was making cop jokes in the chat. That was funny.
Once I put that together, I saw that and I was like, oh my gosh, like that's terrible.
So the Alan Jackson was talking about the inhibitors, or is that the right word?
Yes.
Is it? Okay.
I think so.
So the cops would have known that, right? And if blood is an inhibitor, all they would have had to have done is put a little bit of John O'Keefe's blood in that sample. The DNA would have come back to John O'Keefe, and then it would have been normal read, right?
They also said that like clothing dye.
Yeah.
Good.
And they
also,
found that
sitting in the back of a cop car for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Probably break things down.
in an old grocery bag that may or may not have had bacon in it at one point.
Yeah.
God, this is insane. This whole processing of this crime is insane.
It really is.
Like, I feel bad for this family because they're never going to get justice because the cops didn't do anything. All they were like, Karen did it. Yep. Okay, cool. Let's not worry
It's
about
more
anything
plausible.
else.
It's more plausible, in my opinion, that this dude that was just Ryan Nagel, the guy that was driving. What's his name?
Yeah, Ryan Nagel.
No, the driver though.
I don't remember them.
Dontano or something.
Yeah, whoever the Dontano kid is. It's more plausible to me that these guys left that house pissed off because they drove all the way out there for nothing and the sister didn't come with them. So they torqued out of that driveway at a rapid rate of speed, as young men have been known to do, especially in their cups in a giant lifted pickup truck, and hit John O'Keefe with this truck. That seems more plausible to me than Karen Reed hitting him.
You know what? No one would ever know.
No, they sure wouldn't. And if it was lifted at the time and it's not anymore, that would have changed the height of the truck. Who knows what damage they may or may not have repaired while doing that, right? And it would have made it much, much less likely that they would have ever looked at that truck in the first place.
Yeah. So you're right. I don't understand the concept of like, she pulled in, we didn't see anything, we didn't see anybody get out, but we didn't see anybody in the car, and then she just waited till what, like everybody left, and then she was like, all right, let's go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna punch it right into my boyfriend.
Jess, we actually don't know where the swabs were taken. They didn't document that.
I think they said shirt, but they didn't
where
say
on the
exactly.
Shirt? Like the button up here, the back, like nobody knows. The sleeve.
There's just rub it down the shirt. Like, yeah, who knows?
If Chloe did attack John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe had a puffy jacket that never appeared after that, any dog DNA would have likely been on the outside of that jacket anyway.
Right.
And where are all the rip marks? Because if they
in his hoodie, there are none.
Shirt. Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, that bothers me too. I mean, yeah, his sleeves could have been rolled up when he was doing it, but we have no like rip marks on the shirt or anything.
Right.
It's pretty stupid.
It is also stupid because it makes no sense. And Lally's doing nothing to tie it all together for us.
Well, not yet anyway. I don't know how he's going to tie all this together, but it like I've been saying, he's not proving that Karen Reed did this. He's proving that the Alberts didn't. And he's not doing a very good job at that either.
That's what I've been noticing. I mean, I've noticed that a while, but you did say it. And then I was thinking it too.
I think
yesterday,
I'm not the first one to say it. Like, I'm not going to take all the credit on that one, but.
Well, no, but I mean, I think that you're the first person I've heard say it out loud. Like, actually, is like, wow, it sounds like he's really just chasing around the defense, and whatever they do, that we got to prove otherwise. It's like, you're not really, you got to take it's your case, dude.
Yeah.
You need to prove that Karen Reed did this and how, and show us more of the, like, we don't even know, like, really the extent of his injuries.
After this case is done, I want to get EDB's opinion because she was a prosecutor for a long time. So far, right? And maybe better facts will come out still. We've got several weeks of this nonsense. But so far, I couldn't imagine being a prosecutor and bringing this case to trial.
No.
I really couldn't. Like,
No.
he's just up here making an ass out of himself.
I mean, I really don't think that they ever thought it would.
No, I don't think so either. I think they were trying to get her to do a plea deal. I think they were just trying to make it go away.
100%.
The sad part is no matter what happens after this, if fingers crossed, Karen Reed gets off if she's innocent. So far, in my opinion, she is. But if Karen Reed gets off this, they'll never bring another trial. They're never going to charge anybody else. This is going to go away no matter what.
Oh, for sure.
And that's another indicator of a cover-up, y'all.
Yeah. Well, I do wonder what's going to come out of the FBI investigation.
The federal investigation should be, we'll see, I guess. I have little faith in the feds anymore.
My thoughts too are like, they're just gonna, once this is all said and done, they're just gonna be like, meh.
I mean, I think like if anything happens from that, like people might get like desk duty for a little bit.
People need to go to prison, like for the rest of their lives.
100%.
I mean, who's going to want to be a cop in that town now?
You couldn't get me to be a cop anywhere now. Like at one point in my life, I would have been, I would have considered it, been for it, whatever. But there's no way today. No way.
Not nowadays.
Well, no, I guess he's the assistant though, isn't he? He's not the actual DA.
Yeah.
No, that's what I mean. I was like, wonder if it was Morrissey really pushing this. And unfortunately, Lally's like, he has to do it.
Yeah.
Dory K, my bad. As far as I understand it, it's corruption of some kind, but they're kind of hush hush on it, I think, as far as we know.
As far as I knew, it was like they're investigating the investigation.
I hope they're investigating Trooper Proctor because that dude.
Yeah, I believe they are investigating him and like the investigation and like even the DA's office. I thought too.
Good, lock them all up.
Yeah,
because this investigation was a mess, absolute mess. And oh my God, Proctor! I hope we get Proctor today. Come on, make my dreams come true.
I know.
Jude says I have credible info but can't say who. I know Turtle Boy's got pretty good info on it as well. And I know he's spoke out about some of it. I just, y'all know me. I can't remember things well.
Yeah. Perjury is never
so
unless they need to get somebody else. Hence the Kayla Montgomery thing.
Right.
They use it against them to do something.
Well, it from what the lawyers have been telling me for the last year, it's a bad look to, especially if it's a victim or a witness, right? In your case, and then you're going to try him for perjury. So like you built this whole case off a lie, and now you got to live with that as well as charging your victim or witness with perjury. So most perjury charges don't go anywhere or get charged.
Yeah, that's what I see a lot too.
I think if Karen were smart after this and she's found not guilty, it would be wise of her to just move to a different state or a different area.
Oh, I sure the hell would. I'd be gone already.
I mean, yeah, there's going to be people that have heard her name, but not to the point of up there.
Outstanding. Y'all, so many people are so close.
I know.
Dave's going to be here in about 3 hours. Texas Jen's going to be here in about 3 hours. Miami Spice is going to be here in about 3 hours. Lil D Danielle's going to be here in about 3 hours. I'm not sure when Ghazi's getting here.
Party time.
Last night was so fun, y'all. I picked Baker up at the airport. The first thing he says to me is, "Why is it so humid here?"
Yeah, it is the South.
It is a temperate rainforest, and it was literally raining 5 minutes before you got out the door. So there's that.
Yeah. Oh, that's so fun. And then you went and got a Baconator.
Yeah, we were gonna go to Bojangles to get some chicken, but they were closed, so we had to settle for a Baconator.
Settle.
Can't investigate and know how high it goes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Jude. I know
I think
Aaron
that's
O.
the one you were referring to.
Yeah. Yeah. I know Aaron O is like in Nebraska on her way out here.
I know. How fun.
Well, so to go back to that question, sorry. Karen Reed's life being ruined after this, potentially, like she's gonna definitely, like, she's not gonna ever escape this, right? It's gonna follow her forever. But she could, and I don't know her personally, obviously, I don't know what she's got planned. She could use this as a launching point, you know what I mean? And go all kinds of places with it. She could start doing something in the justice field, getting corruption outed in police forces and DA's offices. She could do something with victim advocacy groups for false, who knows what she could do. Could go either way.
100%.
Bev's back.
Oh yeah.
Here we are. Here we go.
Baker is staying with someone.
Yes. At an undisclosed location.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Ms. Heather Maxon to the stand.
Okay.
Ah, jeez. Are we really going to go through the whole car now?
Who was it? I'm sorry. The
Heather.
Well, unknown.
The ex-girlfriend from the car.
Oh, Jesus. The unknown. I don't know if qualified immunity counts if they find it in the investigation that they were framing her, right? Like if they find corruption in the investigation, I don't know if they still qualify under qualified immunity.
Yo, how awkward was it that they're no longer dating? They probably had to go sit next to each other.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and
chipper.
spell your last name?
She's so happy.
Heather Maxon, Maxon.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Plainville,
And how long have you lived there?
my whole life.
Do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 4 years.
Ma'am, if I could direct your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2020.
I don't care what she says. I like her.
I do.
And do you recall what
It's a happy little thing.
The weekend, Friday, Saturday.
And as far as the evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans or where were you on that evening?
I was with my boyfriend at the time, Ryan, and we were out in Canton at local bars.
And your boyfriend, Ryan, his last name is Nagel?
Correct.
And did he live in Canton at the time?
Yes.
Was in Ryan Nagel's car.
All about what time it was that you left to go out to a bar that night.
I don't remember. No, sometime in the afternoon.
Legendary,
And
did
who,
you
if
send
anyone, did you go with in addition to yourself?
Malort to Baker, USPS?
Our other friend, Ricky.
That was Ricky?
I hope so.
Thank you for being a member for 3 months. Is that on Baker's or yours?
It's on Baker's.
That's
I can't-
Baker's.
I can't tell where.
So in the comments, Baker's will have just the YouTube symbol. Mine will have the little chain link above it.
Oh,
There you go.
there we go.
I got you, girl.
Yeah, I heard the lip smacking too. I want to unhear it. All right.
Every time you say it, it makes
Dan-
it more apparent to me. So
Tono,
dang it.
And how do you know Ricky Canton?
through Ryan.
He's friends with your boyfriend at the time, Ryan?
Yeah, yes, correct.
And at that time,
Move
sort of
along,
in
Ryan.
January 2022, how long had you and Ryan been dating?
I'd say about a year.
And did you know at that time sort of his parents, siblings, things like that?
I did,
Jamie,
yes.
look at private chat.
And how many siblings is Ryan?
2,
Brother and a sister?
correct.
And what's the sister's name?
Julie,
The older or younger?
Boy.
younger.
Now, at some point you said in the afternoon or so, you go out to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall where is it that you went?
We were at C.F. McCarthy's.
Thank you
And
for
how did
making
you
us
get to-
suffer.
well, prior to going to C.F. McCarthy, where were you?
At Ryan's in Canton.
And do you recall how you got from Ryan's house to C.F. McCarthy?
I don't remember, no.
What I'm asking is, do you recall, did you drive, did Ryan drive, how did you?
Actually,
to
I
C.F.
don't know
McCarthy's?
either.
I drove.
And do you recall, if you drove, do you recall where you parked?
I don't.
C.F. McCarthy's, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
Yes.
And do you recall, generally speaking, when you came into C.F. McCarthy's, where it was that the three of you went?
Can you rephrase the question?
Where within the establishment do you recall were you seated at the bar, at a table? Or,
The bar.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't recall.
And was it just sort of the three of you that were there?
Yes.
And fair to say you went out to a bar and you were
Yes.
drinking?
He was the last witness.
And do you recall what you were drinking?
I don't remember. It was
White Claw.
probably a beer of some sort.
Bud Light.
And same for Ryan and same for Ricky. Do you recall what they were drinking?
I don't recall, no.
Typically, would they be drinking beer?
Yeah, I'd say so, yes.
It drives me
So at
absolutely
some point,
insane.
did you leave C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
And do you recall where you went following C.F. McCarthy's?
Hillside Pub?
And is that in Canton as well?
Yes.
And is that somewhere that you've been to
It's
before as well?
legendary.
Yes.
And do you recall how you got from C.F. McCarthy's to Hillside?
Ricky drove us.
And drove you in what?
His truck.
And do you recall what kind of truck or how big the truck was or color or anything like that?
How big was
I
it?
don't recall, no. Ford, I believe.
And so Ricky's driving. Where is it that you and Ryan are within sort of cab area?
Ryan was sitting in the passenger seat and I was in the back seat.
In the back seat that you were seated in, can you describe
Their
that, or
relationship was
what
already
kind of
over.
back seat the back of the truck had?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let me ask it a little bit better. The back of Ricky's truck where you were seated, is that sort of one long seat or is it cabin chairs or
One long seat.
now you get to the Hillside, you know about what time it was that you arrived at Hillside
I don't remember.
and had obviously the Hillside as a bar as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have more drinks there?
Probably, yeah.
And at any point in time during the course of, do you recall about how long it was that you were at the Hillside?
I don't recall, no.
Do you recall about what time it was that you left?
Late.
And during the course of the time that you were at
What's up, T-Rex?
either C.F. McCarthy's or the
Hey,
Hillside,
T-Rex.
as far as was anybody from your group, as far as yourself, Ryan or Ricky, sort of overly intoxicated in any way that you observed?
I think we're at 33.
When you went to the Hillside, was it just the three of you again, or did you meet, or who, if anyone
Captain
else,
Kern, if you're not
or meet up with?
up on this trial, this
We
one's
met
wild,
up with
man.
friends, yes.
And so a group of friends?
A group, yep.
And do you know approximately how many people were in the group?
Maybe 2.
So a couple other people.
Correct.
And when you left from the Hillside, where
He does not need to spend so
We
much
went to
time
pick
on
Julie up
this.
from her
Oh,
friend's house.
God.
and the friend's house that you were going to, is that someone that you knew?
No.
You should
And
probably
that
go back
house
and
that
watch
you had
this
ever been
morning's testimony. It was pretty good, actually.
And
Ryan Nagel.
as far as sort of take Ricky's truck again,
Correct.
and as far as the seating arrangements that you described earlier from C.F. McCarthy's to the Hillside, what, if any, difference was there between Hillside and the friend's house?
There was no difference. We were sitting in the same seats.
And do you recall or do you know where now, sort of, that you've gone?
Nope, Jamie's
do you know
ditching us.
where that friend's house was?
No, sorry.
Could you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Leaving the hillside, going to the friend's house, you've never been there before,
Correct.
And having now gone to the friend's house to pick up Julie, do you know where that friend's house is?
To this day?
Yes.
No.
Was it still within the town of Canton?
Yes.
You recall anything about the route that you took from the hillside to Julie's friend's house?
No. All I know is that we were taking a left onto the street of the house, where the house is located.
So as you're approaching the street where the house is located, Ricky's taking a left onto the street?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that time period when Ricky's taking the left onto the street?
Could you rephrase the question?
Ricky's pulling up to the street.
Correct.
Is there a blinker or a directional that he uses prior to pulling onto the street?
I don't recall.
And you're making a left-hand turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And as Ricky is making a left-hand turn, what, if any, other vehicles do you observe in the area at that time?
There was another vehicle in front of us on the same road coming from the opposite direction.
What I missed?
No, I was laughing at chat. Thanks, guys. That's funny.
Oh yeah, they're playing matchmakers.
Yeah. If you only knew.
And
What's that mean, Jamie?
that vehicle in any way?
No, I mean like
Uh-huh.
that's my little man, but not like that.
He's taller than I expected him to be.
Not the color, but it was
You said that,
definitely an
and
SUV.
No, I'm
And
curious.
as far as prior to either vehicle turning onto the road where
I'll bring my tape measure today.
what, if anything, did Ricky
Please.
do with regard to the
We'll
lights?
figure this out once and for all.
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
Because I keep talking. Damn it.
As you're pulling onto the street and the other car's coming the opposite direction, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights on the truck that you were in?
The lights on the truck we were in?
Yes.
Well, we let the other car that was coming from the opposite direction, we let them take a right onto the street first. We yielded to them.
How do you remember
And
that?
Yielded to them as, what, if anything, did Ricky do to signal to that other driver that they could go ahead?
He could have flashed his lights or put his blinker on. I don't recall.
Speculation.
And from this other vehicle, as far as the interior of the vehicle, as you're yielding to this vehicle taking a right, what, if any, observations did you make of people inside that other vehicle?
I've noticed a male and a female in the car.
And where
That's exactly what's
within the
happening,
vehicle was
Wookie.
the male and female that you observed situated or seated in the car?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
And
So
then,
now she
beyond
says
them
she
being
saw them
male or
both in
female,
the
what, if
car.
any other sort of observations did you make of?
Yeah.
Allie, why are you bringing these people in? This is so confusing.
Yeah.
You're making it so confusing.
Of what they look like or anything like that?
His
No,
case
I
is
didn't make any
absolutely
other
trash.
observations.
Let me ask you this way. Were they African-American, Caucasian? older,
Caucasian.
younger?
Yeah, Caucasian.
So Caucasian female,
Correct.
Caucasian male.
Correct.
Is she from the
And
Caucasus
as far
Mountains?
as
It was
age
the
or anything like that, could you tell anything in regard to that?
Not really, no.
I really hate
And
the word
as far as
Caucasian.
your sort of differentiation between male versus female, what, if anything, did you observe about them that made you sort of characterize them that way?
Characterize them as a male and a female?
Yes.
Long hair and short hair.
So that vehicle pulls onto the street that you're going onto in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And Ricky then proceeds to make the left-hand turn.
Correct.
Now, as Ricky is driving down the street to wherever this friend's house is,
Nice.
where does that
You can get
SUV
Cinnabon
that you
at
observe
Wendy's now.
making the turn? Where does that go?
It
True
was
story.
parked on the street outside a house.
And so, as far as from the time that you're,
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you.
What was that?
You don't know.
With regard to, from the time that Ricky yields to that car coming in the opposite direction and the time that you pull up to the house, was that SUV in front of Ricky's truck for the entire time?
Yes.
And where did that vehicle go with relation to the house that you eventually stopped?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did the SUV that was in front of you go to
No
the
one
same-
does. ma'am.
Yes.
And when you get to the house, where was it that Ricky parked the truck in relation to the house?
Right outside the house, probably a little past the mailbox, past the driveway.
And when you make that turn from whatever street that is onto the street where the friend's house is, about how long down the street did you go before Ricky pulled over in the area of that mailbox?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And when Ricky comes to a stop in the area of that mailbox, or can you describe the distance sort of between where you are in Ricky's truck and where the vehicle is in front of you?
We were parked right behind it, just a couple feet, maybe.
And during the time that you were outside of that friend's house, did that car stay still or move or something?
It just stayed still.
So your memory is that the vehicle was essentially in the same place in front of you the entire time that you were there?
Correct.
So the exact opposite
And
of what
from
your
that
ex-boyfriend said so
sort of
far.
vantage point from behind the vehicle,
Yeah, because he said it moved up a
did you
bit.
observe any sort of damage or anything to the rear of the vehicle as it was in front of you?
I did not.
And at any point in
Shouldn't
time,
see
did
damage
you
either.
see anybody exit from that vehicle at any point?
No.
Did you see anybody exit from that vehicle and go toward the house?
No.
Now, as far as when you were pulling up to the house, what was the weather like at that point, if you recall?
It was snowing out.
And
Woohoo.
what, if anything, do you recall as far as sort of accumulation of that?
Shocking revelation.
It was a light snow, but it was sticking to the ground. It started to stick.
And
Sticky
as
snow.
far as when you're pulling up
Sticky
behind that
snow.
vehicle, as far as behind that vehicle, did you observe any sort of marks in the snow from that vehicle?
No.
So no tire tracks or anything that you saw?
Well, tire tracks on the road, obviously, but other than that, no.
So tire tracks on the road in behind that vehicle, coming up to the point where it was parked.
Correct.
And around that vehicle,
I think
did
in
you
front of it.
observe, you never observed anybody exit the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You also didn't observe any sort of footprints or anything like that in the snow around them.
Correct.
Now, following the time that you pull up in that area of the mailbox in front of the house, who, if anyone, came out of the house?
Julie did.
And where did she come when she came out of the house?
She walked right over to Ricky's truck.
And when she comes over to Ricky's truck, who, if anyone, did she speak with in the truck?
She was speaking to all three of us.
And at some point, did she get in the truck and did she go home with you or no?
No.
Where did she go after she left?
Back inside the house.
Did you see her sort of physically go back inside the house?
I did.
Fact.
Is that something that your boyfriend at the time, Ryan, sort of specifically waited for her to get back in the house?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Oh my God, let's go.
Now, as far as, if you recall, when Julie came down to the truck and when Julie went back to the house, did she leave footprints in the snow or anything that you could see?
Oh my God.
I couldn't see, but I assume.
Well, if
Nothing
you didn't
specifically
see
that
them,
you saw.
don't assume.
Nothing specific, no.
Now, that time period that Julie was at the side of Ricky's truck talking to all three of you inside, about how long a period of time?
Not long. I'd say 3, maybe 5 minutes.
And in general terms, what was the discussion about?
Just chit chat. She invited us inside the home. And I had told her that I did not want to go inside. I was tired and it was late. Just wanted to get back home. So she was like, okay, went back in and we left.
And when you left, was that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was that in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes.
And do you recall, as far as Ricky pulling away from the curb or pulling away from the house to go home, did he have to sort of back out to get around it or no?
I don't recall.
And when you left, was that vehicle basically, as you're pulling away, that vehicle's in the same?
Well, this is Lally.
Correct.
Not the defense.
Now, that
No.
vehicle that was parked in front of you, was it running or could you tell?
I could tell that it was running, yes. The lights were on.
And which lights?
I know Danny T.
The, headlights, taillights, the inside car lights were also on.
Now, as far as you're pulling away,
She knows that the taillights were on,
that
but
house and
didn't
heading
notice
off
any
the home,
damage.
which way were you facing as you came away from the house?
Usual.
Could you rephrase?
Let me ask a different question. So, when you pull up alongside of the house, which
He needs
side
a time
of
frame
the
down too,
truck
because
is facing
she
closer?
shortly after that apparently then just, ran him over and then left
Yeah.
at that point, right?
Yeah. I see this, like, nobody mentions the Jeep, but he's not asking about the car, so I don't know.
Because again, remember what I said the other day is that he said in his opening statement it was about 12:45 when this happened, but I could have swore they have evidence that she was back at the house at like 12:41. So
Yeah.
in a matter of like what, 5 minutes, she ran him over and then took off and went home.
Well, it doesn't take that long to run somebody over. And
No, it doesn't. But but it's just like so stupid.
if you spend
Like,
5
okay.
minutes running somebody over, you're a sick, twisted individual.
No, but like from the time that she pulled up to the house, they were there, they left, and then skirt, and then she's back at the house. I don't know. It's just funny. It's just such a stupid thing to think about. I don't know.
Yeah. I agree.
Is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else?
The passenger side.
And so, as the vehicle is pulling away, are you pulling away in the same direction?
Correct.
The passenger side, is still facing the house as you're pulling away.
Yes.
And you were looking let me ask you this, as far as when Julie left the truck and went back in the house, was she fully inside the house at the time that the truck was pulling away?
Yes.
And so when the truck is pulling away, where are you facing and sort of what are you looking at as you are passing by the house and passing by the SUV?
I was looking out the passenger side window, so facing the house.
And as you go past the SUV, what, if anything, did you observe within the SUV?
I observed the female in the driver's seat.
And appear to be the same female that you observed as you were turning onto the road of Julie's friend's house?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you observe the female in the, where was she in the vehicle?
The driver's side.
So still in the driver's seat as you had observed earlier?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, could you see as far as the driver, as far as what was she doing or anything like that?
I didn't observe anything else. She was just sitting there.
And as far as you were passing, what, if anything, did you note as far as the sort of interior lighting within the vehicle?
Yes, the interior lighting was on. So that's why I had noticed as we were pulling away the female in the driver's seat.
As far as the male passenger that you saw as you were pulling onto the street, could you see him at that point?
I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
And as you were passing by the vehicle, did you adjust how intently were you looking inside this vehicle?
Not very intently, just kind of as we were passing by.
You didn't sort of change your positioning to see better within the vehicle? You didn't lean forward, lean back, or anything like that?
No.
Yeah, I don't really understand how that's possible.
And after you left that house, where did you go from there?
Back to Ryan's.
Is that where you spent the night?
Correct.
Spent the night, didn't sleep.
Yeah, anything to make this more interesting.
Do you know about what time it was that you got home?
I don't recall.
And by home, I mean back to Ryan's.
Back to
house?
Ryan's. No, I don't remember.
Just one moment. Joy.
Okay.
That's it.
Better be it. There's really not much to
Or
it.
do you have
or-
pictures of the house to show us?
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further
Christ.
questions for this witness, John.
I almost wonder if they told John
Yeah,
to come in the
Yes.
basement
Thank you.
door.
That's what I'm saying too.
Hello, Ms. Maxson.
Like, what if you went around the back?
The first time you were ever interviewed about this case by law enforcement was September 1st, 2023. Was that right?
Correct.
So you were not interviewed at or around February 7th when Ryan was interviewed?
No.
February 7th, 2022.
Right.
All right.
No.
So it was a full 19 months after the events in question that you were first contacted by law enforcement.
19
Correct.
And you
months.
gave your statement for the first time at that.
Correct.
The truck that you were in, that was
19
I can't
months
remember,
and they
did you
didn't
say the
question
name of the
this
truck?
girl.
Was it a Ford
Yeah.
F-150?
Correct.
Good
Okay.
Lord.
That was turning left onto Fairview from Cedar Crest. You recall that?
Correct. Yes.
Do you know the names of the streets, or are you just?
I don't know the names of the streets. No. Yeah. I'm not familiar with the town of Canton.
So okay, that was my next question. If I showed you a map, for instance, that wouldn't really do any good because you don't know the street names.
Yeah. No.
Fair enough. Ricky was driving, Ryan was in the front passenger seat, and you were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you would have been situated directly behind Ryan,
I was in the middle.
in the middle seat.
Correct. So I was in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood.
Aw.
Did you indicate that at some point you could see pretty clearly into the SUV as it turned, as y'all yielded way and it turned, it would be its right in front of you?
Correct.
And you could clearly see inside the passenger compartment, there was a female driving, is that right?
Correct.
And there was a male sitting next to her.
Yes.
You indicated that by the time you guys negotiated your turn, sped up, made the turn.
See a dog playing tug of
that
war
SUV
with
had
his
already
man.
come to a stop.
Correct.
All right. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah. Less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I would.
Sorry,
I would say a couple feet.
a couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet.
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here.
Correct.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of the SUV?
I did not.
Okay. You saw brake lights on?
Yeah.
How many brake lights? Left and right?
Correct. Yep.
Was there one in the top center?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Oh, because he mentioned it. I was like,
You
that's
certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
Sounds like a ridiculous question. You didn't see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, because that was supposed to be where Brian.
Is it fair to
Higgins
say
was
that
parked.
when you pulled up
I'm like, why do they keep saying that?
behind the SUV, other than noting that it was there, your attention was not necessarily focused on that SUV?
Correct.
There's nothing extraordinary or out of the ordinary.
Why is there a gap
You were there to pick up
between?
somebody, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Why is there a gap between when everybody left Waterfall and got to the house and when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe left or got to the house? Did everybody else leave before them, or did they stop somewhere?
I don't know because I thought
Because I thought they were all there till close, but I could be just making that part up.
maybe Karen was parked further away
Or
Maybe they
and
stopped
they didn't
and
really
grabbed
know where they
beer.
were going.
yeah, because I mean, like Jen was texting them the address and stuff, and I don't know if they were like actually planning on going until probably after everybody left and everything.
Yeah.
Because you're right, I don't remember really hearing what took them so long. Maybe they were parked there a minute talking, and he was like, "Well, let's go," and she's like, "Meh." You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or at least potential.
Oh, Peter
Right.
says
So
they
I'm guessing
didn't
your
all
focus
leave
would
at
probably
once,
be to
and
the right,
Karen
where the front
and
doors
John
were
needed
of that-
directions. Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Because I know he was waiting for her, Jen, to give him directions.
Well, I'm sure that car had a GPS. They probably just needed to get the address, right?
Well, everybody has a GPS now. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody.
Even on your phone.
I mean, everybody has a GPS in their pocket right now.
Thank God, because I would be lost in life.
I was literally lost in life before GPS.
I don't know how to read a map.
I mean, I could read a map. I just didn't want to.
Oh, well, not me. No, I'm not afraid to admit it.
Sure.
And you knew that Ryan had been communicating with his sister, and so you were sort of expectant in terms of watching Julie Nagel possibly come out of the house.
Correct.
So during those moments, you weren't necessarily paying attention to what was happening directly in front of you outside.
Right.
You indicated that you believe that the chit chat that happened with Julie Nagel up at the truck was about 5 minutes.
Give or take.
Okay. At that point, was one of the doors open?
I don't believe so. I think we rolled our windows down
Okay.
to communicate.
I'm so sorry.
We rolled our windows down to communicate with Julie.
Okay, so you don't recall one of the doors being opened and Julie standing in the crook of the door having this conversation with Ryan?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is that possible?
Sure, possible.
Okay. Your memory is not necessarily focused on that.
Right.
But you do know that there was a communication.
Yes, for sure.
They were talking about whether or not you wanted to go inside the house.
All three of us.
Okay. You, Ricky, and Ryan.
Yes.
And y'all were talking about whether or not Julie was going to come with y'all. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was even a discussion about whether or not Julie's mom might pick her up.
I don't recall.
Okay. So the specifics of the conversation you don't necessarily recall, but you do know that y'all talked about 5 minutes.
Give or take, yes.
Okay. During the course of that 5-minute conversation, where was your focus?
On Julie.
Okay. Ultimately, the three of you did pull away from the driveway area where you were parked.
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Ultimately, y'all did move. The truck did move past the house and move past the SUV.
Once we left, yes.
As you drove by the SUV, you noticed that the dome light was on.
Could you explain the dome, what that
Dome
means?
light, the interior light.
Yes.
Yeah. So you could see it lit up the interior of the car.
Correct.
It was a late model SUV, probably a pretty bright light.
You're lucky you're cute.
I could.
Clearly, you could see a female.
Correct.
By the way, do you recognize the person to my left?
I do, but only because of.
That was a terrible question. Of course you did. Do you recognize her from that night? Is she the person that was in the driver's seat, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But the person you did see was a Caucasian female with long hair. As you drove by, the interior light was on well enough that you could see her, but you could see the female clearly.
Correct.
And you could also see that there was no male in the truck as well, correct?
I don't know.
She might be sick.
The other male that I saw in the SUV before they pulled on to Fairview, he could have been in when it was parked, but the only person I saw as we were pulling away was the female driver.
So when you
Okay, so she saw him, pulled up, but not when they drove out.
Yes.
And you've testified to this before, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you testified the only person you saw in the interior of that car at that time when y'all pulled away was the female.
Okay.
Is that right?
Sure, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that's all I have.
Still Ellie?
Oh my gosh, we're blasting through them today.
So, Ms. Maxon, during the time that you were asked about not sort of focusing on the SUV in front of you, fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot man walking away from that car going towards the house?
Correct.
Okay. You were in a vantage point where you would have seen
Where
that
was
that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on.
All right.
But then
you
where
are
was
all
he?
set, Ms. Maxon.
Okay, thank you.
I know.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
You could also ask, but
yes,
did you see a 6'2" man laying in the yard?
They all are saying that they saw him at the stop sign and they were there for like 5 minutes. And then when they left, he was not in the car.
So where'd he go?
nobody thinks that that's weird. Like none of these witnesses that are saying this testimony understand that, well, he had to go somewhere. Like,
So I mean, it's so weird.
Yeah. All right. Who do we think it is next?
Probably that
it's gonna be
stupid
the
Dantano guy.
Dantano for sure. For sure.
Oh God, I didn't
If it
see
is-
him on there, but maybe.
Oh, okay,
I
maybe.
haven't seen the witness list.
I
It
don't remember
could be.
the witnesses.
I could be wrong.
You think she's
From the
tall?
Commonwealth to call Ricky D'Antonio.
Yep, there he is.
Cripes.
Called it.
I wish I could fast forward through it.
Mess it up.
I know,
Amazing.
like you can a little bit.
Oh gosh, look at him. Looks like he'd be friends with the other
'Cause
guy.
he's just gonna go through the. You were driving an F-150, right? And then you turned right and left and right and left.
Oh no, he's gonna ask like where he was from noon
Yeah.
on.
Did they roll down the window?
Was she in the crook of the car?
Important jury in the case that I'm hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I did.
Be back in a couple minutes.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Excuse me. Could you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
Richard D'Antano, D''A, NTUONO,
And Mr.
Yes.
D'Antano, where do you live?
in Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
My whole life, 30 years.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I do flooring.
How long have you been doing that?
I'd say 2 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
The weekend,
And do you recall whether or not you worked that day?
I don't.
And at some point in time on that day, did you go out for the evening, leave your house, and go somewhere?
Yes.
And did you drive from your house to wherever you went?
Yes.
And what kind of car do you have at that time?
A pickup truck,
And specifically, what kind of pickup truck?
Ford F-150,
And what color was that?
dark gray.
And the interior of your pickup truck, as far as front seat, back seat, can you describe for the jury what that looked like?
There's 2 front seats and a bench seat in the back. It has the suicide doors.
And when you left your house in your
Suicide.
F-150, where did you initially?
I know, I've never heard that.
I went to a place in Canton called CF McCarthy's.
And did you pick up anyone on the way there?
I did not. I met people there.
And CF McCarthy's, that's a place that you've been to before, is that correct?
Correct.
Familiar with it on that night?
Yeah.
Where did you park your truck in relation to CF McCarthy's?
I wouldn't know that for sure.
Is there a Walgreens lot somewhere around there?
Yeah, right across the street. Normally where we would.
But normally when you went there, that's sort of where you would have parked in relation to the lot.
Usually, yeah.
So CF McCarthy's is located on Washington Street, is that right?
Yes.
Sort of in the downtown section?
Yep.
And when you say where we would have parked, so who, if anyone, were you meeting at CF McCarthy's on that?
I was meeting Ryan and Heather.
And just to be clear, talking about Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson.
Correct.
And how did you know Ryan Nagel?
I grew up with Ryan, so I've known him for a long time.
And how would you sort of describe the two of your relationship?
Best friends.
And Heather Maxson, how did you know her?
Besties.
Through Ryan, they were dating.
And do you know about how long they had been dating coming into sort of that time frame of that evening?
I don't, not an exact time.
And so you come into CF McCarthy's, and do you recall sort of where within the establishment you went?
Probably sat at the bar, I would assume.
At the
And when you
bar.
went there that evening, do you recall, did you meet anybody else there, or was it just you, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxson?
I can really only recall us 3. I mean, there might have been people there, but we didn't meet up with them. They might have just been there already.
So no one specifically you had plans to meet with while you were there or anything like that?
No,
You know about what time it was that you got to CF McCarthy's?
not a definite time, but maybe mid-afternoon.
And as far as you went out to a bar, do you recall sort of what either you, Ryan, or Ms. Maxson had to drink that evening?
Usually just a few beers is all we would drink. Nothing else but that.
And did you have any drinks that evening?
I had a few, yep.
And what was it typically that you drank?
A beer.
Any particular kind of beer?
A beer.
I would assume Bud Lights, I guess.
Now, do you know about how long it was
Can't
that you were
guess.
at CF McCarthy's?
Not an exact time again, but a couple hours.
And after that couple hours or so, where did you go?
We went to another place in Canton called Hillside.
And just to be clear, when you say we, you mean yourself, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxon?
Yeah, I drove us 3.
Okay. So you drove all 3 of you in your F-150 pickup?
Yes.
And about how long a ride is that from C.F. McCarthy's to the hillside?
I'd say 10.
And just to be clear, 10 minutes, is that right?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yes.
Is that also within Canton too?
Yep.
Is that somewhere that you had been before, somewhere that you were familiar with?
Yeah.
And similar to C.F. McCarthy's, when you arrived there, as far as was there anybody else that you were meeting there, or why did you go to the hillside?
We met up with our one friend, John.
So adding sort of just another person to the group and going to a different location, is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, as far as over the course of the evening, either at C.F. McCarthy's or the hillside, as far as yourself, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon, what, if any, observations did you make as far as level of intoxication? Was anybody overly intoxicated?
No.
And if you know, about how long a time period were you at the hillside?
I would say a few hours again.
Anything either from C.F. McCarthy's or the hillside from that evening that sort of jumps out at you in any particular way?
No.
So relatively regular sort of weekend night out with you and your friends?
Correct.
I wouldn't have guessed.
When you left the hillside, do you know about what time that was?
Again, not a definite time. Maybe around midnight.
Hey, Zach.
And when you left the hillside, where was it that you were going?
To pick up Ryan's sister, Julie.
And if you know, how did that sort of come about as far as when did you become aware that that was a destination that you would be going to?
I would say towards the end of the night, I was told that we would be giving her a ride on our way home.
Oh, man.
So you leave the hillside, you get into your pickup, is that right?
Yep.
And Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon are with you?
Correct.
And where were they seated within the pickup when you arrived?
Ryan was in my passenger seat and Heather was in the back.
And do you recall sort of how she was positioned in the back as far as on the passenger side, the middle, or the driver's side?
Not specifically. I vaguely remember her maybe laying down.
And when you're going from the hillside to pick up Julie Nagel, you knew Julie Nagel at the time, is that right?
Correct.
Did you know the location where you were going to pick her up?
Not the exact location, but the area.
And by area, sort of what was described to you as where to drive?
I believe towards the Kennedy School.
And Kennedy School, is that an elementary school?
Yeah.
You're familiar with that as growing up in the town of Canton?
Yep.
And so if you could describe to the jury sort of the route that you would have taken going from the hillside to the Kennedy School or in that general area.
Yeah, I would have taken 138, which is, I believe, Turnpike Street, a right onto Washington Street, and then a right onto Dedham Street, and then a left onto Cedar Crest, and I believe a left onto Fairview.
And those last couple of turns that you took as far as the west, was that something that you knew ahead of time, or was someone within the truck directing you how to go?
I knew up until Cedar Crest.
And then who was directing you from there?
I believe Ryan would be.
Now, when you arrive at taking that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe in the area at that time?
While driving?
Yes, while driving as you were about to make the turn.
No vehicles that I could recall.
After making that turn onto Fairview, what, if any, vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Now, as far as making that turn, you were using your directional as you're driving along, taking lefts and rights?
I would assume so, yeah.
And do you assume that you turned on your left directional before pulling from Cedar Crest onto Fairview?
Yeah.
And when you, as far as the house that you were going to, when you make that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, how far into the street was the house that you were going to?
Like 20 seconds, maybe, I don't know.
What I'm asking is basically, was it the first house as you come in, or did you drive the whole street in order to get to the house? How close to the Cedar Crest was the house?
I think it's a couple houses on the right.
So there's a couple houses on the right-hand side?
Yeah.
Okay, so the right-hand side from your perspective would be passenger side or the driver's side, or what?
The passenger side.
And when you get in the area of the house, you park at some point?
Yes.
And where was it in relation to the house that you parked the truck?
Right in front of the driveway.
Now, you mentioned that there was another vehicle that was parked in front of the house as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where was that vehicle in relation to where you parked?
I would say maybe 10, 20 yards in front of me.
And so from the 10, 20 yards or so in front of you, you could observe that vehicle?
I could.
And from your vantage point where you were seated in your truck behind the vehicle, what, if any, damage or anything did you observe to the vehicle at that time?
None.
And as far as you could tell, was the vehicle running or off or something else?
I believe running.
And what about your observations of the vehicle leads you to believe that it was running?
There were either tail lights or brake lights. I'm not sure which ones.
I don't like how he continuously leans forward to speak in the mic. Hello? Can you hear me now? This is just silly.
So I'm sorry, if you could just repeat that.
It was either tail lights or brake lights, but I'm not sure which ones they were.
And that was on the back of the vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And how many sort of brake lights did you observe on the vehicle?
I would assume 2.
The left and right, did you observe anything sort of in the middle of the vehicle? No. And during the time that you were behind this vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody get out of it?
I did not.
And from where you were situated behind the vehicle at this initial sort of point when you pull up about 20 or so yards behind it, could you see any lights on inside the vehicle?
I could not.
Now, when you arrived at the house and parked sort of in the area of the driveway, at some point does Ryan reach out to his sister Julie?
I believe so.
And at some point does Julie come out of the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period of time we're talking about from the time that you pull up and park and the time that Julie comes out of the house?
Very quickly.
And when she comes out of the house, where is it that she comes to?
To my passenger window.
Now, as far as at this time that you had left the hillside and you're driving over to your friend's sister's friend's house, what do you recall about sort of the weather and what was it doing at that point?
I believe it just started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as accumulation was concerned?
I believe it was starting to stick.
Now, as far as that vehicle that was in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe within the snow on the street that was starting to stick in behind that vehicle?
I didn't observe it.
Did you see any tire marks or anything like that leading up to the back of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
Not that you can. Now, when Julie came out of the house, she walked on foot from the house to the truck, correct?
Correct.
And as far as from her path, either to the truck or back from the truck to the house, did you observe any sort of footprints or anything like that she left in the snow while she was walking?
No.
Now, when she comes to the truck, do you recall how it was? Obviously, there's some conversation, correct?
Correct.
And prior to her coming up to the truck, was there music on, radio on, anything like that?
Maybe while driving there, but I don't believe while we talked.
So that would have been something somebody would have turned down in order to have a conversation with Julie when she comes up to the truck.
Correct.
And when she comes up to the side of the truck, do you remember how it was that you conversed, or anyone in the vehicle conversed with her? Was it through the door, through the window?
Through the open passenger window.
Do you recall whether or not the passenger side door of the truck was opened at any time by Ryan or anybody else?
Nope.
You don't recall, or it wasn't?
I don't believe it was.
Now, in your truck, when you open the passenger side door, what, if anything, occurs with regard to the lighting within inside the truck?
I believe the interior light would pop on.
And where would that interior light be within relation to sort of the interior? Is that in driver's side, passenger side, center, or something?
I think center roof.
The dome light.
The conversation with Julie, about how long did that take place, or how long did that go on?
The dome light.
I would say maybe 2 minutes.
And if you recall, just in general terms, what was sort of the discussion about?
That she no longer was going to take the ride and asked if we wanted to come in.
And did yourself or anybody else from your group express any interest in going in this house?
No.
Did you get mad?
As far as you were aware, were there other arrangements that Ms. Nagel and Julie had made for getting home that night?
I wasn't aware of her arrangement of getting home, no.
So she leaves and she goes back to the house, is that right?
Correct.
When, in relation to when you left, had she already gone back inside the house? Did you see her go in the house?
I did not watch her go back inside.
And when you are leaving from this house on Fairview, again, your passenger side is what's most directly facing the house, is that right?
Correct.
The vehicle that was in front of you, that's facing the same direction, is that correct?
Correct.
So the passenger side of that vehicle would also be facing towards the house, correct?
Correct.
And when you pulled away from the curb, do you recall whether or not you had to sort of back up in order to pull around it or not?
I did not have to back up.
While you were, so you just sort of pulled away from the curb, is that correct?
Correct.
So when you're behind this vehicle, did the vehicle stay sort of stagnant in the same place, or did it move, or what, if anything, did you observe as far as that vehicle in front of you?
It might be guessing at the time, but I would believe it stayed where it was.
Don't guess.
So do you recall anything, you don't recall anything specific about that vehicle?
I do not.
Bev would have said that if this was
And as far as
Kennedy or Alan Jackson
the
asking
vehicle
questions.
itself, did you observe anything about sort of the occupants of the vehicle or anything like that?
I did not.
Now, as you're pulling away,
I
from the
agree.
vehicle, where was your?
Well, it's probably because somebody just got attacked.
I believe my side view mirror and then on the road.
You're looking in your side view mirror to see if there's any other vehicles coming up on your left, correct?
Correct.
And then you're looking at through the windshield because you're driving a car, correct?
Correct.
And at any point in time that you were outside of that residence, at any did you observe anybody get up out of that vehicle or exit that vehicle or go toward the house from that vehicle or come from the house toward that vehicle?
I don't believe so.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Actually, before, let me just ask you a couple questions. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish a couple of photographs for the witnesses.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 71.
It's the house. It's the house.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about.
All right, this picture is driving me absolutely insane. This picture has way more snow than they had at the time of this occurring, right? So he keeps throwing this picture up, convincing everybody in the jury, oh, look how much snow there is. There's no way all these people would have seen this body laying in the deep ass snow. But that's not what it was at the time.
Yeah.
This is exactly what Bev was trying to prevent the defense from doing by keeping pictures up. And she's just letting Lally do it. He showed this picture like 30 fucking.
We're over 2 hours in, but yeah.
I'm a little aggravated.
Okay.
So with respect to the photograph, exhibit 71 is up on the screen. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Yeah, I think so.
Of Julie's friend that she went to potentially go pick her up, and eventually she went back.
Correct.
And within this particular photograph, you see the area where you had parked your truck during this time. Talking about in the testimony.
I do.
And if you could, using that laser point, just direct your attention to where in the photograph.
Right in front of the driveway, right there.
Now, also within this photograph, you see a general area where you observed that SUV in front of you while you were out front.
I would say, if I had to guess, I would say maybe half of the vehicle.
So it's probably a little bit further towards the left of this photograph,
Correct.
So if I could have exhibit number 72. Again, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And this is the same house that we talked about last exhibit.
Correct.
So from this photograph, you see the area where you observed the SUV in relation to your truck that evening that you were parked out front.
I believe so, yeah.
And again, if you could start using the laser pointer you have before you direct your attention to where about that.
Like right around that, I'd say.
Thanks. Let's go in. You can take that down. Thank you very much. Just one moment, John.
Okay.
I might screenshot this for later.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further for this witness.
All right, cross examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you were driving the vehicle that arrived at 34 Fairview to pick up Ryan Nagel's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Julie prior to that date, obviously, correct?
Correct.
You had been over the Nagel home several times since the two of you had met years and years ago, correct?
Correct.
With your best friend's sister, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Not the exact time.
Approximate.
I would say around midnight.
And you now know, as you testify here today, that you were outside the residence in back of a black SUV that was driven by Karen Reed, correct?
I do not know that based off my knowledge.
Not your personal knowledge, but you now know it's pretty much common knowledge, correct?
I guess so.
And in fact, that black SUV was parked directly in front of yours, in front of the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, you never observed that black SUV strike anyone, correct?
Correct.
You never heard any arguing outside of the residence of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And possessing that information as you did on January 29th, were you interviewed by any state police investigator regarding this case on January 29th?
On that day?
Right.
No.
Not the next day or the rest of January or any day in February of 2022. Did the state police come to interview you about the information that you had as the driver of that vehicle?
No.
In fact, isn't it true that no investigator from the state police or the district attorney's office interviewed you anytime during the entire year of 2022?
Correct.
And that the first time you spoke to any official, it was not from the district attorney's office and not from the defense in this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can word this differently, Mr. Yanagi.
Okay. The first time you gave a statement to anyone, it was not Mr. Lally or the state police, and it was not the defense in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that was on May 16th of 2023?
Which time would that be?
First time you gave a statement, sir. May 16th of 2023, does that sound correct?
Around that time it would be.
Okay, and today is May 15th of 2024, right?
Yeah.
So just about a year ago was the first time that you gave any statement about your memory of what occurred on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that your memory of what occurred on January 29th was the freshest when you got up that day, later that morning, correct?
The next morning after the 29th?
Yes.
Correct.
Right. And you'd agree with me that your memory would have remained fresh for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that over time, your memory becomes less fresh, right?
I would agree.
And it's not just you, it's everybody, correct?
Correct. Objection.
Let's move on from this.
Sure. And you were first asked about your memory about Well, it was clearly over a year after January 29th. I suppose February, March, April, May. Maybe about 16 months after the event.
I feel like this
you
guy
were
should have
asked
a
to
mullet
describe,
and
right?
play hockey.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then it was only after you talked to someone else, again, not the prosecution or the defense. that
Objection,
you-
Your Honor.
Why are you drawing attention to that?
1680, why don't I see it sidebar, just so we don't keep getting in.
I missed
Riley,
it.
you idiot.
I was reading. What happened?
He asked him again, basically, you were getting questioned by somebody that wasn't the prosecution or whoever the fuck he said, but he was alluding to the feds again. And Lally's like, objection. So all he's doing is bringing attention to the fact that the feds were involved in this.
Ugh. I hate how I said this before, you weren't here, but how he he leans forward like during every answer, like, yes. Into the
I remember
mic.
when I first started streaming, I would do that. I'd get real close to the mic when I wanted to like prove a point or something stupid.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Oops. I clicked the wrong button.
You know, if you hit the arrows on your keyboard, it'll just fast forward like 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah, I
Or
was
rewind.
trying to. Okay, they're there. Oh, we're caught up. I had it sped up, and now we're caught up.
Cool.
Well, maybe we'll get the boring people out of the way in the morning.
Who's going to be exciting?
I want to hear either Jen McCabe or Brian Higgins, because they're going to be spicy. I think they're going to have attitudes. Just
Well, Higgins is
in my head.
Higgins is a cop, right? He's a fed, so he's going to be pretty composed on the stand, I would assume.
Yeah, but I don't think McCabe will.
Jen McCabe might be a shit show.
I agree.
I hope so. They're not going to be able to talk about anything good, though. Not going to be able to talk about, like, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Ooh. Hello, hello.
Mo.
Hey, you know, the awesome thing is I got both boys since they had half days. I can have an adult beverage this afternoon. It shouldn't be a goal in my life, but I'm like, oh my gosh.
It's not a goal. It's a victory.
Truth. So have we gotten to this poor man passing away, or what could have caused it? Or are we still at every single Joe Schmo at the party?
These people were all parked in the outside. These people haven't even been in the house.
Yeah, and we're getting everybody that was in the car and arguing about whether they opened the door or rolled down the window. It's fun
Well, their
stuff.
testimony is that they saw John in the car with her pulling up, but then he wasn't in the car when they pulled off, but they didn't see anything. So.
And two now, is it one or two of them saw John in the car?
Well,
Two
the
of
girl
them-
said she saw John.
Right.
And this guy's somebody else I thought said they saw him when they turned down to the street, but I could be making that up too.
Him in the car or him on the driveway or on the grass?
In the car.
So the
But
girlfriend.
then when they pulled off, they only saw Karen in the car.
Yeah. So the girl was in the back seat of the pickup truck. She said that when they stopped at the stop sign, the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were in a car ahead of them, turned right. They turned left behind them, got to the house basically at the same time, I guess, or seconds apart.
Okay.
And then when they left, they drove past the car. The dome light was on in the car, and John O'Keefe was not in the car. They never saw him get out of the car. But
they never saw him get out of the car or go anywhere. And they didn't see any damage to her car at this time.
All right. People saw more on the Zapruder film. I mean, I am.
I don't know, man. I don't even know if you're going to be able to watch while having an adult beverage because it's hard to follow. It's completely dead
Well,
sober.
I'm not going to take a sip every time he says, "What if any?" I would die.
Yeah, don't. I'm drinking from my evidence cup today. It's just Gatorade though.
Red evidence cup. I'll fill
I would
you up. Let's
probably
have a
Toby
party.
Keith,
Oh my
gone too
lord.
soon. Rest
Yeah,
in peace.
that was sad. I actually liked
Again,
him.
Kevin Spacey seems to be alive forever, but take Toby Keith.
Did you
Oh,
know
God.
that Alan Jackson represented Kevin Spacey during all of his sexual assault
Did he
stuff?
really?
Mhm.
Alan Jackson represented him.
I like Alan Jackson less now.
Yeah, a whole lot less.
But he got it away with it.
I hope you showed Baker the true meaning of goat husbandry. Not yet, Zach. Not yet.
He's gonna go home with a goat. Everyone who meets Valhalla gets a kid. Everyone
You
who
get a
meets
kid.
me
You
also get a kid.
You know
So,
what?
you know.
That's
Oh, that was so good. That was
It
so
takes
good.
it's a take a feral, leave a feral kind of thing. So I'll give you a feral and you give me a kid and
Oh,
we'll
that's
call
hilarious. I was gonna say that would have meant something different in my 20s. You get a kid. You get a kid.
True.
God. Oh, jeez.
Also me, because for a 10-year cap there.
It was like
Well, your joke was better than mine. Yours was better.
Well, I think you've been exposed to this trial for a while, so
this whole like basement theory that maybe he went into the basement. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I guess I'm just confused as
theory.
to why anyone wanted to beat him up or not beat him up.
Who knows?
Or
right?
even
It could've-
Karen running him over. I still don't get the connection there.
Right.
Well, I mean, again, as a person who's not lived and breathed this case, and my whiteboard isn't here, but I mean, as a juror, as a person who hasn't paid attention, I am now thoroughly bored of this case. If I'm sitting there, I mean, I would have put the medical examiner, a couple people there, but it is just, we could.
That's true. That's true.
That's the thing is, again, I say Val said it because he did say it first, but I was thinking it too. It's just like, it doesn't feel like they're really proving anything about Karen. They're just chasing around this whole theory of the defense's theory of the Alberts, and he's just, he's defending against that. That's really all he's been doing.
Yeah, it does. Well, and then that chick who had the lip smack that made me want to run away and join the circus.
There was literally 30 of them.
I know, there's like
Y'all,
30.
I'm not looking forward to speed watching these things because multiple lip slaps and smacks in a row, and I'm just gonna be like, that's it. I understand why the guy welded the killdozer. I am off to learn how to weld.
So I was just going to ask you, the first time that you were approached by the state police regarding this case was September 2nd.
Can you back that up like 5 seconds? Use the arrows, Marissa.
I knew he was going to yell at her.
Go back to when he's
So I was
walking
just
up
going
to
to ask
the
you, the
podium,
first
please.
time-
Sorry. I think he just looked and smiled at Larry.
So I was just going to ask you, the first time that you were approached by the state police regarding this case was September 2nd of 2023, correct?
Well, the jury's over there, though, isn't he? Aren't they?
Around that time, correct? Yeah.
That makes more sense.
And that would have been 5 months after the first time you were approached, and it would have been about 21 months after January 29th of 2022?
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Now, you drove your own Ford F-150 to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And the plan was to pick up Brian's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And the entire time you were in the car, from when you left to go to 34 Fairview until you're now leaving 34 Fairview to go home, that driving arrangement was the same. In other words, you in the driver's seat, Ryan in the front passenger seat, Heather in the back, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether Heather was behind the passenger, Ryan, when she was sitting in the back?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall where she was in that back cab?
No.
You do recall that well, strike that. As you're approaching the residence, you don't have a memory of coming face to face with a black SUV or any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying it didn't happen, you just don't recall that, correct?
Correct.
And in any case, your memory, your best memory, is that when you got there, the black SUV, and by the way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you recall it as a black SUV or?
I do.
Okay. When you got there, your best memory is that the black SUV was already parked outside the residence, correct?
Correct.
And it was facing in the same direction that you were facing as you approached the residence.
Yes.
Which means, and you're from Canton, correct?
Correct.
You came from the Cedar Crest side and you were facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Correct.
Same with the black SUV.
Correct.
And it appeared to be parked properly next to the property, correct?
Mine?
No, the black SUV.
Yeah.
It wasn't parked at some crazy angle, correct?
Correct.
It didn't appear to have struck anything on the side of the road when it was parked, right?
Correct.
There was nothing unusual about the way it was parked.
No.
And when it was parked out there and you approached the residence, is it fair to say that there was far less snow on the ground than what we saw in Exhibits 71 and 72 that were shown to you by Mr. Lally on direct examination?
Correct.
Those photographs appear to have been taken after the snowstorm, correct? At some point?
I would assume, yeah.
Because there's a decent amount of snow on the ground there, correct?
Correct.
But as you're pulling up to the house, it had only started snowing around that time?
I would say there was a dusting on the lawn, yeah.
So it was starting to accumulate, but there weren't inches and inches of snow, correct?
Correct.
And your best memory is that the SUV was about 20 yards in front of you?
It's sped up.
Give or take, yeah.
In terms of, just to get your estimation of what 20 yards is, would it have been farther than where you are now to where the court officer is standing behind the jury box? Or is that a good approximation?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say maybe a little farther.
A little further.
Maybe.
And there was nothing obstructing your view as you sat in the driver's seat of your Ford F-150 of the back of that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
And in fact, you didn't see a Jeep with a snowplow parked anywhere on the property that you recall, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And you didn't see any other vehicles parked along the property line other than yourself and the black SUV, correct?
Correct.
When you first pulled up, do you recall if, and I know these questions are somewhat unfair because we're talking about 2.5 years later, but when you first pulled up, do you recall whether the red taillights of the black SUV were lit up?
I would say to signal that the car was on, yes. I don't know if they were brake light or just normal tail light.
Gotcha, okay. And so you're surmising that some lights had to be on because your memory is that car was on.
Correct.
And with regard to the lighting in that area, did you have your headlights on when you were out there?
I believe so. I don't think I would have shut them off.
Right, you would have been driving with your headlights on as you were going down Cedar Crest and taking a left onto the ferry, correct?
Correct.
And your car was still running when you pulled up to the house and parked, correct?
Correct.
And you would have left it running because your intention was, or your expectation was, that Julie Nagel was going to get in your car, correct?
Correct.
That was the whole reason you were there.
Correct.
And your expectation was that there didn't need to be a tremendously long discussion when Julie came out of the house, right? You expected her to just jump in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you say that there would have been no reason to turn your your headlights off, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your headlights being on, they would have been focused really right on the rear of that black SUV that was in front of you, correct?
I would assume so, yeah.
Because there was nothing to block your view of the black SUV, right?
Correct.
And you did not notice any broken taillights to that SUV, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, but I did analyze it.
Sure. It didn't stand out to you to say or to make a mental note, hey, that taillight's broken, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any damage at all to the vehicle that you noticed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And with regard to when Julie came out of the house, when you pulled up and parked, sort of perpendicular to the driveway, and that's an accurate way to portray it?
Correct.
You believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute. And then after that under a minute span of time, she then had to walk from the front door of the house, one of the front doors of the house, to your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, did you notice that there were two front doors to the house at that time?
At the time, no.
Do you recall if she came out the door that was more in the middle of the house or more over toward the driveway? Do you have a memory of that?
I don't. I would be guessing if I did.
And because the snow had started to stick a little bit, she wasn't running to the vehicle, correct?
I would assume not.
All right, so it took her some time to get out of the house and get to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a conversation about whether she was going to come with you or not, correct?
Correct.
That occurred through one of the passenger windows being open?
Correct.
And who was involved in that conversation?
I can't remember exactly, but I would assume maybe me and Ryan.
Okay. And there was a back and forth about whether she was going to come or you were going to stay and go inside, correct?
A back and forth. It was more just, did you guys want to come in? No, not really back and forth.
Okay.
Phrasing.
Took a few minutes for her to decide, well, I'm just going to go back inside the house.
If that, a minute or two.
Okay. And from the moment that you parked the vehicle outside that residence, your initial attention, it's fair to say, would have been on the front of the residence to see when Julie was going to come up, correct?
I don't believe I was looking.
Okay. Where were you looking when you were waiting for her? Did you have a phone?
I don't remember exactly, but I had my phone. I could have looked at it.
Okay, you could have been like, as many people do when you're waiting for somebody, you just take out your phone and start scrolling on something.
Objection.
Do you know if you were doing that, sir?
I can't recall, but I wouldn't rule it out.
You had mentioned.
Hi, Melissa.
You mentioned earlier that when I asked you about the damage to the rear of the vehicle, that your attention wasn't just focused on studying that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that from the moment that you pulled up to Julie coming out of the house, to Julie walking to the car, to the conversation between you and Ryan and Julie, you were not monitoring what was going on inside or outside that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
And during that span of time, again, while you showed up there waiting for Julie, she comes out eventually, she walks to the car, you talk to her, you were not paying attention to who, if anybody, was inside the black SUV at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were not paying attention to whether anybody got out of the vehicle during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, you were going home. The night was over, correct?
Correct.
And in order to go home, your plan was to keep going up Fairview Road toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And in order to do that, that would have meant that you passed the black SUV that had been in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, as you're passing the black SUV, do you recall whether or not there was an interior light on within the cab of that SUV?
I do not.
All right. Were you curious at all who was inside that SUV, given that it pulled up to the same house that you pulled up to?
Not at all.
You were concentrated more on the road.
Correct.
And as far as you were concerned, your night was over, time to go home, correct?
Correct.
All right. But it's fair to say that at no point in time, from the first time you saw that SUV until you're leaving it, did you see anybody in the front passenger seat of the SUV, correct?
I didn't look inside the SUV.
Right. So you didn't see anybody in the front passenger seat.
No, I didn't look.
You also didn't notice at any point anybody standing outside that SUV?
Not to my knowledge.
And you never saw anybody sitting in the snow or in the street or on the lawn outside the SUV?
Not to my knowledge,
And
no.
you never saw anybody lying outside that SUV. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I'll have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr.
Thank you.
Lally?
Just briefly, sir. So from the time that you were in front of the house until you left, you never saw anyone go in or out of that house or in and out of that vehicle, the black SUV in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were not monitoring the activity around the
came out of the
SUV, you
house.
never saw anyone around the SUV, correct?
What?
He just lied. Lally asked him if he saw anybody come in or out of the house. He was there so that the sister could come out of the house. He saw her come out of the house. He just lied.
Oh, wait,
It's a
this
stupid
is
lie,
the
but it's a lie.
ungrateful sister's brother?
This
It's
is the driver.
The
Not
best
the
friend of
brother.
the brother.
The brother already testified first. Yeah.
Oh.
This
'Cause I
is,
would
there
have
was
asked,
three
like,
people
did
in the
that piss
car.
you off?
No. It was the brother, the girlfriend, and then him. So this is the three people that were in the car. So at least we're done with them.
Yeah.
Or almost anyway.
Yeah, I'll bump it down to 125. It is a little fast.
Oh, yeah.
And while you were not monitoring the activity around the SUV, you never saw anyone around the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that if a 6-foot man had walked from the SUV to the house, is that something that you think you would have seen? Nothing
Well,
further on.
You're not helping yourself, Lally, because if he's a
Yes.
6'2" man, and they didn't see him around the car, then where'd he go?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Ms. Allison McCabe.
And they didn't see him laying on the ground. Was he playing hide and seek?
Yeah.
He tested. Okay, so Chad's correcting me slightly. He testified that he. I'll give you that one, guys. Yeah, sure. He didn't technically see her come out of the house or whatever. He didn't remember which door she came out of, is what he said.
Yeah. He didn't.
Within,
Yeah, he didn't
like-
remember which door. Ooh, kitty.
So within this 6 weeks, we're supposed to hear what crime actually took place, right?
I
Because
hope so.
I am about to actively start spraying Aquanet into the ozone to bring on global warming. I am so tired of snow.
I know.
Yeah.
They're telling me, girl. I'm waiting for you to prove to me that Karen did something. And so stop proving that these people at the house didn't do anything. Like, show me what you got on Karen.
Yes.
the most ridiculous situation ever. This has been weeks of just talking about people who Lally claims had nothing to do with it. Then why are you going
didn't
through
see
and trying to
anything.
disprove every one of their guilt? We slowed it down, Gunnar. We slowed it down to 1.25.
Yeah. Sorry, it was getting a little fast, especially with Unetti. He's a faster talker.
It's Lally that needs to be sped up, but other than that,
Yeah.
the other ones pretty much get to the point.
Why do I bring Brandon's chats up?
You should know better. You should know better.
Because he yells at me if I don't.
Don't let him get hit. Don't get wrapped around his little finger. He's over there. You better pull up my chats.
I'm wondering if the jury thinks they're there for like DUI crime. Like, are we really here for 8 weeks to see who was driving drunk?
Yeah, or
At this
that it
point?
snowed, or that this family is a crazy family, I guess. I don't know.
Lunatics.
Nice, Mo. Nice.
I am over here trying to rack my brain to figure out when and where I bought. Apparently, a force multiplier safe just showed up at my house, and it was ordered under my name. And I'm like, I don't remember ordering one of those. Unless I was very tired and I wanted a place to hide my little Debbies. I have threatened to get a big old force multiplier safe.
Do you take Ambien? Because that happens to me sometimes.
No, I'm just like, because if I would have ordered anything like that, I mean, it's generally light up and sparkly, like the roller skates I bought me, surprising me.
Has anybody can you guys remember a single murder case that's ever had a DUI attached to it?
I mean, charge, no.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
it almost seems petty that they kept the DUI on the murder 2 charge.
I think that's the only thing they're going to be able to prove. I think they wanted
They
something
haven't.
on there.
They thought
can't
they
even do
were.
that. Yeah, they can't even do that.
Good
All they've
point.
proved so far is that she had 1 drink and a shot or something.
They
right?
were telling us in all of this, like all this stuff that they've been putting out there, that she had the 9 shots and like 2 drinks, and we haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised they didn't put like minor theft for the glass that she took out of waterfalls at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
Petty
No.
larceny, first class felony.
Baker, I saw him last night. He is great. He was tired of traveling and he got like randomly selected. I think 3 out of the 4 airports he was in yesterday. So he was having a good time. But otherwise, he's good. He's
That's good.
He's good. Oh yeah, he was not thrilled about it.
Just a safe, not a pew pew.
No, as far as I know, but because I
All
thought
right.
it was my whiteboard, but it didn't look like a whiteboard package.
I think we're
That's
getting
it.
there, Danny. I think we're getting there.
I know.
Yeah.
If you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
Who is this?
Thank you.
Who is
Allie
this?
Ally McBeal?
Allie McCabe?
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Who the hell's
Good
Allie
afternoon.
McCabe?
Oh, good afternoon.
Daughters.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Allie McCabe, MCCABE.
And where do you live, man?
Always with
Canton.
these deep voices.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Basically my whole life except first few months I lived in Stoughton.
Her name used to be Alan McCabe.
You work, you go to school.
I'm a student.
In
Look,
college, is that correct?
she's
Yes.
not Virginia Slims, and she.
I just finished my sophomore year.
And
In high school or in
living
college?
Canton, if anyone
Yeah.
My 2 parents and my 3 sisters.
So you're one of 4 girls, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your parents, what are their names?
Matt and Jen.
Well, Jen's not that old, is she?
If I could turn your attention to
Well, she's
January
sisters
28th
with the
and January 29th, 2000.
other girl, right?
Recall those
Like
days?
they
Yes.
should be that old.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And so on that Friday evening, starting with there. Well,
Thanks,
let me ask you
Melissa.
this. At that time, you were a high school student, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school?
Canton High School.
All 4 years?
Yes.
And did you play any sports when you were at Canton High School?
Yes.
And what sports did you play?
Soccer, hockey, and lacrosse.
Who cares?
And so January, that would have been.
Yeah, I don't
which sports?
understand this.
Hockey season.
Now, with respect to the hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first that evening?
It started with a team dinner at my house. The hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with two of my friends. We were driving around. Then the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
And so let me.
Oh, she drove Colin Albert home. Gotcha.
So as far as the team dinner, is that something that was like a weekly thing?
Yeah, it was usually like the night before a game.
And sort of rotated between different players' houses?
Correct.
And so where was it on that particular?
That night it was at my house.
And about what time did the team dinner get done, or what time did that wind down and you went to the basketball?
I'm not exactly sure. The basketball games typically start around 6:30, so I assume around then.
And who, if anyone from your family, was involved in the basketball?
My younger sister,
And was she JV, varsity? What was she playing on that?
varsity.
And who, if anyone else from your family, was at the basketball?
My parents. I'm not sure about my sisters.
And did you go with your parents or separately, or how did you get?
I believe I drove and I arrived later than my parents.
And as far as at that time, did you have your own car?
Yes.
And what kind of car did you have?
A little Ford Fusion, blue.
And when you arrived there, you're a high school senior, correct?
Correct.
Do you sit with your parents during the game?
No.
There's sort of like a student section, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so you sat there with your friends.
Yes.
And when the game gets over, where was it that you went?
I believe I was just driving around with two of my friends, and then as we were driving, we came across a dog on the side of the street, and we knew a snowstorm was coming. So we picked the dog up and then brought it to the police station, and then drove the dog back to where its owner's house.
And so
Look at you doing good deeds.
What are their names?
Avery Panadosi and Danielle Seaman.
Can you do us a favor and spell those last names for our court
Yes.
reporter, please?
Especially Danielle's.
Piantedosi.
And the second name.
S Danielle Seaman, Seaman.
Yes.
And those were friends of yours from school, from Canton High School as well?
Yes.
And had they been with you at the game previously?
Yes, I believe so.
So you, when you say drove around, whereabouts were you driving?
Through Canton, pretty aimlessly, just driving.
And at some point you come upon a dog, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
On Elm Street.
And
Why is the dog relevant? Stop.
this was a
Jesus
dog
Christ.
unfamiliar to you, is that correct?
Yes.
So what did you do with the dog?
The dog ran over to the car when we stopped and picked the dog up, and we didn't really know what to do with it, so we brought it to the police station.
She's probably going to give the time frame for when Colin left.
No, white.
Yeah.
It was
She
small,
says,
it's
I
white
don't
and-
remember.
white and brown.
I'm
Not
outta
sure her
here.
type.
Because that's the point, right?
I don't know. Sometime between like 12 and 12:30, maybe 11:45. You know what? It might have been almost 1. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm
I
not
can't
even
remember.
sure. Yeah. I'm like,
Probably not wearing a watch.
yeah. I don't do time.
I'm really bad with time, y'all.
Yeah.
Time is a construct.
Yeah.
I brought
We need to get her
I went in
pursuit back.
the police station. The dog stayed in the car with one of my friends. And as I was walking in and telling the officer that I found a dog, he got a call from the owner, and she asked if she was like, "Oh, can you return my dog, please?"
And so you brought the dog back to the owner?
She just stole the dog.
She might have. The dog might have been outside the pits. She just scooped it up on the side of the road.
You mentioned that you had picked up a person by the name of
Later
Colin
last
Albert,
night.
is that right?
Correct.
And who was Colin Albert to you, or could you describe to the jury sort of your relationship with Colin?
I've known Colin since I've been born. Our families are very close.
You know him
We went to high school together, school together growing up, in the same friend group. So yeah, we're very close.
So he was in the same grade as you, is that right?
Correct.
So he was a senior at this time as well?
Yes.
And you have friends, mutual friends together?
Yes.
Now, the two of you are not actually sort of blood related, is that correct?
Correct.
but you have sort of relatives in common. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to that point, as far
Sue, I actually read that in her voice. Look, in my head, I heard it. In the body.
So you're
Anything about the body.
you're so close with Colin, you'd lie for him, wouldn't you, Miss Ellen?
Yeah.
Well, you know, the best part is she like found this dog on the side of the road, which I'm curious to see the size of the dog, right? Seen the dog on the side of the road, rescued it, but she's gonna pull up to this house. Karen Reed's car is already gonna be gone, and she's not gonna notice the guy laying on the supposed guy laying on the sidewalk or whatever. Like she rescued this little dog with the 200-pound man. He'll be all right.
Yeah.
as when he reached out to you, let me ask you this: how is it that you came to come by and sort of pick him up on that?
He texted me and was asking for a ride, and then I responded, drove, and got him. Texted him when I arrived.
Now, as far as that sort of, I don't know what exactly to call it, but as far as you picking him up at certain places, like on weekend nights, was that out of the realm of normalcy, or was that something that happened on occasion?
No, that's common. He knew I was driving that night, so it's pretty common. Our friends, we always just drive each other around and stuff.
Did you drink?
Without getting too much into
How
it,
many
as far as
White
high school
Claws
is
did
concerned,
you
typically
have?
when someone was drinking, would they call and ask for a ride?
Correct, yes.
Rather than driving their own car.
Yes.
And as far as you knew, was Colin?
Wait a minute,
drinking
drunk driving is
at some
now a
point during that?
thing?
Yes.
Is that why he needed a ride?
Yes.
Are we not going to talk
with
about how the
respect,
cops had minors drinking at their house?
Well, I mean,
Were there minors? Oh, Colin.
Colin was
I
a
mean,
minor.
it was just White Claws, though. I mean, do those
Was he
count?
drinking?
I'm just, of course not. He was teetotaling. He had a Sprite.
Don't give me that look.
And a Zima.
Facts not in evidence yet.
That might be why they're so desperate to get him out of the house, or another reason why they're so desperate to get him out of the house.
Yeah. Well, that and he's on a football scholarship.
Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, Colin can't be here when this
Did
happened.
you, around this time that you were driving around and you were going to pick up Colin, did you have any idea where your parents were?
Whoa, Stephen Fenner, is that true?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game.
Is that true, or are you just yanking my chain?
Yeah, is that true?
I've never heard that before. I do think in Wisconsin that's okay, though. You used to be able to bring your kids into bars and let them drink it, like whenever the parents decided.
I did not know that.
I didn't either. Go Massachusetts.
How very European of them.
Right?
But no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so I wasn't sure though.
And as far as the Life 360 goes, is that something that that you sort of keep track of them, or they keep track of you?
It's more them keeping track of me.
Now, do you know approximately what time it was that you first get sort of a Colin reaches out via text to pick him up?
I believe it was around midnight. Not exactly what sure exact, but around midnight.
And did you know where he was when he asked you to pick him up?
Yes, the Albert's house, 34 Fairview.
And is that a house that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship do you have to the people that live at the Albert?
My aunt and uncle and my cousins.
So Brian Albert is your uncle, correct?
Correct.
Paul Albert is your aunt.
Correct.
How is she your aunt? The father's side, your mother's side?
My mother's sister.
And Colin Albert, obviously last name Albert, he's related to people at Fairview as well.
Correct.
That's sort of on the other side of the family.
Correct.
And do you know what, as far as your conversation with Colin, do you know why he was over at that house that night?
It was little Brian's birthday.
And so he had gone over
little
that purpose and you
Brian.
went by to pick him.
Yes.
And do
With
you
a
recall
mustache.
where you were or sort of who you were with when you first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house. After I drove Avery and Danielle home, I went somewhere else.
You drove the two friends that you were with
Where?
earlier home and then you went somewhere else?
Yes, I believe yes.
Was at that point did you get a text from Colin?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not the information that you had as to where Colin was that night, is that something that came via text as well, or was that a phone call or some other type of communication?
I knew he was there. Could have been a phone call. I'm not sure.
So were there a variety of different ways that you would have communicated with Colin around that time?
Yes, there's other apps as well. Yes.
I'm sorry, you said through apps as well?
Yes.
And what kind of apps were there?
For example, like Snapchat.
So you had each other sort of Snapchat information, phone number information, call, text, snap, driven, any of those things?
Yes.
Now, when you get that communication from him to come pick him up, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you get the text from Colin to the time that you arrive in the area?
I'm not sure.
And you're familiar with that home at 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
Place you've been to countless times before. Is it related to the people that own it?
Correct.
And do you recall from where you were coming from as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how did you come?
I don't remember.
And when you get to the home, you obviously park at some point, correct?
Correct.
And where in relation to the house?
I believe in the driveway on the left side. Not entirely sure. I just believe that.
And when you arrive, what, if any, communication did you send to Colin?
I texted him saying here.
And after you texted that to Colin, he comes out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when he comes out of the house, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you texted him here to the time that he comes out to the car?
I'm not sure. A few minutes.
And in the area around the time that you arrive on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to weather, or what was it doing then?
I believe it was starting to snow. Nothing crazy.
As far as accumulation, what, if anything, did you observe at that time?
Oh my God, shut up.
Lights on in the house. That's it.
I think she's
as far
just
as snow was
nervous.
concerned, was it starting to sort of stick to the ground?
I don't remember.
Public speaking.
You text Colin shortly thereafter he comes out, is that right?
Correct.
You recall, you're familiar, obviously, after a couple times now with the house. There were 2 doors in the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know which of the 2 doors Colin came out of?
No, I'm not sure.
And when he came down, he came over to the car, correct?
Yes.
And you're in the driveway?
Yes.
He gets into what part of the car? Front passenger seat?
Yes, I believe.
And from the time that you, so when you leave from there, where is it that you went?
His house and then my house.
You dropped him off at his house and then you went home?
Correct.
Okay,
Now-
Ms. Delali, we're actually going to break here. We have to break a little bit early, but we'll be back at 2. Okay, so, when Ashley.
Jesus
Please let
Christ.
the jurors go out first and then.
Interrupt this.
Thank you.
All rise.
Exciting testimony.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
That was abrupt. Let's see if there's anything happening here.
Well, the good news is we got to skip a couple minutes.
Oh, fan watch. Oh. Well, that was mind numbing.
Right?
He just drags on with this stupid foundational stuff. Ugh.
Yeah.
Move along, buddy.
Like, did you play Foursquare or Gaga Ball? What was your favorite color when you were 6? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Tammy brings up a really great point, actually.
Sorry, I
she
was trying
says-
to uncover Janie's face.
My bad. They keep asking if they could see footprints. If the crime happened when they say there would be no snow under the body, yet there was enough that they used the cups to collect it. And that's accurate, especially considering if he wasn't already perished, his body's still going to be warm. So whatever little bit of snow that's starting to stick, as the 3 Bud Light drinkers just testified to, then it would have melted underneath him and he would have been on the grass. There would have been no blood drops in snow in Solo cups. That wouldn't have been able to happen unless the snow had fallen enough before he laid on the snow. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I have yet to figure out what they're doing with this entire case.
They're trying to keep the Alberts out of prison is what they're trying to do.
Yeah, but that just puts attention on them. And now I notice more that you are going out of your way to make me not pay attention to them.
Yeah. It's
Why didn't you get the memo, Mo, to wear red?
You know, it's like y'all
Well,
have
it's
a
her
group
hair.
chat and you don't tell me. Yeah. It's my face because I got it sent a force multiplier case instead of my big whiteboard.
That's a win.
So,
That's a win.
Valhalla, I have been waiting for this board so I can try and make heads or tail of this case.
Order another $20 whiteboard and keep your $50 pew pew safe. I almost said it.
I am ordering another whiteboard. I'm just letting the person who sent it know that
Shouldn't have done
someone's
that.
gonna be real pissed. Someone's gonna be real pissed off when they get a whiteboard instead of a force multiplier case.
That's true. You're right there.
They're like, "What the shit can I do with this?" I'll be like, "Start a YouTube channel."
Yeah.
Start a YouTube channel. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that's
all right.
funny.
I think, ladies, I'm gonna leave you for the day.
You
Okay.
have fun.
Yeah, that's the plan. I think I'm gonna go make sure that everybody's got enough food to get them through the day, and then go hang out with my friends from the internet.
Must be nice.
Yeah, you should have came. You all should have came.
You know, Mr.
Well, if I knew Dave was driving, that would have had a lot of hassle. But
You did know Dave was driving.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
You knew as well as I do. He was very wishy-washy whether he was even going or not the whole time.
Sort of. He always told me he was going. He told me he was bringing his mother-in-law at one point.
Well, he told me, and then one second it was like, oh, I don't know, and then it was that, and it was like, and then you don't want to plan it, and then last minute you're like, sorry. Like, dang it. Well, I couldn't get off work anyway, so what am I worried about?
I will be watching at least part of this as best I can. And for those of you that are in town, follow us all on Twitter. Baker, myself, Expert, White Rabbit, Volstorm, Diva, Texas Gen, Miami, David MLS, Wendy, I think is going to be here soon. But we'll all post it on Twitter if we're out somewhere, so you guys can all meet up with us.
Awesome.
Thank you again, Marissa, for doing this. Jamie, you're lovely as always, and Mo, I love the hair.
Thank you.
Sorry, you got to keep me safe.
Oh, it's okay. Actually, I'm glad because I was like, what? How messed up was I on new medication that I ordered this? And then I looked at the shipping receipt, and apparently, I don't know how the boxes got confused. But
yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah.
What a pain in the ass, though.
So I wanted to share this because it shows how much of the yard you can actually see when somebody pulls out of that driveway. So there's no sound, but pulling in. Now, if you back out, look at this.
How the hell did they not see him?
That's not with snow on the ground. Snow is white.
Look.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, he
I
would
don't
have been
wanna do
right
that.
there.
Yeah.
You would have bright lights right on it, right on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
And then snow would have made it more apparent to me, in my mind at least.
Yeah.
That's what I would
I
think.
agree.
Because he was in dark clothing.
So I do have a little game I can put up. Well, it's a it's a game. It's a this or that kind of game. Because I need to grab food.
I need to charge my headphones.
And I think I gave myself like 20 or 25 minutes of it, and then I'll be back and we'll chat or something.
Sounds good. I can go make sure the boys aren't burning down the house making their own lunches.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I want Jen on the stand today too. I just don't know if it's going to happen.
Well, I mean, we're getting there.
Yeah.
It might be Colin, maybe. Because if she's talking about Colin, then usually he's been pretty decent about then the next person will be that person. So maybe we get Colin today.
Yeah. That would be great.
Yeah.
It would make sense because at this point, they've neither shown me a crime nor a person that is connected to it.
Yeah, and she's talking about picking up Colin. So then, in my mind, Colin would have to be next.
Yeah.
So.
I agree.
Look at this.
I know. I'm so proud of myself. I'm still working on one for Friday, but thankfully I have 2 days.
That's a good thing.
So basically, you can stick around, chat amongst yourselves in chat, or answer in chat along. But hang out. We'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Forgot to add myself. Well, anyway, thank you for the time to eat my lunch, get a drink, refill. We are obviously still waiting for court. Thanks for playing along. I do have another game for tomorrow that will hopefully be a little bit better than that one, but it was something to do. Since we can't have word crack because that needs to be connected to Baker's YouTube. Baker's probably off eating God knows what they're feeding him today. I had something I wanted to share. Where the heck did it go? Bear with me one moment. Oh, I wanted to do the funny from yesterday. Somebody had asked, I think I may have clipped it. It's from yesterday. My favorite part of the trial so far.
She's in front of me, yes. And the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. Let me ask you this. Has anybody in
So,
this,
jurors, I'm going to strike that, of course.
has anybody in this
You
courtroom
can't stop.
asked you about
Here it
Amy
is.
McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but
Miss Tianetti, please no more, of course.
of course, Your Honor. With regard to that photo, once again,
Even better.
He's, I mean, I think Bev should get him a pass because these people have like cranial rectitis to the nth degree. It's terminal.
Yeah, it is.
And I mean, I get if you think that this man was unalived by this woman, you wouldn't want to be friendly with the defense. But when you argue with them, prosecutors need to make it really clear to people that you look like you're withholding. It doesn't look natural. You know, it looks like you have something to hide. And this whole case is going to be basically he said, she said. And thus far, they said is confusing and it doesn't ring authentic.
Yes. And it's just extremely confusing. I think, I don't know. It's just a hot mess. It's a hot mess express.
Well, I mean, I hate to go back to it, but the Darrell Brooks case was an extremely complex case. I mean, you had so many moving parts. You had a crime before a crime and then kind of things going on. But the way the state set it up, it was easy to follow. You didn't get lost. They only brought in the people that they really needed to. You know, I just, is there no one with logic in Massachusetts?
Yeah. I mean, there's, I just don't understand. There's so many people that still believe that she did it.
Well, I mean, some people watch Nancy Grace for enjoyment.
That's true. That's definitely true. And yeah. I mean, people watch soap operas too, and that doesn't really, I don't get that one either, but.
You know, I mean, it's just, it is one of those things. So it's like people watch Court TV and believe everything that Court TV says.
Yeah. That's true too. Or read.
I have a theory about that though.
Mhm.
Okay, so I went back and I'm rewatching like Unsolved Mysteries and Forensic Files and FBI Files. Those were propaganda because
Yeah.
they make it seem like blood spatter and all of these, ballistics are completely 100% correct and the FBI are good. And I think it was just a propaganda, PR kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Just the amount of junk that's out there. I can't believe freedom of speech is great until you get morons that are out there flapping their gums.
Well, and it might not be. People look at things through different lenses. And if you're in the camp of, look, the state would never bring a case that they weren't 100% on, like I was when I started, then you see it as, what is the defense trying to pull? They're doing all these shenanigans. Why won't they just act right? And then you kind of get a different perspective when you say, wait a minute, the state didn't prove anything, but they threw a lot of stuff up there.
Oh yeah, this is definitely like, it's filibuster at this point.
I mean, with as much as Bev wants it to move up, I would imagine her with the witness list, like, okay, cumulative.
Right. But she only does that with like actual like physical pieces of evidence, not necessarily testimony. And I'm like, who cares how many pictures we see at this point? Just give me a different one.
Yeah. And that's why I understand she doesn't like poster boards, but if there were ever a case for larger demonstratives, I think this would be the case.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I did kind of put together a timeline, but it's all put to crap now because what they're saying and what they testified to in their, what am I thinking, affidavits are, it's not lining up. So that was a waste of time.
Sorry, update on the force multiplier safe. Apparently they have a bot to respond. I sent pictures and the thing because I didn't want them to think I was, trying to get an extra whiteboard. And they're like, well, you got something delivered.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thanks. Now I have to order, it from another place.
Well, wait. They didn't say like, oh, hey, we'll send you the right one?
It's a bot. So right now the bot is responding. We're showing the product was delivered. If you really have an issue, we'll be back in like 24 hours and respond.
Oh my gosh. This happened. So I tried to return something. My cat is on catnip right now and spasming. So if you see him like just launch at me.
Oh no, you're fine. Thor, when he gets high on catnip, will open bags of dried beans, roll around in them and go, oh. And I'm like, so I've asked my husband, I'm like, is my cat is too high and I need to talk him down? A suitable excuse to avoid social interaction?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't go.
My
cat is too high.
Mine is, oh God, he's looking at me and it's freaking me out. Like he's gonna launch. So I tried to return something on Amazon and I talked to a bot and then I talked to a person like probably a week later because they took forever and I kept being a Karen about it and was like, now you haven't gotten back to me. So they're like, okay, yeah, it was a rug. So they're like, put the rug outside and we'll have somebody to come pick it up to return. So I was like, fine, put the rug outside. At the same day that the rug went outside, a bag of, or like a big, huge box of dog food was delivered to my house from Chewy. Now, it was a rectangular box, and then there's a rug. They picked up the Chewy box of dog food.
Of course they did.
And of course my husband bought that, and I like right away was like, "Hey, send your driver back. You picked up the wrong thing. My dogs are going to be hungry." Like, and dog food is not cheap. It was like,
No, not if you get like not old Roy.
exactly. Well, it was not Gravy Train or whatever that crappy stuff was back in the day. And I have 2 dogs, so there was 2 different bags of dog food in there. So we're talking like $100 of dog food that Amazon virtually stole from me. And yeah, so there was a lot of back and forth. It took me 3 months.
Oh my God.
And they finally were like, "How much was the dang dog food?" I still have the rug, by the way. It
My
wasn't the right
husband's like,
size.
we were
Whatever.
looking at getting a force multiplier case. And I just told him, like, I'm glad I wasn't so out of it that I bought one and didn't know.
Yeah. Did you like freak out and have to like look and see like what you actually
Well,
ordered?
it's a big, I mean, it's almost up to my weight or right under my under boob area. It's a big rectangle, but it's not flat. So I was really confused as to how a whiteboard was going to fit into that. I was like, did I buy a collapsible whiteboard?
Yeah.
And then no, I open it and I'm like, well, no one said I was getting sponsored by like Liberty Safes, and I thought they would contact me before they sponsored me, but
Yeah. Yeah, that's well, now you have a safe. Sometimes they ask for stuff back, and I feel like that's
well,
kind
that's
of a
what
sham.
that's what I'm like. I'm not spending shipping on this. I'll just call it a day and get a whiteboard from Amazon. Don't
Yeah.
test me. I'm not going to spend $50 because it's quite heavy to ship it back.
Yeah. I think where I went wrong with this whole thing is I was like, I don't want to go take this stupid rug all the way to UPS, so I'm just gonna like do that like pickup thing. I'm never doing that again.
Yeah. Now I'm like,
Word to the
okay,
wise.
the new kitten does not need 2 cat trees, one goth and one, nice, so that he can pick if he was going for violence or not that day. These are the conversations I have with myself.
Yeah. My cat is now in a empty laundry basket with like his face like pressed against the side. Like it's one of those like pop-up ones.
Oh yeah.
And his face like mesh side, and he is on one. Like,
well, that's what my youngest is like, we're like drug dealers. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you give catnips to the cats. You should stop. I'm like, first of all, don't tell your teacher I'm a drug dealer.
right.
Second of all, it's not hurt. Just go away.
Yeah. Well, I this is like the first time I've had catnip with him for a while because it does make him completely cracked out. And my son, he's 4. He's like, what? Why is that doing that, mommy? And I'm like, well, it makes him act funny. Like I'm trying to not use the druggo word and around him because then he's going to be like, my cat does blah blah blah. I'm like, he repeats
that was
everything.
my thing. I was just like, please, dear God, don't tell your teacher this.
So, and then I'm like, well, he's going to be really hungry, so we're going to put some extra food in his dish for overnight for once this wears off, because they'll like end up like eating like a whole bowl. Oh, craziness. So I'm wondering, they ended early, but are they going to come back early?
Beth doesn't seem like a slow or like a comeback early person.
Yeah.
And Beth, sweetie, honey, it's called purple shampoo. It's going to take that brass right out of there, and it will look a lovely platinum.
Yeah. Oh, she did say 2? Okay. I know, Sue. I know. I was hoping, I'd like to see like some real witnesses, not the people who drove people.
Yeah. And this at some point ad nauseum, I mean, say that what's her face yesterday actually saw a blob.
Right.
That could be conceivable if they were backing out that way. But if she's going the opposite way, I don't understand how with the taillight she could see that far. Unless I'm confused as to where they're going. Because if you're going towards the flagpole, I would think you would obviously see it. But if you're going away and it's just the backlighting, how did you see something?
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure she was driving from the mailbox. They were driving from the mailbox to the flagpole. And if she was on the passenger side, like in the back, I'm assuming, then yeah. I could see how one would see it and one wouldn't.
Well, that, and then she immediately qualified with, I was drunk. I don't know if I actually saw something. So if Lolly had her up there to kind of bolster this, he got flown 20 feet by her backing up, she immediately then comes off as an uncredible person.
Right. Well, I think Lally comes off as an uncredible person. I mean,
when I am the voice of logic and reason and organizing stuff, as a chaotic neutral, that should not happen. When I need to do it, you're pretty bad.
Yeah. And the fact that she said it was 5 or 6 feet long, I was like, are you serious right now? So what you're saying is you didn't see a blob. When I think blob, I think like somewhat circular.
Again, we are programmed to notice human-like things. So think of like an outlet cover. You can kind of make a face out of it,
Right. Yeah. Personify things.
We are like subconsciously wired to, if we see a human-sized blob, even if it is a tree or something, our eyes are going to be drawn toward it. Her seeing a blob that looked like a human, if I am possibly tipsy, I'd be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's never a mannequin. That's probably a dead guy.
Yeah. Like exactly. I mean, I think that, I don't know. I think that you would definitely recognize or say more about it. And nobody said anything about, like the other girl, Sarah, I think her name was. She didn't mention that Julie said something about it. Am I getting them right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, the one before her, I mean, she should have said, hey, there was bread back here. We could have made a peanut butter and jelly. And oh, holy crap, what's that blobby thing over there?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just more outspoken. I would have been like, hey, look, a blob. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe.
I mean, you and I and the people in the chat probably watch all of the, not so nice people documentaries. We've watched all of CSI, all of Law and Order SVU. So we are pretty sure that everyone has a basement full of some kind of dungeon people.
Oh, yeah.
Also, like, it's a dead body.
Right.
It just always is. It's never a mannequin. It is never a log. It is always...
Literally, like any scary movie I watch, I'm like, why would you go to the basement? Why? If you're already terrified, stay out of the damn basement.
Yes.
I literally will yell at the TV. And where is Valhalla? I don't know. He's playing with ghosts.
I think Valhalla was going to go hang out with his friends. I think he kind of was like, going to go make sure Baker eats a cheesecake.
Yeah, it is Stupid
Oh my
Human. Welcome
God.
to Below Michigan. What?
They could get him deep fried Dollywood cheesecake. I'm sure Dollywood has it. I'm sure they fry everything.
Oh yeah. They probably deep fry butter.
Not a
What
bad
did
idea.
I don't know. Would that work?
I think if you had it frozen and
yeah. Oh yeah, frozen. Duh. Why didn't I think of that? So I'm seeing this why no accident reconstruction expert. I remember Bacon Baker saying something about how the defense team had one, and then the prosecution was trying to disqualify them as not being. Remember that? Like it was like a government funded one or something. But I don't know. We'll see if they come in.
remember that this, or was it this trial? The state didn't want the defense's expert. So they're like, well, could we share experts? Or is that another?
Oh, no, I doubt they would ever share or suggest it. I don't think
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of a different trial. Well, I haven't watched a lot of these hearings, so I'm honest to goodness coming in about as knowledgeable as a juror, which is why I wanted my whiteboard. Feel like I'm going to go Lewis Black. The pointed fingers are here, and I am angry.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't called a single expert yet, except for the DNA vet person lady who told us that they found pig DNA on them. So whatever. Yeah, that one was funny.
What in the, I don't know, Roadhouse Porky's is going on in this house? We've got pig DNA. We've got a disappearing dog, a guy that Schrodinger's guy on the snow. Someone tell me what exactly was going on in that house, because I have no idea.
I mean, it was a White Claw party. Apparently things get really weird when you drink White Claw. I think I'll stay away.
So. Yeah, it's not making a good, sales receipt for itself. Like,
I don't really like White Claw. I mean, I'll drink it, but it just doesn't do it for me. So I don't know. Usually it's like tequila that makes things weird.
Well, if I'm going to do White Claw style stuff, I will get Clearly American, the Sam's Club, sparkling water, and just a gallon of Tito's and call it a day, because those taste better, and vodka is good.
Yeah, White Claws would probably give me a headache too. I don't know. Are they sugary? I feel like they're sugary.
I think they came up because keto stuff and low carb vodka or the harder liquors are, I think, not as many points. They're still empty calories, but not as many. Add seltzer water. You have a drink that is gross.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, how the basement.
I guess.
I mean, this could make sense, but why was the dog in the basement? He said he took the dog upstairs. I realized that's probably not real.
Okay, so why is John in a fight with Colin, who's like 16 years old?
Because they had beef before.
What does a grown-ass man have beef with a 16-year-old for? I'm trying to figure this out.
He was apparently OCD, and his parents and him had this whole thing about doing stuff on his lawn, on John's lawn. And so the one time Colin was drinking beer on his lawn or something, and he saw him on Ring video. I don't know.
I can understand if your kid's being an absolute dill hole. That is a parenting problem. That is a you have screwed up somehow problem, especially if you're encouraging him to put it on, camera and all that stuff.
Yeah. So I'm seeing here that Doink got a protection order against him from the woman he assaulted.
I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but what a doofus.
And he says he was the one.
Every single time you hear the word male feminist, just start the clock. They will be convicted of something in like the next 10 minutes.
Yeah. And Peter posted earlier. Let me see if I can share this. Oops, I don't want that one. This is just in Discord, so I'm just going to open it there. Upon reflection, this court removes the name Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Trooper that's not the Bukake that it looks like, Buchanek. Yeah, Buchanek. From the order excluding Aiden from the courtroom, the court finds that unlike civilian witnesses, the troopers will be testifying in their official capacity, and the presence of Kearney in the courtroom is not likely to have a chilling effect on their testimony. So ordered.
I mean, that makes sense, and it does seem like something she's actually thought about, which I'd rather have a judge that clearly illustrates why they made a choice versus like the Delphi judge, and she's just like, because I said so.
Yeah. I don't know. The drama continues to unfold with that whole like side story of Grant and Aiden, and it's
Okay.
I mean, it kind of adds some fun to this otherwise very dull trial.
Y'all, do we think we could get Grant and Aiden to do a real world Boston, when the gloves come off and kindness ends, and then it'll just be hysterical yelling on both sides?
No, Grant was in court today. Oh, he was MIA to avoid it being served, but he was there today, so I'm sure they've slapped it right on his desk in front of him.
I don't know. Poor Grant. He just needs 8 more stickers on his keyboard or on his laptop.
I don't know. I mean, maybe, but she's definitely giving Lally a lot of leeway. Maybe she thinks Lally doesn't have a case either. Who knows? But if you saw all of the pre-trial stuff, she cuts off the defense team 1000%. And it could just be that she doesn't like those lawyers. They're not from around here.
Well, I will say they are a little bit more kind of direct. Lolly is bungling and, has to rely on what if anything. These lawyers know what they want to ask. They, speak clearly, and they want, the person to give them a certain answer, but they already know the answer they had. So all of that put together against Lolly's kind of shenanigans shambling, it can appear that they are more aggressive and more assertive.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely better lawyers for sure. Even their delivery alone is better.
Yeah, Lolly sucks. I mean, I'm sorry, sir, but you do.
We're allowed to make fun of Lolly, right? I mean, he's terrible. It's just so hard to listen to him.
I wonder if he's like this in other trials, or this, because it is a big trial, has kind of brought out a lot of. He just looks very unprepared, but he does better with smaller trials.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have the all of the resources of the state, you would think regardless of political strata, this is going to be a big case. You put people up there that look confident, can speak well. Maybe they're not the most senior person, but they're the ones that will easily get this information out.
Yeah. One of the chin ladies. Maybe he was fighting with the kid and daddy cop joined in. Yes, his dad is a cop. Oh, wait. Yes, Chris Albert is his dad. Chris Albert is a cop. In Canton? Maybe Boston? I don't remember.
I was thinking of doing kind of a Cheers spoof with the Canton bunch, but there are I just tried 2 characters, let alone 18 characters.
Yeah. I don't know. Now I'm curious. Where's my little cheat? My cheat chart. I need to bring it up. There it is. I think. Alrighty. Stop that one. I really have to talk myself through this whole like unshare and then share.
You will get more used to it and it will feel more natural.
All right. So Chris Albert, oh no, he's not a cop. Chris Albert is the town selectman. I knew that. He owns the pizza shop. And then here's our, can we see this? I guess not. Our beautiful poster boy all the way to the right on the bottom.
Oh, he does have resting douche face.
He does. I mean, that might be a driver's license photo if I ever saw one. But
I mean, I say that with limitations. He's young and he's a minor. So, sir, I will not say that again, but
right.
100%.
Yeah, he doesn't look the friendliest. I still haven't put Junior in there. There's so many people here.
Well, that's why I think that Bev should have relaxed her rule with demonstratives. Because if I'm in the jury and I haven't seen every day fully, I am lost as to all of these people. And I am starting to get confused about why I am not hearing about John O'Keefe in this John O'Keefe trial.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kevin Albert is the brother that is a Canton cop. There's a Boston cop, a Canton cop, and a town selectman, and they're all brothers.
That doesn't seem like a terrible idea.
And the daughter is an investigator for the attorney general. And Julie Albert babysat Michael Proctor's niece and nephew or something like that. It's just a mess. Everybody's connected somehow. So it's ugly.
Yeah, it really... I mean, Canton's a fairly large town, or is it very small? Because I could see all of these. Okay. I guess I could see for a really small town, it would not be unusual to have, multiple family members doing things.
Oh, we have fan. The video of Albert talking to Karen at the last bar in front of Higgins is very telling to me. Higgins purposely looks away like he's mad. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I kind of want to see it again with Higgins on the stand and see what he has to say about it, but he's not going to remember jack poop. So, I don't know. It's a crime family Canton style. I don't think he was a cop, but I have heard that Chris Albert was the one that may have unalived somebody in a car accident or something. I could be misquoting there. Sorry if I am. And Bev might have been the judge for that one, and he had a pretty weak sentence, from what I understand.
Weird.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of backstory to this one.
It does seem like it has like a prequel almost.
I've heard this. Did I hear this from you? Rumor mill has it Higgins has flipped due to the Fed investigation, so probably we'll have to wait till defense for Higgins. Oh.
Oh.
The plot thickens. Oh,
interesting.
Her dad was his attorney. Okay, I knew like she was involved somehow. It was like years and years ago, but still.
That's a whole new level of weird that I wouldn't have thought, but
Higgins has
this
a
whole
proffer.
thing is strange.
Yes, that's what it was. It was a DUI hit and run. I'm not sure if somebody was unalived. I'm pretty sure they were though. Yeah. Her dad was assistant DA. Oh boy. Well, I'm going to bring up fan watch. Sorry to anybody that it's making nauseous, but I think we should be going. We're at 2:03. We still have the McCabe girl on, so.
Yeah, I do wonder when they're going to get to the point where things start to happen, because
Yeah. Oh, this fan makes me kind of sick. I'll just keep an eye on it. I got court in my ear.
That's what I do. Because sometimes you're just either staring at a seal or things like that.
Yeah. It was near the, yes, and master's study student was killed. Oh. Yeah, I thought it was like, yeah, maybe Jess will pipe in with like what the sentence was, but I remember me thinking like, really? Like if I did that, I'd be in the slammer for years.
Now, has the federal indictment come down or the federal investigation? I mean, is that something that we know for sure is happening by subpoenas or, okay.
We know it's happening, and in pretrial stuff, they have even brought it up. They don't want it brought up in front of the jury. They have to lay foundation for it first. So it probably won't come up until the defense, because Lally obviously doesn't want it to come up and isn't going to lay that foundation. So there's no indictments yet, but they're releasing evidence as they see it, I believe. Like there's certain things that they've found and there's reports of. Okay. I don't see court back yet. I'm live. It's not happening. And maybe it's behind. It's moving. I don't know. Some charges have been announced. Oh yeah, 6 months probation. That's exactly. Terrible. I need to get my little baker guy on here. There we go. What was that? Hey, Jamie.
All right, could we have Ms. McCabe, please?
Hey, guys.
Hello.
Whiskey.
Oh, good one.
I know, right? Like I heard that one when I was 12.
And I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Now,
You can
Ms.
stay.
If I could take you back just to a little bit from where we had left off. When you arrived at the residence at 34 Fairview Road, You pulled into the driveway, is that correct?
I believe so.
And obviously, on that date, you were familiar with the types of vehicles that your parents drove?
Yes.
And did you see any of your parents' vehicles at the home when you pulled in and parked in the driveway?
No.
And when you got to the house at any point, did you exit the car or go inside the house?
No.
So you texted him that you were there, and you stayed in the car, and he came out.
Yes.
And when Colin came out to the car, what, if any, observations did you make of him in regards to his sobriety, as far as what, if any, observations did you make in respect to that?
Normal.
Didn't seem overly intoxicated to you?
No.
And as far as his face or features, or from whatever you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Colin when he came out?
None.
And how would you describe his demeanor when he came out and he got into the car?
Normal.
Now, during the course, you drove from the Fairview home to Colin's house, is that right?
Yes.
And where was Colin living at that point?
I don't know the address, but his new house, not the one where he was neighbors with John, the newer house.
And if you could, just generally speaking, where was that in relation to the town of Canton? What was it?
It's in the center of town, close to the library.
And do you recall, or do you know what type of residence that is?
Yes, it's like condos. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah. Townhouses.
As far as your drive from the residence in Fairview to Colin's house, did you make any stops along the way?
No.
About how long a drive is it from Fairview to Colin's new house?
7 minutes, 5 minutes.
And when you arrived there, what did you observe Colin to do?
Got out of the car, went inside, got the key, locked it, went inside.
And is that something as far as, did you wait for him to get inside?
Yes.
And why was it?
I always wait for him because it's like how he has to open the first door to get inside. So I usually just wait for everyone to get inside.
And during the car ride from Fairview to Colin's house, do you recall anything specific about, did you have a conversation with him?
Probably. I don't remember what we were talking about.
And then following that, where did you go?
I believe home.
And when you got home, were either of your parents home at that point?
No.
Do you know about what time it was that you got?
Not exactly. I would estimate a little bit before 12:30, around that time.
And at any point in time over the rest of the course of that evening, did you see your parents? Did you talk to your parents or anything like that?
I know I talked to my dad on the phone when we found the dog. Other than that, no.
And so after your return home, when you went to bed or you went to sleep, were your parents home at that point?
No.
About how much time was it between the time when you got home, around 12:30 or so, and when you went to sleep?
Not long. I don't know.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, at some point you woke up, correct?
Yes.
And were your parents home at that point?
Yes.
And were both of your parents home at that point?
Yes.
Yes,
Do you
I
know
was
about
still
what time
alive.
you
Still asleep.
woke up the next day?
No, I do not.
Now, Mr. Cave, at some point in August of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with some
Not that
troopers
dog.
from the state police?
Yes, I believe I'm not sure what time, but on a Zoom.
And was that one trooper or more than one trooper or something?
I believe 2. I'm not sure.
Can you recall any of the names of any of those troopers?
Yuri maybe was one of them. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, just gonna wait for that.
That would be Yuri Buchanek.
Now, ma'am,
You're gonna say it, don't
that
you?
meeting that you had with troopers
It's
from the
really
state
hard to
police,
not.
What, if anything,
I know.
did you provide?
I thought that was his name for a hot minute. Beginning.
Text messages with Colin, maybe pictures. I don't know. Definitely the text messages.
And before we get to that, just as far as your phone, what kind of phone did you have at that time?
I believe an iPhone 14 Pro Max, maybe.
Oh.
And I should have been more specific as far as the time, but the iPhone you're talking about as far as the Pro Max, was that in January of 2022
Oh, I'm sorry.
or in August of 2020?
That was in August.
And between January of 2022 and August of 2023, did you have the same phone throughout that time period?
I'm not sure. I believe I upgraded.
Of course you did.
And when you upgraded your phone, what, if any, data sort of carried over?
The whole town got a new family plan.
Everything.
So as far as chats or text messages or phone contacts, things like that, all of that transferred from one phone to the new phone?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so first thing I'm going to show you a 2-page document. You guys should go take a look at it and look up.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do you recognize that, man?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
This is from my phone, my text messages.
And the second page, what is that?
Colin's contact information.
Are those screenshots that you took from your phone and provided to the troopers in August of 2023?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call all the seat to as objection. I'd ask to be heard.
Okay, come on up and bring that.
It asked to be heard.
Yep.
I've not heard that before.
What did he say before that?
Oh, I think he wanted to get into it, but I don't know.
Oh, look who's missing.
Oh, Grant.
Jamie, he got a subpoena.
Oh, he
that
got kicked out, didn't he?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
He might have said he left
Wait.
for the day.
Is that DUI guy?
Yes.
I am so stinking jealous.
Well,
Why
are we
are
looking
they-
at a juror?
No, why are we? Okay, is everyone in Massachusetts? Do they all have sunburns? Was it
It
a
might be the
really hot
lighting.
weekend?
Probably like the wind burn.
I guess. Or it's like the
No,
red
isn't it
cheeks.
when people drink a lot, they get red cheeks?
The gin
can't-
blossom nose?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. They are a lot of Irish people up there. I think the lighting
Oh,
might
I
be
feel
weird.
seen. Welcome, my fellow lobsters.
No, same.
We may never tan, but we glow in the dark.
I'm pretty pasty pale, but I can actually, once I get it like the first burn done, then I can get a tan. It just
God.
goes away after that.
I had a
No.
friend that was very pale, and she'd always do that and make me laugh so hard. She's like, I got to go out and burn really good first. And then usually I'm good. And I'm like, it's so stupid.
It's not, I don't do it
It's
on
hilarious.
purpose.
I
Just- it happens. I do put sunscreen on every day though, because I don't want the crow's feet. I want to make it to 50 without them. We'll see how
Yeah.
that goes.
Live the life, girl. Hats
have
and
a-
lots of
I don't.
sunscreen. That's what I do.
Same. 40 and I don't have them yet, so there's hope.
Step out for just a few minutes.
Ooh.
All right, please.
Oh, do they have to like raw deer her?
Is Lolly trying to throw something in that wasn't in Discovery?
No, but I think what these, I don't know, maybe it's something about the text messages. Because if it's what I think it is, they're very vague. But I don't know why they would. What do I know?
Oh my gosh, Sue. Sudden screen pauses.
Please be seated.
Not that thick pasty stuff that's good for the environment.
No.
Yeah, but it smells like blood.
It does.
Okay.
Diaper paste.
If you could just briefly explain to the witness what's occurring.
Yes, I just need Miss Giannetti back. Okay. So, thank you. And the next two, if they would be marked separately, please.
I hope Baker's listening. We're talking about our beauty regimen.
All right. We'd love it. Yeah, because I just got a box of new fragrances.
The lawyers are going to get to ask you a few questions now before we go any further in front of the jury.
We could talk about that all day.
So, Mr. Lally, you can take the exhibits back and
Oh, I kind of feel bad. She
you
looks
can
scared.
question this witness and then Ms. Giannetti can cross-examine.
May I approach with
Yes.
Alderman?
My sister did that, baby oil.
So, Ms. McCabe, with reference to the two screenshots that
Some
we were
butter.
talking
Just
about
throw some
before
butter on.
we left the room, those are screenshots that you took from your own phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the communications contained therein, is it your memory that those are communications that you had with Colin Albert?
Why don't you ask her what they are, non-leaded?
Yeah.
Those
I say yeah, like I know. Yeah.
screenshots, as far as the communications, what are they? When were they done?
At a later date.
Exactly.
Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
So I'm asking, as far as the actual content of the conversations, when did those conversations occur?
January 28th.
And you were a participant in those conversations?
Yes.
Hi, trash
And,
talk raiders.
As far as the
T3
content of those conversations, is it your memory that the content reflected there is accurate as to what the content of the conversations were between yourself and Colin Albert the evening of the 28th into the 29th?
Yes.
And Colin Albert was somebody that you were familiar with, correct?
Yes.
And beyond what's contained within these screenshots, you had other text communications with Colin Albert using the same contact information.
Correct.
And how is it that you knew or were aware that the person or the contact that you were talking to was Colin Albert?
Because it's his phone.
With reference to that contact you had in your phone for Colin Albert, had you called that number before?
Yes.
When you called the number, who answered?
Colin.
And when you had texted Colin on prior occasions using that contact information, did you have any, you have a text communication, did you have any subsequent conversation in relation to the content of those text
Hey, cool
communications?
gamer.
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
And I'm not just asking specifically about these. What I'm saying is you have contact information in your phone for Colin Albert.
Yes.
And on any of those prior occasions when you had texted that contact information, you put in as Colin Albert into your phone. And just to be clear, you were the one who input that number as Colin Albert in your phone.
Yes.
And so on this or any prior occasions when you had contacted via text that contact of Colin Albert in your phone, following those text communications, did you have any conversation with Colin Albert related to the content of those communications?
Sorry, I'm confused.
Do you understand the question?
No,
You have to
No.
make these simpler. Let's try and get through this before damage.
Sorry.
Oh, that's kind of mean.
I
At
didn't
some
follow
point
that.
during the course of your,
True.
how long had you had Colin's contact information in your phone?
For a while, years.
And over the course of those years, had you had conversations related to content in text in person?
Oh, yes.
And as far as the content that you had texted to that number you associated or inputted Colin Albert, was Colin Albert aware of the content of those text communications?
Oh, correct. Yeah.
And within those specific screenshot of the text communications from that evening, as far as your recollection of that particular evening, are the times that are associated with those accurate as far as you remember?
Yes.
And did you do anything to alter the times that are associated with those text communications prior to taking a screenshot and giving it to the state police?
No.
Now turning to the other two screenshots that you took, those are photographs, correct?
Did I take them?
I'm just asking what they are.
Oh, both pictures of Colin. One's with my aunt. The other's just him and some other people blocked off.
And do you know when and where those were taken?
Yes, they were taken at the Albert's house. One of their sons were coming home from the Marines, so it was like a welcome home party.
And when was that in relation to the evening of January 28th to 29th?
A few weeks after.
And that sort of coming home celebration for your cousin who was coming home from the Marines, were you there for that?
Yes.
And so as far as your observation of those photographs, is what's depicted of Colin Albert, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what he looked like on February 11th?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron.
I like how it comes up Misty and Eddie.
Good afternoon.
How long have you had an iPhone? I'm not talking about your current iPhone, but just iPhones in general.
For years.
More than 5 years?
Yes.
And how old are you now?
I'm 20.
20. And when did you get your first iPhone, if you remember?
I don't remember.
12, 13?
Yeah, around middle schoolish.
Maybe 7 or 8 years. Is that a decent estimate?
Yes.
And in those 7 or 8 years, you have learned how to operate an iPhone, the various features that they have and the apps that you can download and use, correct?
Correct.
And your current iPhone has a number of apps on it, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the text message app, you'll agree with me that that is a green icon with a white sort of speech bubble in the middle of it?
Yes, I believe.
And you know that when you click on that, it gives you a list of the text messages that you're exchanging with people, the various threads, correct?
Correct.
You know that if you click on a thread, it opens up the individual text messages that you've sent and received to that particular person, correct?
Correct.
And you know that if you take your finger or your thumb and you hold it on one particular text that's either sent to you or from you, you can do things with that individual text, correct?
Correct.
You can
What do you mean?
forward it to somebody else, right?
Correct, I believe.
In the context of a conversation, you can just reply to that one particular text message, right?
Correct.
And if you do that, rather than hit the arrow button where you forward or reply, on the left side of the screen, there's a trash can, correct?
I'm not sure.
You know that you can delete a text from a thread, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's a trash can that you click on, right?
Correct.
I'm not trying to trick you.
No, I was confused. Sorry.
No, I understand. I don't mean to confuse you. So you know that if you click on the trash can, it gives you an option to either cancel or to delete the message, correct?
Correct.
And what happens if you delete the message?
It's deleted off the phone.
Okay, so it's gone from that thread, correct?
Correct.
And somebody looking at a screenshot that you take after you've deleted that message, it wouldn't be evident that that message was ever there, correct?
Correct.
Now, you testified at a hearing in Boston on August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was, we're not with a jury present, that was a federal grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you had, by that point, by August of 2023, you no longer had the phone that you originally had on January 29th of 22, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
You had gotten a new phone in December of 2022, correct?
Okay, I'm not sure what time, but
does that?
Yeah, I got a new
Right?
phone. I believe I got a new phone.
But and actually, the timing is not that important, just that it was before that grand jury appearance.
Okay, yes.
All right. And what did you do with the old phone when you got the new phone?
Transfer through iCloud, everything transfers over.
Okay, but I'm actually talking about the hardware itself.
What did I do?
iPhone.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm sorry. Not the data on the phone. I understand that you've testified that you transferred that to the new phone, but the actual physical phone itself, where did that go when you got the new phone?
I'm not sure.
Would that have been traded in?
Possibly.
You don't have it now, correct?
I don't think, no.
And as of August of 2023, you didn't have it either, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that no investigator from this case ever asked you for that phone that you had on January 29th?
Correct.
They
Right, so,
never-
Ms. Dianetti, can we just focus on the voir dire? All that you're doing, you can cross-examine her with, but on the voir dire of this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'd just like to get the jurors back in.
No, I understand, Your Honor. I understand. I was trying to lay a foundation, but maybe it's not necessary. With regard to
If you need to do it, go ahead. I'm just trying to.
I want to accommodate the court, Your Honor. With regard to the messages that are in a given thread, right? We've talked about the fact that you are aware that you can reply to them, an individual message, forward or delete one, correct?
Correct.
You're also aware that it is possible to change the timestamp on any individual message, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You go to settings and you go to general and you go to date and time. First of all, you can change the time zone of the message. Do you have your iPhone with you right now?
Not on me.
Not on?
Yeah, I had no idea
and
about that.
in addition to being able to change the time zone, you actually can change the hour and minute to whatever you want it to be. Were you aware of that?
No.
I don't think she was aware. I mean, that's
With regard to,
I don't think he's implying that she did it.
Well, also, I kind of feel like he's just making that known, because if she just screenshotted these messages, and they never had a phone to actually look at, I mean, it's just saying like, hey, she could have altered these and screenshotted them and sent them off. You know what I mean?
Wouldn't you want to say that when the jury's in, though?
Well, maybe Bev doesn't want them to get into that until she
that could
decides.
possibly.
Or they wanted to see if she knew that first before they.
Yeah.
Possibly too.
I don't know. Before like the prosecution went too far along. I don't know.
Me either.
I mean, it could be that they're implying that maybe she didn't do it, but her mom had access to her phone, I'm sure.
That's true. Because her mom was a shady.
She handed her phone to her mom. And didn't like the mom get somebody else's phone too?
Well, she was asking, they were implying that she asked the one chick, that Nagel chick.
Right.
So,
we'll see.
Photos on your phone. You are aware that you can change the date and time of any photo in your photo app, correct?
Nope.
There is a little, when you go to your iPhone, there's a little I for information. And all you need to do is, I think it's for info or information. All you need to do is click on that.
True, Peter.
And you get a pop-up from the bottom.
Yeah,
that's true. Gives you the choice to alter the date and time.
That's true.
Did you know that?
No.
Next to that date and time is the word adjust. And that's all you have to click on. And you can change the time from 12:10 a.m. or you can change it from 12:40 a.m. to 12:10 a.m. or you can change it from 1:45 to 12:10 a.m. And it's that easy.
Yep. Now I know. I didn't know that. I didn't do that.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree that they may be trying to make this inadmissible.
Yeah. Because like, it's not to say maybe she did it, but Jen, Proctor, anybody could have. If it's possible.
Okay. So I'm going to
Yeah.
allow this testimony, and your argument goes to the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. But I did, under Commonwealth versus Tracci, want to give you your voir dire. Okay. All right. So let's bring the jurors back in.
Noted for appeal. Good point. Brian Jr. is a tech guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, PURDY. Your Honor, before the jurors come back in, may I just retrieve the exhibits?
Yes, but I'd like to see counsel at sidebar while they're coming in.
Oh gosh, Bevy. What a mess.
Yeah, because I think aren't these the same ones that were posted on like Twitter that you can look at?
Yeah,
It's
I have
just a
an Android
screenshot.
too.
There's not anything special. Like, there's anything you can look into on them. You just have to take somebody's word for it, which I don't like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
The lack of
you could have deleted something and then screenshotted it, or changed times and screenshotted it. I
Photoshop.
mean, hello.
Hunter, I think we should sit.
I think we should what?
Did she just say, Hunter, I think we can fit?
I don't know. I think she smiled at the jury coming in.
I wish her lawyers had talked about softening her look. She has a very severe look. A lot of it, I think, is because she's lost some weight, stress-wise.
Yeah.
And she's got MS, so I don't know what that does.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That would be amazing. But I doubt that's what she said. Oh my gosh, my computer's warning me that it needs to restart. And I keep telling it no, so if I go away, I'll be right back.
I apologize profusely. I just need one more minute. I'm so sorry.
Oh boy. I'll let this one pass you, Nettie, because you don't do it much. Interesting. Sue, do you have an iPhone or an Android? I don't feel like looking at mine. I have an Android.
I forgot what they told you to do, but
yeah, I'm
already.
I think it was changing the time zone.
Your testimony.
Yeah.
I need to know how to change things in my phone, allegedly.
Yeah, I don't have that much stuff to hide, so.
Yeah, I don't either. And I just know that, like, if I fly to like California or something, my phone automatically changes, so I don't touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think I would play with that.
I'd get so confused. I don't know.
Old Line Red proved the point. It is possible.
Yep.
Well,
these guys know their shit.
Like,
it just wouldn't even occur to me that you could do that. I mean,
no, probably didn't occur to Lally either. Doesn't
well, with
strike
all
me
the
as a
BS
tech.
that Proctor's been doing.
And Mr. Lally, I have an instruction
every
to give if
avenue.
you're going to put in that screenshot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Jurors, remember, I've told you this before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must find first that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact either Colin Albert or Ms. Ally McCabe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that Ms. McCabe or Mr. Albert was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, then you cannot consider that communication in your deliberations. So with that, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. And Your Honor, the first 2 pages that's been marked AA, Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay, those may be admitted.
That was a confusing instruction.
Subject to our policy. I hate the way they do that.
Yeah.
They're not gonna, they don't have any frame of reference, so they're like, what?
And Your Honor, if I may just approach to return it to the witness.
Sure.
Hopefully they took
I mean,
notes.
it makes me think that there's been issues with
McCabe,
veracity
with reference
from a juror.
to, well, before we get into that, you had an iPhone at the time of January 26th, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your friend Colin Alberts, as far as his contact information within your phone, who entered that in your phone?
I did.
And prior to that date of January 28th into the 29th of 2022, had you had phone conversations where you would sort of press the button to call that number and it rang, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, answered the phone when you contacted that phone number in your phone?
Colin.
Now, with reference to Colin and the contact in your phone, had you had prior text communications with Colin using that contact that you put in?
Correct.
And outside of those text communications that you had, did you have sort of physical in-person conversations with Colin in regard to content that was within text messages you have with that content?
Yes, I assume so.
And specifically on that date of January 28th and the 29th, when you arrived at the home on Fairview Road, you texted Colin that you were there?
Yes.
And after you texted him that, what, if anything, happened after that?
He responded saying okay, and then he came out to the car.
And Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, just publish the text communication to the jury on the screen.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Now, what's up on the screen, Mr. Cave, is that what you have before you as the exhibit?
Yes.
And looking at, there's sort of one side has text and one side has blue bubble, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you know who is communicating with who as far as the sort of plain text outside of the bubble?
Colin and I? Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
What I'm asking is, who's the blue bubble?
Oh, sorry. I'm the blue bubble and he is the gray, whitish bubble.
And from sort of the top of what's depicted on the screen, you read the text that you received and the time that you received.
Yes, 11:54, and then I responded at 11:55.
And what did Colin say at 11:50?
You can get me now if easier.
And what did you respond?
Okay, I am driving people home now.
And what did Colin respond to that, and what time did he respond?
He responded, word, get me after.
And if you could scroll down.
Word.
And following the get me after, what if any response did you provide?
KK, okay, and here,
And here that you texted, what time does that read on the screenshot?
12:10 a.m.
And what if anything did Colin respond to your text?
He responded at the same time saying, okay.
I'm assuming you can take that. May I approach just to retrieve your?
Yes. So 12:10.
Okay, but did they get this from what she turned in, or do they have an actual Cellbrite record?
No, that's just a screenshot. That was the whole thing.
Contain photographs, is that correct?
She just screenshotted it and gave it to
Recognize
them.
what's depicted in those photographs that I've just placed before you.
Yeah.
So Steven's helping us out here. 12:10 timestamp is supposed to have a date since it's past midnight. It's fake. He's right. Actually, I've seen that on my own phone.
Because won't it say like yesterday? I don't know. Like now I'm trying to think of like what mine looks like.
I don't pay attention enough.
I do remember seeing that because I only remember this because at one point I was talking to my husband, like literally we're next to each other in bed, but we're texting, and because we're trying to be quiet, and it rolled past midnight, and I noticed the date at one point, and I was like, "Holy shit! I forgot to pay like a bill or something," and quick did that. So I know that it does pop up there. It does on Android at least.
It looked like different font between the different sides.
Peter said he put a picture of it in Discord to see. I'm gonna look.
Oh yeah, because it does say on. Let me see if I can do this without being a giant pain. Yeah, it's this one. So if you see down below, it says February 2nd, 20th, and then above it says January 28th. There's no time, there's no date changeover in between.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't say January 29th. That's a little weird.
Well, if you're gonna, I don't know, Photoshop, don't do a Mo kind of job. Do a good job.
Maybe that's what they picked up on, and that's why it's a little weird.
Oh, I have to add this.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't have it showing?
You have
Sorry.
to stop presenting the trial and then, so end screen on the trial, then bring forward what you want to show.
Gosh, I had it like.
Oh, I was looking in Discord, so I saw it myself.
Oh.
So I don't know if you had.
Sorry about that. Can I embiggen this? I don't think I can embiggen from Discord. So anyway, it did say like in between. You'll have to look at Discord, everyone.
That is interesting, and I wouldn't have
Yeah,
caught
because
it.
it's got a date of January 28th at the top, and then February 20th, but no change from the January 29th. So
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. And seriously, they didn't text again for a month. Yeah. It's weird. I mean, I don't text my siblings.
Speaking, they're so close, though. You know, I mean, I feel like they would text more than they would like talk or call.
Or maybe they went from text that their parents can see to Snapchat.
That's true.
Oh, right.
Maybe they Snapchat a lot. Yeah.
True.
What do you recognize those?
It's Colin. Is that what you're asking?
Well, let me ask you more specifically.
Okay.
So, were these also screenshots that you provided to troopers of the state police in August of 2020?
Yes, I believe so.
What's in regard to those two photographs? Do you know when and where those photographs were taken?
They were taken February 11th at the Alberts, Nicole and Brian's house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to let her testify when they were taken.
And so February 11th of what year, ma'am?
2022.
So a few weeks after January 28th, 29th, correct?
Yes.
And were you present at the Alberts house on the evening of February 11th when they were taken?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of yourself and or Colin or anybody being over the Alberts house?
Yeah, who was all there?
One of Nicole and Brian's sons were coming home from their Marines, so there was like a welcome home party with family and friends.
And that is your cousin Jack, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal as far as your memory of what Colin looked like on February 11th?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Almost will seek to introduce in a minute the next two exhibits. Again, subject to our discussion.
Sure. Okay. Yes, those are clear.
And then just returning those to you, and first I would direct your attention to what's been now marked as Exhibit 82. Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
John, may I just have a moment?
Yes.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Gilman, if you
know
could
he
just
knows
enlarge
tech
that a bit.
about as much as me.
And do you recognize what's now up on the screen is what you have before you as Exhibit 82?
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph, who's picking?
Colin and my auntie Coco.
And your auntie Coco is also Nicole Albert,
Yeah. Yes, Nicole.
And if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit for you, Exhibit 83. I'm going to pull that up on the screen. And Ms. Gilman, if you could watch.
Who did the
And,
coloring
Again,
out?
what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 83?
Yes.
I don't know. Like, why are we
Same evening, is that correct?
Correct.
bringing this
Where in the
in
house this photograph is taken?
with her?
I believe they call it their library. Maybe it's the room in the back.
Can she testify to the validity of
far
these
as,
if she's not the one in the
what's
pictures?
Contained in this photograph in reference
Well, I
to
believe-
Colin Albert as far as his face, his
Wasn't there a
arms, his hands.
picture that they were trying to imply that they were celebrating Karen's
Yes.
Thank you very much.
thing? And then also, don't they want to like show like he's doesn't have any injuries?
I may approach one more time just
Yes.
to retrieve.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions, John.
Okay. Giannetti?
Thank you.
Bet you Yannetti does.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ms. McCabe, you have known Colin Albert your whole life, correct?
Correct.
His
Your
whole life.
mother is Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
His mother is Julie Albert,
Correct.
and her maiden name was Julie Daniel.
Correct.
Your mother, Jennifer, grew up together with his mother, Julie, correct?
Correct.
You and Colin are extremely close, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you would consider
Hi, Lefty.
Colin Albert to be one of your
Hello.
best friends in the world, correct?
Yes, he's one of my best friends.
Now, you claim that you took a screenshot of a text conversation that you had with Colin Albert on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those were the screenshots that were just shown to this jury this afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And you claim that the information on that screenshot actually existed on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell your mother, Jennifer McCabe, that you had that text conversation with Colin Albert anytime after January 29th of 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you give to your mother, Jennifer McCabe, a screenshot of that text message conversation?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's fair to say that on January 29th, 30th, 31st, you did not turn over that screenshot to any law enforcement official, correct, of 2022?
No, I was never asked.
No investigator from this case
But
ever
if you
asked
died,
you
wouldn't you want
for
to?
copies or a copy of that
Or to save
screenshot
your
of that text
cousin?
message conversation on January 29th, 30th, or 31st, correct?
Correct.
They also did not ask you for a copy of that screenshot through the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
In fact, all of 2022, no investigator ever approached you to say, can I have a copy of that screenshot, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to that, you never called an investigator to say, hey, I have a copy of a screenshot of a text message conversation that I had with Colin Albert, correct?
No, it wouldn't have been relevant at that time.
Right.
I believe, because Colin was not at the house and wasn't introduced as being there until later.
So your testimony today is that at no time in the year 2022 did you consider it relevant at all that you had this screenshot of this text conversation, correct?
Correct.
Leaving that screenshot aside, but actually before I leave that topic, you didn't turn over that screenshot of a text message until sometime during the summer of 2023, correct?
Correct.
About a year and a half or more after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, when I was asked.
And by that time, the summer of 2023, you had already switched phones, correct?
Yes, I believe.
In other words, the iPhone that you had on January 29th of 2022, you no longer have possession of that physical phone, correct?
Correct.
You had a new iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you say that you transferred over the data from the old phone to the new phone, correct?
Correct.
When did you take that screenshot that was displayed to the jury today?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after you got rid of your old phone?
I don't remember.
So we don't know if
got rid
that
of.
screenshot was from your phone that you got in December of 2022, or if it was from the phone that you had back in January of 2022, correct?
Correct.
That phone that you got in December of 2022, it's now May of 2024. Do you still have that same phone?
The phone, my old phone? Is that?
No, my question was, and again, I'm not trying to trick you in any way here. The phone that you got in December of 2022, the new phone at that time, is that the phone, your current phone?
Correct.
Now, before you got rid of the old phone and got the new one, did any law enforcement official, prior to that December of 2022 time period, or investigator from this case ever ask to examine your physical phone itself?
No.
Did they ever say to you, we would like to do what's called an extraction on your phone?
No.
And you never gave that phone at any point to any law enforcement official before you got rid of it, correct?
Correct.
And the first time that you mentioned that text conversation outside your family was August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was at a proceeding in Boston, correct?
Correct.
Where neither Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin agree with it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, move along, Mr. Yanedi.
Yes. That proceeding in August of 2023 was less than a year ago, correct? We're in May of 2024?
Correct.
And that was a long time after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And that August of 2023, when you're revealing that text exchange, that was over a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And leaving aside the screen.
Correct.
Whoa.
What was that?
And with regard to, just going back to the
blip in the
messages for a minute, do you know the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
Yes, I believe one's blue and one's green.
Okay. The screenshots that we saw of your text conversation that you say that you had with Colin Albert, you were in blue, right?
Correct.
That means that Colin Albert also had an iPhone at the time, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the timestamp on those messages, the conversation about I'm here, I believe gave the time 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Are you aware how easy it is to change that time?
No.
Are you aware that all you need to do is go from settings to general, and then there's a date and time that you can alter?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that was.
Now he wants to object
You know
to
that
it.
when you set up your iPhone, you have to choose a time zone, correct?
Correct.
And you always choose the New York time zone because that's where Boston is, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that if you go into settings, general, and then date and time, you can change the time zone to wherever you're going?
I guess I didn't. Once I set my phone up, I have no reason to change the time.
See? And in addition to changing the time zone, you literally can choose any time that you want. You could make 1:45 a.m., 12:10 a.m. in about 3 seconds. Did you know
Objection.
that?
Do you know that? Did you know that?
No.
But if I'm not accusing you of this now, but if you had changed the time on that from a screenshot, we'd have no way of knowing, correct?
I guess.
Because what a screenshot ultimately becomes is like a photo, correct?
Correct.
It's not like you can edit it, right? I mean, the most that you can do is what we saw on the other photo that was displayed, which is kind of crossing out with a magic marker somebody's face or a time, right? That would be how you'd have to alter it, right?
Correct.
Talk about the date. That's not there.
I had asked you if prior to getting rid of your old phone and getting the new one, if law enforcement ever asked you to, go through the phone themselves, and you had said no, right?
Yes, they did not do that.
And they never asked to do an extraction on the old phone, correct?
No.
What about the new phone that you now have that you got in December? Have the state police ever asked to do, have they ever asked to look through that phone?
They look. No, I don't think so.
You
The new one or the old one?
provided the screenshot that was shown to the jury today on August 25th when you talked to the state police in this case, right, of 2023?
Correct.
And when you provided them that screenshot, did they say, hey, by the way, can I look at your phone to see if it's on there?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did they say that to you?
I don't remember.
But in any case, you never physically showed them your phone, right?
No.
You don't recall clicking on that text message app, the green app with the kind of white speech bubble. You didn't click on that and then click on the Colin Albert conversation and say, here it is, did you?
No.
And in addition to not asking you to see your new phone, they also did not ask you to do an extraction of your new phone, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you realized that you'd have to be a witness in this case and have the unfortunate incident of having to talk to me, right?
Objection.
I'm going to see Counselor Tybett for just a minute on this.
Why, Bev? Good Lord.
Because she doesn't like what he has to say.
Well, it is fairly noticeable as a observer that doesn't know all the dynamics that she tells the defense to hurry up and get going, but when the state is up there kind of belaboring certain points.
Exactly right. Thank you. I just
So, I
wanted
mean,
somebody on the outside to see that because it's so clear to me.
It looks definitely like she does, and that she doesn't like what the defense is having to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have noticed that they do get itchy. They start scratching their face. I'm not a body language expert, and I don't know how I feel about them, but might be a tell. I don't know. A little too prevalent, if you ask me.
Okay, and just to wrap this up, to this day, no extraction has been done on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you had that Zoom interview on August 25th, you told the trooper that you drove Colin straight to his house after you picked him up on January 29th, and then you went straight home, correct?
Yes, I believe.
And you have previously testified back in August of 2023 that you believe you dropped Colin Albert off at his home at around 12:15, 12:20 or so?
Correct.
And when you left, by the way, you're very familiar with 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
That's family, correct?
Correct.
Been over there many, many, many times, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the neighborhood in terms of the streets that are around there, right?
Correct.
And you've lived in Canton your whole life?
Yes. Yeah.
When you were a baby, you were in Stoughton?
Yes.
Basically, you're a Canton girl, right?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury the route that you took home from 34 Fairview, or actually strike that, the route that you took to Colin Albert's house when you left 34 Fairview on January 29th?
I don't remember specifically, but I would believe I drove up Fairview, then sorry, I don't know the streets.
If I suggested to you that the street closest to 34 Fairview was Cedar Crest and the one on the other side is Chapman, does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, so Chapman.
Okay, so
I
you would have
believe.
gone up and gone to Chapman and taken a right or a left?
Really bad with directions.
This would totally be me.
When I got there, I went to the center of town, his house. I don't know specifically which way. I'm trying to think of it. I can't picture it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd probably get a little.
Oh, I'd be the
Are you
worst.
familiar with Washington Street?
So I went by the old Walmart.
Yeah.
Then
I do it by landmarks, just like Mo.
Yeah, I would have trouble with some streets just because if you drive them enough, like you tend to not really remember what they are. You just know what they look like.
I know like the main ones, but when you go like side streets, I couldn't tell you. I'd say, oh, over by the Dollar Tree, or like. Speaking of, they're building a Dollar Tree right down the road from me. I might cry.
I think they just closed a few by me.
I'm dying.
Because everybody tends to get unalived in the parking lots of them.
Well,
But
that can put a damper on your spirit.
Just could be my proximity to Philadelphia. I don't know.
Would you have wound up on Washington Street?
Yes.
All right. And you're aware that the Canton Library is on the corner of Washington and Sherman Street. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you would have passed by the library?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regard to whether you went straight home, did you, by the way, when you went home, did you stay there?
Yes, I believe so.
For in the rest of the night?
Yes.
Okay, and what time do you say that you arrived at home?
I'm not sure. Before around 12:30ish.
Okay. With regard to Life 360, would you agree with me that if you go on that app and you're trying to figure out where somebody in your family is, there's and let's say you want to know if somebody's home. There's like a circle that surrounds your home, correct?
Yes.
So once you enter that circle, you know that Life 360 gives an alert that said you arrived at home. Even though you're physically not walking in the door, you're within that circle, and that's the home circle, right?
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:04 and 53 seconds, you arrived within that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then at 12:06 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds, you completed a 7-mile drive where your top speed was 42 miles an hour. Does that make sense?
Correct.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds as well. And what that probably means, reading between the lines, is that you entered that home circle, but then you didn't go home. You went through the home circle and completed a 7-mile drive somewhere, right?
I guess I thought I went home.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I believe I went home.
Okay.
I was completing my drive out my house.
All right, but at
your brother take your car?
12:26 a.m. on January 29th, you left home again, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you leave home?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay.
All right.
Oh.
And at 12:26
Well, that F's up the times
and
now,
12
doesn't it?
seconds, you arrived at the Canton High School, correct?
No.
On January 29th of 2022,
So
at
someone stole her phone and
12:26 and
all these
55
doors?
seconds, you completed a 1 mile.
What's that?
I said, so someone stole her phone and went to all these random places, then put the phone back at her house?
I guess. I mean, that's what you're trying to tell us, lady? Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't just like go all over town. I mean, I can understand
I
like
mean-
the GPS being off like a little bit sometimes,
Yeah.
but not just driving around.
Yeah.
At 12:26 and 55 seconds, you completed a 1 mile drive where your top speed was 43 miles per hour, right?
I don't believe so.
And then at 12:26 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left Canton High School and arrived at home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 28 seconds, correct?
I do not know.
And then after arriving home again on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 29 seconds, you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th
Pause.
of 2022 at 12:31 and 22.
What?
Well, I walked away for a second and before he started this. Did he get that? Did they say where they got this? Because I know
No.
they had Jen's phone, right? They got Jen's phone information. So was
Oh.
it maybe downloaded from
then the
Jen's phone?
mom. Yeah,
Yeah.
because if I have
I'm curious.
my girls,
Okay.
then it'll
Yeah,
go
because she
to
said
me.
they all had her on the 360, right?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with Steven. I'm betting this might be like federal.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they got into all their stuff. If her phone wasn't available, I mean, they could get it from Jen's because if she had all the information with all the people, because you get to see it on your phone, like what everybody did. So I don't know. That's pretty cool. Okay.
Yeah, I think this Life 360 stuff is like an app that a family can
Yeah.
download and all be a part of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
used to
have
have it I used to have it back in the day. But yeah, you get it or whatever, and then you add people to it, and then everyone can see where everybody's at all times. And
Yeah, like
it even has driving stuff too, like when they're driving.
Oh. Yeah, I have a Pixel, a Google Pixel, and I think it does it automatically because like my son has a phone. It doesn't like make calls or anything. He just watches videos on it. But it tells me like if it leaves the house. So
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, 360 is pretty precise too. Yeah.
No.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 1:08 and 15 seconds, right?
I don't believe so.
108? Really?
And ultimately, you went through the home bubble and the Canton High School bubble, and you arrived at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 in the morning and 8 seconds.
Can I see what you're referring to?
Sure.
There's your
May I
old
approach
phone.
one?
We found it in a
Yes.
dumpster.
You probably don't need these, right?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean,
Lally, quit acting like you don't know what it is.
I
You're
was
very
like,
aware of
don't
what
bring
it is.
this in. It makes my client look really
Look at how
bad.
red he is. Yeah.
yeah, I agree, Gunnar. I'll pull it up a little later, I think, before we end for the day.
Yeah, because I
but-
was looking at old messages just to see, like, just to look, and like, it's when there's people I've texted like in the middle of the night, it changes. So I
Yeah.
don't. So that's weird.
Thank you for the super chat, Gunnar. And Stephen, I agree. Like, Yannetti doesn't pull stuff out of his butt. He brings receipts and he knows where it comes from. And
They probably gave him all to Lally, and he's like, "Oh,
Lolly.
I hope it's
'cause I
from the
haven't,
feds.
I haven't done any of my research." Yeah.
It's one page. How long are you going to take to read it?
Yeah.
I haven't done any of my research on my own case, guys. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Did Lally not look at this?
And to
I don't
make it
think
easy,
Lolly
I mean, you can read
asked.
the whole thing, but
Well,
where it's
Lally may have seen it, but he didn't know what it meant.
I was like, "Man, that's
You
nothing."
know? And also, they probably weren't expecting her to say that because she was never interviewed, I don't think.
He
So-
he doesn't know what anybody's gonna say half the time. I swear to God.
So he's like,
Until the-
I think they're just really good, and they're like, let's see what she says. And we've got this document, like, why did your car keep moving? I don't know.
Yeah.
as record 16 is what I just asked you about, but feel free to read the whole thing.
Thank you.
And if you would, read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
What? I missed it.
He said, read silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. She's like, oh, shit.
She's like, "Oh, I was effing around that night."
Yes. We were putting goats into the high school, you know.
Yeah.
Can
Shenanigans.
that help refresh your memory on where you were that night?
No.
Do you
So they just
still
found this
dispute
information.
that you went straight home and didn't leave there?
Objection.
Sustained.
No, why? That's a valid question. Why can you not ask it?
Finally, I just asked you about arriving at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 and 8 seconds. You arrived at home, within that home bubble, on January 29th of 2022 at 1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds. Correct?
What time did it say I arrived at high school?
1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds.
And what time did it say I arrived at high school?
The high school was 1:28 and 8 seconds.
It wouldn't have taken me 2 minutes to go from the high school to my house. I'm confused.
With regard to the high school was also one of the bubbles, one of the areas where you could be, right, on Life 360?
No.
If I may.
Yes.
Lally's getting redder. I'm not even kidding. Like he
Oh
looks
yeah, he's
red.
about ready to, he looks like a tomato.
Did you say that on Life 360, the Canton High School is not one of the areas that you're tracked in?
What do you mean?
So do you remember we were talking earlier about?
Oh, like put in a location, like that was
Yeah,
home,
there are
that was high
multiple
school.
locations, like, if your mother's looking for you, where are you?
Yes.
Well, you're at D&E Pizza, you're at high school, you're at, home, right? I mean, those could be categories.
Correct.
You've agreed that home was one of the categories.
Correct.
And having reviewed that, the Canton High School is also in one of the categories, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And on January 29th of 2022, the last entry is that you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 1:32 in the morning and 23 seconds. And that's the end of the activity. Do you agree with me that that's when you finally stopped that night?
I don't recall.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Well, that's enough proof for me.
Brandon. How are you this oblivious though? He's not using
All right, Mr. Lally.
college level words.
I'm gonna say everything that guy said was BS.
Life 360 isn't
Now,
a thing.
Ms. McCabe,
What?
Is he gonna talk about how Life 360 isn't accurate?
I'm sure he's gonna be like, it's untested science.
It's untested science, guys.
I doubt Lally looked into that. But we'll see.
with regard to, did you get rid of your prior iPhone or did you upgrade that?
Who cares?
Upgrade.
And that would have been in December of 2020.
But she said she got rid of it.
Yes, I believe so.
Why are you?
Sometime
What are
around
you doing?
Christmas.
Yeah, probably.
And that could have been a present as far as getting a new iPhone or upgrading your iPhone.
Yes.
Now, as far as any of the information that you were shown, as far as the screenshot, did you in any way, shape, or form alter or delete any of the content within that text message from January 28th and the 29th with Paulina?
No.
And with reference to changing times or time zones or anything on text messages, before Mr. Yannetti asked you any of those questions, were you aware of any of those things as things that you could do with your phone?
No.
With regard to Life 360, what, if any, knowledge do you have as far as the accuracy of sort of the timestamps that are contained within that app?
Well, I'm not sure, but on the photo he showed me, it says like turn Wi-Fi on. So that like remind Allie to turn Wi-Fi on. So that could have affected the accuracy.
And that was on literally every single one of the
The Wi-Fi is at the location.
Every
That's not
single
really
one.
the same thing.
Now, Canton High School, do you know what street that's on?
Washington Street, I believe.
And
Yeah.
about how far a ride is it from Canton High
So you're gonna try to say that Life 360 doesn't know its business?
Lolly, you're gonna get a cease and desist from Life 360. We are so accurate.
Yeah.
You're asking some random chick how accurate is Life 360. I mean, it told me to turn my Wi-Fi on, so it must not know what the hell is going on.
I mean,
I can have my Wi-Fi on and not my location on, and that's the different story. Like, it's totally different.
I mean, all right, I get that, but only because it's connected to a specific thing. You can still cellular data unless you turn it off or you're in airplane mode.
Turning off your Wi-Fi does not change your location. That is not how that works.
I could see it increasing accuracy, but you can still tell where somebody is based on cell data. Like they're pinging on this thing. And Life's 360 probably, if it's like any other one, probably works without Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I would object and be like, she's not a expert on
Yeah,
Wi-Fi.
she's
Yeah,
an
Lally.
Well, you know when you're up on the lines and you're adjusting all the GPS for the town.
Yeah.
7, 8 minutes, 10, I'm not sure.
You were in the bubble of Canton High School at 1:28 in the morning. Could you have possibly been in the bubble of your home at 1:30 in the morning?
No.
And unless you were going 90 miles an hour in a snowstorm?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about that time frame of August of 2023 when you were asked and you turned over sort of screenshots to troopers from the state police, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about previous times indicating that you weren't asked and it wasn't relevant, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know why you were asked in August of 2023 versus any prior time period?
Because Colin Albert wasn't in the house, and then it was brought up here that he was.
And brought up where?
Hearsay.
By the defense.
And around that time
What?
of August 2023?
I believe so, yes.
She's saying
Because
like,
y'all
why-
hid that he was in the house. If it wasn't just brought up by the defense, no one told anyone. You're so stupid.
Yeah.
And with reference to relevancy, is that what you were talking about?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, you're close friends with Colin Albert, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything else, has your family or
Exactly,
Colin Albert
Patty
and his
D.
family undergone over the course of the pendency of this case? Objection.
No, the door's been opened. I'm allowing it.
If I'm on the road, I'm
harassment.
not. Listen, wait a
Harassment
second
by-
here. As I'm making my own answers, you're driving around. You're not connected to Wi-Fi. So
Yeah.
how is that make any? Get out of here! I'm just answering my own question.
Well, I guess, how is it that the defense opened up the harassment thing when Lolly was the first one that talked about getting a new cell phone with her? So did he open his own door?
I think she opened it.
Yeah.
I am, okay, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I just backinated a little bit because
Sorry.
yeah,
I
let's
just had an
backinae.
epiphany and I had to yell. Sorry, because I was like,
No, it's
wait,
fine.
if you're
I
driving
just-
around with your phone and being tracked, you're not going to be on Wi-Fi unless you have it in your car, which that's too fancy for me.
All right.
Relevant, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know why you were asked in August of 2023 versus any prior time period?
Because Colin Albert wasn't in the house, and then it was brought up here that he was.
And brought up where?
By the defense.
And around that time of August 2023?
I believe so, yes.
And with reference to relevancy, is that what you were talking about?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, you're close friends with Colin Albert, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything else, has your family or Colin Albert and his family undergone over the course of the pendency of this case? Objection.
No, the door's been
Oh.
opened. I'm allowing it.
Nuh-uh.
Well, basically harassment.
Harassment by who?
Lally.
Bloggers, people online.
And what, if anything,
How was
in
that
relation
door
to
opened?
Colin Albert being in the house has occurred as far as the
How was it opened?
Can you rephrase?
With reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
No, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being
Yes, he
harassed
was.
he was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So
Mm-hmm.
the people are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
When you speak about harassment, what specifically type of harassment?
Constant phone calls, emails, awful messages.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What?
Focus on this witness, not Colin Albert at this point.
As far
Yeah,
as,
focus on what harassment
you and your
she's
family, what, if
had.
any,
Come
type
on.
of harassment you received?
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school.
Damn it.
just like a lot of harassment.
Oh my God, a lot of harassment.
Current Megan Fox is just so good at acting. This was not open. The door was not open.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Objection.
I have something too.
And how long a period of time has that persisted for?
Because you guys are a bunch of liars. That's why.
The first and only time she has looked to the jury is when she's talking about the sob
All right, Ms.
story.
McCabe, you're all set.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't get
Get her the F out of here.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Oh, well.
On call multiple call, calling Albert to the stand.
Oh boy, I told you.
Oh my God. I don't like this.
Oh yeah, Lally's trying to get into it. You hear him? He just loves it. Who cares? I don't think it makes any difference. But
You know, he's
whatever.
back there filing a mistrial. Like,
Well, I'd like to know how he opened the door because I didn't hear anything. But what do I know?
Again, I'm still trying to figure it out.
yeah, this is a super sticker. I can't see it.
It is
a pair dropping a mic, I think.
Dropping the mic.
Oh, yeah, I would say that's a mic drop moment. I think I don't know. I don't know even. I need a process.
Now I'm going to have to go back through and try to figure out where a door was opened because.
But also relevance. I mean, this
Well, where's the
harassment.
door
Are they
open
trying
to
to
talk about the harassment? That's what I'm not understanding.
This
I
isn't
wish
Karen Reed harassing.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't Turtle Boy's trial. This is Karen Reed's. Why are we talking about this?
Because they were allowed to talk about it if it came up naturally, like in the testimony.
That
and
was
like the door was
about
opened.
as natural as my hair color, which is
And
not
I
my real hair color.
Yeah, because they didn't want to like bring him into it because it was just, I mean, it's really not relevant to what's going on.
Yeah. And I don't even think Turtle Boy is the one like sending all these messages and stuff. It's probably like
Well, it's their
population.
claim it's him and his community and stuff like that.
I don't think he's instructing people to do it. I mean, maybe he is. I don't know. I don't really watch it.
Well, people are going to do what people want to do.
Yeah, that's the
Exactly.
thing.
Ultimately.
Especially when they see or perceive in an age where it seems like we have, you know, a 3-tiered justice system, people are getting immensely tired of the elite getting away with stuff. So if there's even a whiff of finally people get some comeuppance.
Yeah. All right.
Well, it's the same aspect of like, you know, people harassing Karen. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Is Karen
She's
going to get
innocent.
to go up there and cry?
No, it's okay if they do it on her, but don't do it on any of these poor little McAlberts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Might as well not even bother with him. No, don't you look just like you're ready
Whenever
to
you're
say.
ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Colin Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my mother, my father, and my 2 brothers,
And your mother and your father, what are their names?
Julie and Chris Albert.
And your brothers, what are their names?
Chris and Dylan Albert.
And as far as within the age of you and your 2 brothers, where do you fall in that?
I am the middle child.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 20 years old.
Just move the mic so you don't have to move your head the whole time.
I go to school at Bridgewater State.
Or just project your voice and it will
I
pick it up.
am going into my junior year.
He sounds loud enough.
Now,
He doesn't
sir,
have to
if I
lean in.
could turn your attention to January
Mike eater.
28th and to January 29th of 2022. Recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I do not.
Do you recall whether it was a weekday, weekend?
Weekend.
And turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, do you recall where you went that night?
Yes, I do.
And just to be clear, around that time, were you in college? Were you in high school? What grade were you in?
I was a senior in high school.
So end of January, you would have been about 4 months away or so from graduation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, where did you, at some point, did you leave your home and go out?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went out?
I do not remember.
Do you recall whether it was light or dark when you went out?
It was dark.
And where did you, upon leaving your house, where did you go?
I went to one of my buddy's houses.
And that buddy, what was his?
Mike.
And where does Mike live in relation to you?
Can you rephrase that?
Does Mike live in Canton as well?
Yes, he does.
How far is it from your house to Mike's?
About like 7-8 minutes.
And when you got to Mike's house, was it just you and Mike, or who, if anyone else, was there?
I do not remember who was there.
Was there more than just the two of you?
Yes.
And generally speaking, when you got to Mike's house, what is it that you did when you got there?
I do not remember.
Now, as far as how you got from your house
remember?
to Mike's house, do you recall how you got there?
No, I do not remember.
Let me ask you this. Did you walk? Did you drive? Did you get a ride?
I got a ride.
Do you recall who you got a ride from?
No.
And when you, do you recall, let me ask you this, as far as that particular night that you went out, did you drink any alcoholic beverages while you were out?
Yes.
And did you drink any of those at Mike's house?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what you were drinking that night?
Bud Light.
And when you were at Mike's house on that particular evening, do you recall about how long you were there?
It's a drink of choice.
A few hours.
And do you recall how much you had to drink while you were at Mike's house?
I do not remember.
And so in reference to you going out and going over Mike's house and having some beers over there, is that why you didn't drive?
Yes.
So you got a ride from someone over to Mike's house, you spent some hours there, and then do you recall where you went from there?
I went to my uncle's house.
And fair to say you have a relatively large extended family within Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And so when you say you went to your uncle's house, which uncle's house did you go to?
My Uncle Brian.
And that would be same last name as yourself, so Brian Albert.
Yes.
And how is he your uncle? Sort of how is he related?
He is my father's brother.
And why did you go to your uncle's house that night?
It was my cousin Brian's birthday, so I went over to celebrate for a little bit with him.
And so that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Sir.
And do you know how old your cousin Brian Albert Jr. was turning on that night?
I do not know.
When do you recall how you got from Mike's house to your uncle's house?
I believe Allie McCabe.
And do you know the address as far as your uncle's house?
34 Fairview Road.
Is that somewhere?
Did he get, wait, did he get a ride from Allie from Mike's to Brian's? Is that what he said?
No, I think she picked him up from Brian
She was
Albert.
supposed to pick him up and take him home. But I thought how did he, I don't know. I thought he just asked, how'd you get to Brian's?
Did anybody
Sorry.
catch it?
No.
No.
Well, Jess Rubery.
Well, because that's odd to me that like
Yeah.
because she didn't talk about dropping him off, picking him up and dropping him off over there and then leaving and coming back.
Oh,
Door was open when defense asked about why she waited to turn over the info about Colin, and she answered because it wasn't relevant before then, because no one said Colin was at the house till the defense raised it. But he was at the house. They lied.
Well, defense did find out about it later because, mind you, no one reported it. No one reported him or I think the two girls being there. And it was like found out, but still doesn't. Thank you, Jess. It's still annoying.
Yeah. All right. Let me back.
Never mind.
Mo, did you have something before I play?
Oh, no, I was just
getting befuddled.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Because I'm in my head going back and trying to figure out in math. It's like the Julia Roberts and all of the signs. Because as a person that tangents, that still doesn't connectively tangent to anything, in my opinion.
Wait. All right.
You had to drink while you were at Mike's house.
I do not remember.
And so in reference to you going out and going over Mike's house and having some beers over there, is that why you didn't drive?
Yes.
Good for
You
you.
got a ride from someone over to Mike's house, you spent some hours there, and then do you recall where you went from there?
I went to my uncle's house.
And fair to say you have a relatively large extended family within Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And so when you say you went to your uncle's house, which uncle's house did you go to?
My uncle Brian.
And that would be same last name as yourself, so Brian Albert?
Yes.
And how is he your uncle? Sort of how is he related to you?
He is my father's brother.
And why did you go to your uncle's house that night?
It was my cousin Brian's birthday, so I went over to celebrate for a little bit with him.
And so that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how old your cousin Brian Albert Jr. was turning on that night?
I do not know.
When do you recall how you got from Mike's house to your uncle's house?
I believe Allie McCabe.
Yeah, that's what he's.
And
Yeah,
do you know the address as far as your
that's
uncle's
not
house?
right.
34 Fairview Road.
Is that somewhere, your family's house, is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
And so your memory is that Allie McCabe gave you a ride from Mike's house to the house on Fairview?
From what I remember, yes.
It was at 12:10.
Now, Allie McCabe, as far as who is that to you? Or what, if any, kind of relationship you have with Allie?
It is my cousin's cousin. So not technically my cousin, but we're close and like we do a family event.
So then she dropped him off and left and then came back and picked him up and took him home?
I don't know if she took him home from there.
None of
Well,
this makes
obviously
any
her
sense.
phone records don't indicate she actually took him home.
Because when
Right?
that fake text said that she picked him up or whatever at 12:10. Or dropped him. Yeah.
And then they proved that she was out and about until like 1:30.
Right. Ugh. We'll see.
And stuff like that together.
Yeah.
And you and Miss McCabe, are you in the same grade?
Yes.
And how long have you known each
My whole entire life.
other? So not blood related, but someone that you see at family events.
Yes.
And someone that was in the same grade and went to the same school as you?
Correct.
And that school, which school did you go to at that time?
Canton High School.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived at the house on Fairview?
Between 10:30 and 11 at night.
And did you have at that time any kind of curfew or time that you had to be home from your parents?
Usually around like right around before midnight.
And so was it like a hard fast, like 12 o'clock, if you're not here, you're grounded, or was it sort of around that time?
Just around midnight.
And so after, when you arrive there, you go into the house, is that right?
Yes.
And the house at 34 Fairview has a couple of different ways to get in the house in the front, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall which way that you went in that evening?
The side door near the garage.
And when you come into the house, where did you go within the house? What room did you go in?
The living room,
And then from the living room, where else did you go within?
like the kitchen area.
And within the kitchen area of the house, who, if anyone else, was present in the kitchen?
From what I remember, my cousin Brian, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson, and Catherine Duty, from what I remember that night.
Duty.
Is it possible there were other people there that you just don't recall?
Yes.
And where were they situated, sort of in the kitchen dining room area?
Like sitting around the kitchen table, I would say.
Now, after you arrived there, when you arrived there, what is it that they were doing when you walked in?
Just listening to music and having a couple of drinks.
And you come in and you greet people, is that correct?
Yes.
They all say
Other
just.
people that you talked about, as far as beyond your cousin Brian Albert Jr.,
That might be a family Creole.
I knew of them. I wasn't friends with them or anything.
fair to say they were older than you were, is that correct?
Correct.
So like Miss Levinson would have been older than you by at least a few years at that point.
Yes.
And the same with reference to, I believe you said Miss Fabiano and Miss Duty, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you arrive at the house, did you have any other drinks once you got there?
Yes.
And you recall what, if anything, you drank once you got there?
Bud Light.
The same as you were having before?
Correct.
You know how many that you had while you were at 34 Fairview?
I do not remember.
And over the course of the evening, whether it was at Mike's house or in between, or when you got to 34 Fairview, did you feel yourself as far as like overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people that you observed at the house that night, does anybody stick out to you as being overly intoxicated or fall down drunk or anything like that?
No.
Now, with reference to when you came into the house, you mentioned there was music playing. How would you describe sort of the general mood within the house?
It was happy. It was, yeah.
Now, as far as that area where you first observed the people around the table in the kitchen dining room area when you came in, did you ever see anybody else go anywhere else in the house?
Not that I remember.
Did you yourself go anywhere else in the house?
No.
At any point in time in the evening while you were there, did you go upstairs or downstairs in the basement or out in the backyard or anywhere else besides the kitchen dining room area?
No.
Beyond maybe the restroom at some point?
Yeah. Other than that, no.
And about how long were you at your uncle's house that night to celebrate your cousin's birthday?
Probably around like an hour and a half.
And so about what time would it have been that you left?
12:10.
And,
12:10 exactly.
With respect to your leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you contact to facilitate?
Rephrase.
Let me ask it in a much easier, better way. Okay. As far as
facilitate,
your
dude,
plans
come
were
on.
concerned, as far as leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you reach out to get a ride from the house?
My friend Allie McCabe.
My friend?
And how did you reach out to her?
I
They aren't
texted her.
related.
And do you recall whether or not you had any sort of other communication? Well, let me step back and ask it this way. At that point in time, in January of 2022, you had Ms. McCabe's information saved as a contact in your phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And on prior occasions, had you had a chance to, call that number from your cell phone that you had programmed in as Allie McCabe?
Correct.
And when you called that number, who, if anyone, answered the phone?
Allie.
Now, with respect to text communications, had you had text communications with that contact in your phone as Allie McCabe prior to that date of January 28th?
Yes.
And when you had those conversations, did you then also have subsequent sort of in-person conversations with Allie McCabe as well?
Yes.
And during those in-person conversations, was there any reference or anything talked about the content that had been previously sent and communicated via text?
No.
Let me ask it in a better way. So you would have text communications with the person you put in as a contact as Allie McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And then subsequent to having those text communications, you would then speak to her either in person or over the phone, correct?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Watch the form of your questions.
Following those text communications with the person that you had input in your
Was that Jackson? I
what, if
heard?
any,
Mm-hmm.
verbal conversations would you have in reference to the content of the text?
I'm not sure what you're asking. But
Did you
I don't
talk to her
know
in person about
what you're
something you had
asking.
talked to her about in text?
no.
Now, with reference on that specific date of January 28th, was text communications the only means by which you communicated with Ally McCabe?
From what I remember, yeah.
And were there other means by which you would typically communicate with her?
If she wasn't answering a text, I'd give her a call. Yeah.
That is my boo,
And
Danny.
were there apps or anything like that on your phone that you would communicate with her as well?
Snapchat sometimes.
Now, with respect to Snapchat and your family, specifically your cousins, what, if any, sort of group Snapchat chains were there with respect to your family?
Yes.
And specifically, who were those sort of group Snapchat chains? Who was included within?
I have a Snapchat group chat with my cousins.
And you have cousins on basically your father's side and your mother's side, correct?
Not on my mother's side, no.
You have no cousins on your mother's side?
No.
And with respect to the cousins on your father's side, would it be all of your cousins that were included within that?
Not all of them, no.
And so who of your cousins would be included on those kind of group Snapchat chains?
My older brother, Chris, my younger brother, Dylan, my cousin, Kevin, Brian, Brendan, Caitlin, Kayla, and I believe that is it.
And if you recall, was there any communication on that group Snapchat chain in regard to Brian Jr.'s birthday on that date of January 28th to 29th?
No, not that I remember.
Now, with respect, so you reach out to Ms. McCabe via text, is that correct?
Yes.
And she agrees to pick you up?
Yes.
And at some point, are you made aware that she's at the home?
Yes.
And how is it that she makes you aware that she's at the home?
I got a text message from her that says I'm here.
And at any point in time while you were in the home, did Ms. McCabe come inside the home?
No.
And so after you received that text message from Ms. McCabe, did you respond?
Yes.
And if you recall what you responded?
Come in.
And from that communication, after you sent that, about how long was it between the time that you sent that and the time that you came out?
Between 30 seconds and a minute, I'd say.
And when you came out of the house, do you recall which door you came out at that point?
The side door next to the garage.
And when you came out that door, who, if anyone, did you encounter as you were coming out?
As I was walking out, I saw my Uncle Brian and my Aunt Nicole.
And you were going out, and what were they doing?
They were coming in.
And in addition to your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, was there anybody else that you recall that was with them when they came into the house?
No, not that I remember.
And what, if any, exchange did you have with your uncle and your aunt as you were going out and they were coming?
I just said, I'm going home. My mom wants me home. I love you guys. Bye.
And you
Bet
then
she
went
did.
outside of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see Ms. McCabe outside?
Yes.
And where was she where was her vehicle in relation to the house?
In the driveway.
Now, do you recall what type of vehicle Ms. McCabe was driving on that particular night or had at that time?
I believe it was the blue Ford that they had.
And was that a sedan? Was that an SUV? What type of vehicle?
A sedan.
And so you come out, that's in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether or not it was parked on the left side or the right side of the driveway?
I do not remember.
And you get into the vehicle. Which part of the vehicle did you get into?
That I do not remember.
Front seat, passenger side. Does that sound right?
That
Could have
was
been
my
that,
son,
yeah.
not a chicken or a
Recall
pig.
whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that you got in.
I do not remember that.
Do you recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that she had dropped you off at that location?
I do not remember that either.
Now, as far as the coming outside of the house, did you take note of anything as far as the weather or what was going on with that when you came outside?
Pretty sure it just started snowing at that time, around that time.
So the snow had just begun. Do you recall whether or not it was sticking or accumulating on the ground at that time?
I do not remember, no.
Now, you get into the car, and where did you go?
She drove me right home.
So no stops along the way.
Did she, though?
Straight from Fairview to your house.
Correct.
And about how long a period or how long a drive is it?
Anywhere between 5-10 minutes.
Now, as you were outside of the house walking to the car, and after the car sort of backs out of the driveway and leaves, did you observe anything abnormal or unusual outside of your uncle's house that night?
No,
Did you observe any other cars outside at that time?
not that I remember.
He was still in the backyard.
Allie has a mother and a father, and you're familiar with them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what are their names?
No, she's an
Jennifer
orphan.
and Matt.
Same last.
What?
So no.
No
I'm, just
one
being, I'm just being sassy over here. I said no,
No.
she's an orphan.
Name is McCabe.
Yes.
And are you familiar with what types of vehicles they have?
Yes.
And when you came out of the house and got into Allie's,
It's just the way he
Ford
asks
Smith,
questions, Marissa.
did you see any vehicle you would associate with either Jennifer or
She has a mother and father, and do you know how babies are made?
No.
And so you drive home and you go to your house without the address. Whereabouts within the town of Canton were you living at that point?
It's right in the center of Canton near the Seasons gas station.
And is that a single-family house or a multi-family house? Or what is
It is a condominium.
it? And when Mr. K pulls in and parks, you get out, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to get into the building, is there, in order to get into your home, how is it that you get into your home when you get to the condo?
There's a door around back that I go into, and I gotta either have a key or they buzz me in, but I usually have a key, and I gotta go up 3 flights of stairs, and then we're at the top level in the condominium.
And so you have to get sort of into the building before you can get into your own unit.
Correct.
And did you notice whether or not Ms. McCabe was still there as you were, excuse me. Did you notice whether or not Ms. McCabe was still out there parked when you opened the door?
That I do not remember.
And you get into the condo, or you get into your home, and who, if anyone, was living with you at that time?
My parents and my little brother
Your older brother, where was he?
in San Diego.
He was in the service, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as your brother, your little brother, and your father and your mother, were they home when you got home?
Yes.
And how do you know?
Because I remember my parents being up in their bedroom that night.
Is there any sort of rule or sort of, for lack of a better term, like protocol as far as when you come home, where do you go sort of first thing when you walk in?
I always tell my mom and my dad that I'm.
What?
Wait, I thought they were doing the beast with two backs. Did he go in and tell his parents, and that's why we're all scarred?
I don't.
Or do I have the wrong parents?
What?
No, yeah. He's Julie and Chris's.
Oh.
Not Nicole and Brian.
Oh,
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, so it's not them.
But they could have been. I mean, that's what I was thinking when he said it. Like, I was like, well, how would
And
you?
why did he just say townhouse instead of condominium? I mean, he was like so proud of himself. Like, I know a big word.
Oh, that is
Can you
multiple
spell
syllables.
it? Can you
I
spell that for me?
cannot.
I can't, so I don't know.
Come on, kitty. Okay.
home and usually go up to their bedroom, give them a hug goodnight, tell them I love them, and then go down to bed.
And did you do that on that occasion?
Yes.
So sort of immediately when you come home, you go right up to your parents' room?
Yes.
And when you got up to your parents' room,
Tells
on
them
that
good night
particular
every
evening,
night.
was both your mother and your father in their room?
Correct.
After saying four Hail Marys.
You described before.
Yes.
And so your bedroom is then located downstairs from where your parents' bedroom is?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you came in?
Go say my Hail Marys with my
I
rosary.
say around 12:20.
And it's fair to say this is 2.5 years ago and you weren't exactly looking at your watch when you came in, is that right?
Exactly, yes.
And as far as being home or having that curfew around midnight or so, did you get in trouble for being late that night?
No.
Objection. I'll sustain the objection. We'll strike that.
Now, Mr. Albert, the place that you were living at that point in the condo, how long had you been living
That I do not remember.
there? Did you live somewhere else in Canton prior to?
Yes.
Where was it that you lived?
7 Meadows Ave.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
My whole entire life before moving to that condo.
And so all I'm sort of trying to ascertain here is, so from the time of January 28, 29, 2022, was it a long time, short time, months, weeks, years? How long had you been living at the condo?
Short time, I'd say a couple months.
And so prior to that couple of months, you had lived your whole life at 7 Meadows Ave, correct?
Correct.
And that was a single family house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to living on Meadows Ave, did you know people that lived on your street growing up?
Yes.
And at some point while you were living there, did you come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. O'Keefe?
He lived at the top of our street.
I drank Bud Lights
So
on his
how many houses, if you know, were sort of
Threw him on his
your
yard.
house and Mr. O'Keefe's?
2.
And do you know how long that Mr. O'Keefe had been living on that street?
I do not know.
And how did you know him, sort of, if you could describe sort of your relationship with your neighbor, Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh,
I knew him because I knew that my parents were friendly with him. So and I knew he lived at the top of our street. That's how I knew him.
And were you aware who, if anyone, lived at the house with Mr. O'Keefe?
I know his 2 kids that he brought in, adopted, lived there, and I'm not sure who else.
And that would have been his niece and his nephew that he adopted, correct?
Correct.
And where were they in relation to you as far as age?
A lot younger. I don't know the exact age difference, but
So if you were in high school, they would have been some grade far below.
yes.
Oh, duh, that's what he said.
As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor, about how often would it be that you would see him?
Not often. I drive by every now and then. He'd be outside and I would wave. He'd wave back. That was pretty much it.
Smack those dogs.
And
Scared the
during the
crap.
time that you lived on Meadows Ave or a couple months subsequent to that, was there ever any animosity or any sort of argument or anything that you would ever had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
No, never.
And how would you describe Mr. O'Keefe from your perspective as far as how would you describe him as a person?
A nice guy, a good guy.
Sir.
Oh.
Now, with respect to, if I could bring you back to Fairview Road on January 28th and 29th of 2022. Obviously, you were familiar with Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
And at any point in time that you were in that home, did you see Mr. O'Keefe inside the home?
No.
At any point in time that you were outside of the home, going in, coming out, at any point in time did you see Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
At any point in time on the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022, did you see Mr. O'Keefe anywhere?
No.
And at that time, end of January 2022, were you aware of or did you know anybody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I knew that she dated Mr. O'Keefe.
And had you had any sort of prior interactions with Miss Reed prior to January 28th?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you know what she looked like?
Not really.
As far as any interactions, would that be just sort of driving by the house?
Yeah. Maybe drive by, wave. That was about it.
You waved? I doubt it.
I gave him a big old hug. I was like, I said, do you know the good news? And then I went into my spiel.
I may have one moment.
Yes. We are a little bit behind, so.
Yeah, we're
Not too
probably done
far.
for the day too.
Now, as far as that sort of reaching out to Ms. McCabe on that particular evening, was that something that you had done before?
Yeah.
Is that something that sort of you and your friend group did together, as far as if somebody was out and driving around and somebody else was maybe drinking somewhere, they could contact them for a ride?
Yes, correct.
That was as opposed to somebody drinking and then getting behind the wheel and driving, correct?
What a good
Exactly.
boy.
Now, sir,
Now, sir.
at some point in July of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with any troopers from the state police in regard to that evening of January 28th, 29th?
Say the date again.
Some point in July of 2023, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
No.
At some point subsequent to that date of January 28th, 29th, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And you were asked questions and you answered them, is that correct?
Correct.
And following that conversation or interview that you had with troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide them with reference to your phone?
Can you rephrase that? Sorry.
At some point, did you provide them with a screenshot of a text communication between yourself and Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
And was that something that you took a screenshot on your own phone and then were able to then provide it to them?
Correct.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you the document, just ask you to look up, look at it, and then look up when you're finished. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
My text messages between Allie that night.
And what's contained on that, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you recall as far as the text messages, or what was on your phone as far as what you took a screenshot of the text messages between you and Allie McCabe that night?
Yes, sir.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Yes. I'm Walt to seek to introduce in a minute.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, one moment.
Sure.
So these are his text messages. Do you want us to believe that you didn't alter everything? If you altered one, you altered it all.
Yeah, these look like screenshots.
I wonder if they
Pictures.
I'm wondering if the fact that he handed them to Jackson means that he'll be cross-examining him.
Right. And jurors, remember the
Yeah.
instruction I gave you
Oh,
about
yes.
the text messages. Thank you. Okay. Exhibit 84.
This poor woman has got to do like 70
May I
million
approach
things.
this return to
Yes.
the witness?
CJ, Lorraine, if they were coached, they did a terrible job.
Okay.
Yeah, they should have at least told him to say something different.
Oh, he definitely taught him the phrase. Can you rephrase that?
Yeah.
So what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 84?
Yes.
And the contact that's listed at the top states out, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that how you had Mr. McCabe programmed into your phone?
Correct.
And from this, there's two sets of communications, one contained in blue bubbles and one contained in non-blue bubbles, correct?
Yes.
If you know the blue bubbles, is that you or is that Mr. McCabe or who's?
That's me.
So the other side would be Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
There's also times that are stamped or associated with these text bubbles and with the text communications from Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention, and maybe easier if you're looking at the paper in front of you, but just sort of starting from the top, January 28, 2022. If you could read for the jury what the content is, what the time is, and indicate who is communicating.
At 11:54, I texted Allie and said, "You can get me now, period."
Sorry.
At 11:54, I texted her again and said, "If easier." At 11:55, Allie texted me back and said, "Okay, I am driving people home now."
Did you say something?
Come get
Jamie?
me now, if easier. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was reading to myself, and that doesn't make sense. But that's fine.
At 11:55, I said word.
There it is again.
And then at 11:55, I said, "Get me after." At 11:55, Allie wrote back KK. And then at 12:10 a.m., Allie wrote here. And at 12:10 a.m., I wrote back, okay.
Where's the date?
Yeah.
It's driving me crazy.
And Your Honor, may I approach this to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Now, sir, with respect to that last communication that you sent as far as okay, how long after that message was sent did you then go out to the car where Allie was?
Right after, I'd say around 30 seconds.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 82 and 83. Again, I just asked you to take a look at those and look up on your.
We're talking about the date when it turned midnight. It should say the new date.
Should say the 29th.
Yeah.
And do you recognize those, sir?
Yep.
And what do you recognize those?
Say that again.
What is in those photos?
A picture of me and my aunt and a picture of me by myself.
And do you recall sort of when those photographs were taken?
Yes, February 11th.
And why is it that you recall that, well, let me ask you this. As far as February 11th was concerned, where were you that evening?
I was at my uncle's house.
And why were you at your uncle's house on that?
My cousin was coming home for leave from the Marine Corps, so we had a little gathering for him.
And just to be clear, when you say your uncle, you're talking about your Uncle Brian Albert again?
Correct.
Your cousin that was coming home from the Marines, what's his name?
Jack Albert.
And so on that evening, you were over that house, is that correct?
Correct.
I was expecting a different name. I don't know why.
The first picture in exhibit, I believe it's 82, is that correct?
Everyone DM
Correct.
legendary right now.
And
KK.
Yeah, exactly. Right in
Just,
Discord.
Just for fun.
Contained on there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you looked like as far as your arms, your hands, your face, all of those things on that date of February 11th?
Correct.
And the second photograph is again you by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And from that photograph again, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you looked like on February 11th?
Yes.
And from the second photograph in, if you know, where was that taken within the home of your uncle?
In the library at 34 Fairview.
And again, that library or any of the other rooms within the house beyond the kitchen, the dining room, or possibly the restroom, did you go into any other areas of the house on that night of January 28th into January 29th?
No.
I approach this to retrieve your
Yes.
Oof.
Yep.
Ouch.
But if they screenshotted it, why is one clear and one's not? Are they both iPhones? Because if they're both iPhones, don't they show up gray?
They showed up
and-
green.
Green is when it's a Android.
Oh, okay. I knew
When
that
it's
was
like
a color.
iPhone to iPhone, it should be. Hang on.
I don't know.
Now, Mr. Albert, just one last question. When it came to your arrival at 34 Fairview Road on the evening
iPhone to iPhone is gray and blue. So
or
maybe
the early morning of January 29th when you were leaving, beyond your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, did you see anybody else older than yourself or anybody else related to that group come into the house that evening?
No.
How can you testify to some other groups?
Mr. Jackson, do you want to begin or wait until the morning?
Your Honor, it probably makes more sense to wait till tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, making
So
him.
we're going to wait
He's
until.
not going
Look
to
at
sleep
his
at all.
stupid face. He's not happy about that.
All right, jurors, I do have to caution you, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent
please.
research or investigation into the case. If you happen to
Done
see,
get
hear,
told.
or read anything about the case,
She was
please
actually going to let him start,
us
though?
know.
I'm
Tomorrow's
surprised.
a half day. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Court, all rise.
Yeah, we're caught up too, so.
Get into those messages. Start seeing what we're seeing. Check and see, like, why is there not a date there?
I know I've lost interest because I keep looking at everyone's hair and thinking, what would I do differently?
Yeah, I think that might be it for the day because it ends. Yep. Well, all right then.
Bright and early, we get the AJ man.
I know. Now, my question is, did Allie say that John was in the house?
I thought she said she saw him, but that...
I didn't hear that at all.
I didn't hear it either, but I keep seeing it in chat, and now I'm like, wait, what? Did I miss something?
I think I
Gonna
was
have
so
to-
irritated with her lip pop that I just...
Yeah.
I'll make. I don't know. I'll have to go back and watch some stuff.
Yeah, I'll probably catch like a replay or something, just get the important things because
Yeah, I kind of
too
want
many
to
things going on.
watch
All I know
EBB and
is-
try to figure out that door opening stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, she
yeah,
said
some of
Colin
the-
wasn't there when John was there. How would she know?
She doesn't know. They to her, they don't even know when he. Nobody has said when he freaking showed up anyway. So like,
But, I mean, at this point, from what we know, she put him in like a dumpster somewhere 5 towns away.
Yeah.
And she went to this party for, an alibi. I mean, for all I've been told, why isn't the medical examiner on there? Why aren't we going with real, actual? We're just going to
he's
be
got to
18
put up
years of him
75 witnesses.
coupling.
This is what his problem is with his case. I mean, well, he's got none, but I would pick all of the witnesses that are going to help me and just focus on them, put them on the stand. Quit getting everybody under the sun that's saying, oh, well, no, it was this time. Oh, well, no, I didn't see anything. Oh, I might have seen something. Oh, it's not helping you.
Yeah.
And then don't bring on 20 people that say the exact same thing, like literally to a T.
Well, in other cases, they've had the lead investigator kind of come in and be the one to, I guess, bring in evidence and then comment on it throughout the thing. Now
They don't want to
I don't
do
know
that
who-
because Proctor
Oh.
is the one that's the lead investigator. And
Is
he's
he
the
the one that wanted
shiesty
to look for
MFer.
nudes?
He's the one that said, I hope she offs herself and I'm looking for nudes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you get a phone. You could do Cellbrite or you could look for nudes. I mean, these are Rufus and Galliant choices.
I mean, real important materials here.
My God, I feel like MG over here with this freaking cat. He's like all over me.
Yeah, Proctor's gonna be a hoot and they said in the beginning they weren't gonna put him on until like midway because it's gonna be rough. Because he is all kinds of corrupt.
Well, the replacement whiteboard, because they are not answering me back about this safe, will be in Friday. I used Amazon.
Cat.
Well, you got a safe now. You can put some stuff in it. Some real important items.
I thought she was going to say she's going to put. put my cat in there.
Yeah. My sister had the funniest stuff in her safe when she like asked me to go get something one time. She has this like fire safe. I was like, what do you I just remember going, what is this? It was so funny. She's like, what?
Okay.
I don't know if she's been listening, but if she's here, I loved what's in your safe, Jess. She knows.
Well, I need to do a big deep dive recap tonight because I feel like I don't even know. I don't know what we learned.
I mean, the only thing we learned is that Ellie apparently was running the streets until like 1:30.
But she denies it.
But she denies it.
Yeah.
Did Colin take her car with her phone in it?
I don't know. But I mean, they're claiming this 12:10. 12:10, I was picked up. Because she said, I'm here. And he said 30 seconds he was out in that car. And then she took him directly home. And he went in and said, Mom, Dad, love you. I'm here. Don't worry. You can sleep now. And then he went to bed.
No teen in well, okay, like a cursory hi mom, but like I go give him a hug. I mean, I'm usually in bed asleep by 9. So my kids will text me, I'll kind of wake up and I'm like, okay, safe, good. And then back to sleep.
I know, my parents used to be like, call me when you get there or whatever, and they'd never answer anyway, so they never knew if I was alive or sleeping.
Oh, we did find out that they found pig DNA on the
Oh,
shirt.
yeah. It's
Maybe he
pig
had a pork
DNA,
chop.
not dog DNA.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just slamming a pork chop. You know, I had a pork chop after the bar one time.
There you go. So I mean, that's
Stopped at a friend's
totally
house. They had
normal.
some pork chops in the fridge. And we're like, give me one of those. I'm starving.
Yeah.
That's what hillbillies do. I'm sure.
It makes sense. Or bacon. I mean, they got baconators.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, the lab didn't get the clothes. They just got a swab that the probably Proctor sent to Lally. Probably in a paper bag.
Well, and they did mention that if it was a dog treat pig ear, then it's possible it could come from that. But that is funny. It was pig DNA.
They just said the shirt. They didn't say where. They didn't say if it was the armpit. They didn't say if it was like
usually they're pretty detailed about those just for chain of custody. And, you know, sometimes they would maybe have to cut out a piece of the cloth. So none of this is making any sense.
No.
No.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah, and the timeline to me is not becoming any clearer.
Yeah, they didn't take the swabs from his arm because his arm was probably not in existence anymore or buried. I don't know what
That was the whole thing. They never ever did. Because first I thought they said they lost them, but they never took them in the first place. Yeah, they took pictures at the hospital. That's about it.
I just
yeah. They were they look like they had motor oil on them. I don't know. Thank you, Zach. More pork chop stories, please.
I just remember the one time. Okay. Because it was pretty funny because they had to stop somewhere and they're like, oh, I'm running and get some snacks. I was like, all right. And he brought out a Ziploc bag of pork chops. I was like, okay, we're doing this.
Oh, wait, there was blood on the shirt? Oh, I guess so. Probably not from the arm. It's probably, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. I would like to see the chain of custody of the the Q-tips from the dollar store. that they
But I'd
use.
also like to, I would like to have known where he got all of these Life 360s. Did they Cellbrite a couple people's phones, or did the
Didn't they
defense
get
subpoena them?
Proctor's and Jen's?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the feds have been doing.
Okay.
They've been getting a lot of information, and obviously they turned it over. And but I know that, and everybody in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but they fought to get like everybody's phone pretty much, but they ended up getting Jen's and Proctor's, right?
Okay. Well, then if he got it, if Jen's the mom, and then okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, and the screenshots probably came from Jen's phone, and she probably had them from Allie's. Like, she probably sent them to herself. I don't know.
Yeah, they did have Jen McCabe's download.
That makes more sense now. I was just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
for sure they
everybody's-
had all of hers, and that's why I assume that's where they came from.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all I have for today. Because we're gonna be here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I have to go be a mom now. So, hooray! What do you have going on tonight, Mo? Anything?
Let's see. Tonight is date night, so I do not do a stream on Wednesday nights. You know, unfortunately, with the storm fronts moving in and out, our date night is probably going to be at home with some roast that I'm making and watching Beat Bobby Flay, because romance, y'all, romance.
I love
You
that
just
show.
won't see that on a Hallmark show.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe some people might be in Discord a little later. I probably won't because I have to make dinner, but you know, the mom thing. After 4:30, I turn into a pumpkin.
I totally understand.
Well, great. I will let me figure out this. I figured out the right outro yesterday because I forgot. But I think I got it.
All right.
All right. Bye, everybody.
guys.
Bye.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed
Oof.